For those of you here in the paddock today with us, and for those of you tuning in from live around the world, welcome to the Texas Sprint Racing Series opening weekend here at NOLA Motorsports Park. My name's Xander Clements, live on Kart Chaser for qualifying with the 206 Cadet class presented by Ferris Movers. Alongside me in the booth for his broadcast debut is Aaron Hackmeister. Aaron, how you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. I'm excited.
I think it should be a really good weekend of racing here as we watch everybody out and get our camera angles all up to speed here this morning with qualifying. We'll have the live timing and scoring up soon, especially as we get closer towards the heat races in the afternoon. One round of qualifying for everybody here, and they are sent out on the racetrack all in one cluster. They can build their own gaps. They can back off whenever they'd like to. Fully up to them whenever and wherever they'd like to be on this 1.1 mile circuit here in New Orleans, Louisiana. A massive racetrack and one of the biggest ones seen on the national calendar. And of course this weekend, the numbers boosted a little bit with the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour coming into town next week. Here's a nice shot coming down the front straightaway to turn at number 1. And into the first corner we go here as the first laps begin to get set. A minute and a half already clicked off for qualifying as they slowly make their way around and spread themselves out. You'll see a lot of pack racing down the back straightaway. Aaron, you and I were talking in depth about this racetrack, how massive it is in general, but it's got a lot of technical parts here. One we're watching right now is the right chicane in the middle of the racetrack here, and we'll have a closer view on it as the day goes on as well with a really cool shot because a lot of drivers are taking a lot of curb in some of the sections to get rotated. And the technical sections are all kind of back-to-back, and so you've only got the long backstretch and then a bit of drafting down the front straightaway, and then a section here where you maybe can't pass as much or at least can get some separation. So it's what I think a pretty good balance to have as a driver and a good entertainment, 50-50 block for racing because you've still got the long straight to pack them back up to make it a little bit of a pack race. At the same time, if your kart's rolling good enough, if you're hitting your apexes good enough in the technical parts of the racetrack, you can kind of get away.
Yeah, it really looks to me like a driver's track. I mean, you got to gear for the long straightaway, and you got to be able to really roll the corners and keep up your momentum so you're not bogging down the motors too much. A lot of these kids, especially in the cadet classes with this 206 stuff, that's going to be huge. If they can get a little bit more speed, even 1 mile an hour through the apex, they're going to have a huge advantage going down to the next straightaway.
Well, it's a 7-minute qualifying session here, so we're already 2 minutes and 40 seconds in. First lap's coming in right now. Braden Westfall currently tops the boards in the number 248 over Paxton Dyson in the 222. A decent turnout for 206 Cadet presented by Ferris Mowers. 17 drivers strong here this weekend as they make their way through the infield chicane once again. And so this is, again, that cool shot we've got coming out of it. Then they rotate around our camera, go through the left-handed 90, and then a long run into the stadium hairpin that will pick them up over there. They'll head into that left-handed 180 just a little bit further away from the camera, and then we pick them up here on our overhead shot that gets them coming out of that left-hand 180-degree corner going into another 180 hairpin. Both of those great passing zones. Then this flat out or nearly flat out, just a brush of the brakes right-left chicane. And then we come into the second to last corner. Another open up, good passing opportunity. We see a lot of fireworks on the last lap there, and especially here coming into the final corner where they'll get underneath each other as, again, we watch them come out of the last turn and onto the front stretch this time here. We'll put 2 laps in the books for this first group headed to turn number 1. Topping the boards is Derek Wargo in the number 2.
Yeah, you got a big group of karts. You got Lucas Palacio, Keelan Harvick, Tyrone Kemper. I think Wargo's in that group too. They're in the front of the second group, just coming up to 204, of Simon Klein. That's going to be a really big back, a lot of fast drivers. You'll have to wait halfway about through the lap to see who's actually going to be on pole there.
Yeah, that's a quick pack here. We'll see if we can switch our guys over to it. They were following the first pack. That's what you're watching right here is the timing board. Shows finish at the top, but we've still got 3 minutes to go as the laps will update. You see Jackson Young now moves up in the number 270 to climb the order here. And so Jackson Young 3/10 up on Derek Wargo. And I don't know if he's in that pack because that lap came a whole lot later than that quick group you mentioned of a lot of top mini division and cadet drivers running double duty this week, like Harvick, Palacio, Kemper Jr., and more so. They're currently 3rd, 4th, and 5th with 2 laps completed. They're only going to get about 4 in total here as we watch this first group head into the final turn. And we'll switch around and see if we can pick up some of the other packs on the racetrack as well. As they come out of the final corner, they're spread a little bit more so. Putting 3 down, that group right now, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. So the back half of the top 10 here as we watch them come through turn number 1. Here's a shot at that second group we'll switch over to going into the final corner. You see Palacio leading the pack, Harvick in second. And one more driver right behind him. I'm A lot of new names and new faces here, not only at the start as everyone switches around and finds their footing with chassis and teams to start the season, but this is our first ever coverage of a Texas Sprint Racing Series event. A lot of regional drivers now getting to cut their teeth against the national ones that have come into town a week early, and a lot of new names again for all of us to learn here in the broadcast booth for both Aaron and myself.
Yeah, this 206 class, it can be very tricky for some of these younger drivers. They might be running in micro. Their mini counterparts are going to be still running in the 206 class. So you get a lot of really strong talent in there. Some drivers that might be up front in micro. And up front in micro might still be only mid-pack out here, and especially with SCUSA being up the next weekend, with this being the warm-up weekend for it, you get a lot of strong drivers that might not run the full season, but you're going to have good competition for this event.
Yeah, we'll have great competition here for the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour in 1 week's time. Of course, this is an awesome opportunity for us here at Kart Chaser to have back-to-back weekends at the same racetrack. We had the same deal, obviously, with the U.S. Pro Kart Series at Orlando, followed up by the Rock Cup Florida Winter Tour the week after. We were able to kind of fine-tune our camera angles a little bit, so as we get going with qualifying, bear with us here throughout today. We'll keep tinkering with it, get you as best of a shot of the action as we can, as we see Palacio there go a little wide out of the final corner. Let's see if Harvick can rip out a good lap. Not that time, so they kind of got bottled up, and this will be their last shot at it, so I don't know if Palacio will be able to get a good tow down the backstretch to try and pick back up, but as we see Harvick here, he's getting a lot of help from behind. I believe that might be Derek Wargo lined up with him, but I'm not 100% sure. As they go to turn number 4, here's that turn, and 4 and 5, that double left-hander, then they go into 6, the right hand to start the chicane. 7 is that left kink there on the left-hand side. Then turn number 8, the right-hander. Turn number 9, the left-hander. And then all the way through down this flat out. Kind of used to be curvy. You can see where they've paved it. And then into this 180 hairpin right here. Just at the edge of the view for our camera angle overhead. They go out of there again through the 180s. And then back towards that fast right-left chicane I mentioned a little bit earlier. Checkered
they might be catching traffic, though, over there.
Oh, yeah.
They got a couple of carts. They might have to abort this lap.
Yeah, we'll see. Here comes the first group across the line as the checkered begins to fly. So Jackson Young still on top with a heater on lap number 4. Harvick's group coming into the final turn. Here they come around the final corner.
Oh, that timed out perfectly. They're just going to have a really good draft right to the start-finish line.
Yeah, you saw Harvick use a lot of the runoff there across the line. Will it be good enough? Lap 5. No. None of them able to improve at all there on the 5th lap around. So Harvick locks into 2nd. Wargo 3rd. Jackson Young 2.5 tenths up here, staying on top of the boards at the end of qualifying for the Ferris Mowers 206 cadet class. Derek Wargo again sits 3rd. Lucas Palacio 4th. Tyrone Kemper Jr. currently rounds your top 5, half a second off the pole. Then it's Paxton Dyson, Braden Westfall, Robert Arana, Chris Tracy, and Aston Wyatt. Your top 10 here, spread by about 1.4 seconds in the 17-driver 206 cadet class. Just like that, one done already. And again, with such a massive racetrack, Aaron, as you know, it becomes all the more important to hit your marks right off the bat in the first few laps, because you're only going to get 4 laps, it looks like, at the most. And that's if you go right out of the gate as soon as the grid releases, full gas.
Yeah, it looks like they might have gotten 5 there. 206 cadet being one of the slower classes. You might see 6 in KA Senior, X30 Senior, something along those lines. But yeah, you've really got to get on it right away because you have a limited amount of time to get going. If you miss one lap, that's a lot. That's an entire lap that you're losing that you might not be able to get back. You might get the checkered flag before you can get another one going.
Now, the big thing here, we talked a little bit about it back last year on some of our Kart Chaser episodes at Newcastle Motorsports Park when they ran in the reverse direction, where when you have the straightaway that gives you the big toe at the beginning of the lap, you're not necessarily looking for that to line up behind someone and play games in the draft. You may still see it if you really can trust the driver in front of you, but when you've got just that long backstretch and then a long technical section for the second and third parts of the lap, you don't necessarily want to put yourself in the draft. So we'll see what the strategies look like. As you can see, the X30 Pros, X30 Juniors, and a couple X30 Masters all combined here. Pretty much all national drivers, as it's a class not normally populated here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, lined on the grid. You can see in frame there, there's Marion Kremers in the 317 for PSL Karting. Yesterday's quickest driver in final practice, Dante Yu in the white and blue suit and under Nash Motorsports. In the EOS Kart, he's 3rd on the inside lane there, set to go out. There's Paulie Massimino. He was 2nd overall yesterday in the 309. Your 4-time SuperKarts USA Pro Tour National Champion Ryan Norberg was 3rd overall in practice, 3.5 tenths off in the final session. But again, a lot of drivers on different tire strategies yesterday. Not what we're used to, where that final happy hour kind of acts as a pre-qualifying session, especially because it'll set either the order you go out on the racetrack, or sometimes if the class is big enough, the groups that you get split in. And here we are seeing a little bit of the gamesmanship. Who's going to wait? on the grid, who's going to go out early. And I bet if you see one big name leave the grid, he'll have about 5 drivers behind him. Kremers right now is at the front of the line, but he has not been the quickest. And you right now looks like he's lined up behind, I believe maybe that might be Ryan Vincent, his teammate. But I'll check on all the names here. You can identify the different drivers when we get our leaderboard up shortly by the numbers. 300-digit numbers, triple digits for everybody. 300 digits are the X30 seniors. Here's Caleb Gaffera in the 704, so that's a junior. Your 700-digit numbers will be the X30 juniors, and then the 600 numbers will be the 500 numbers will be the X30 masters. So in total, 24 go-karts, and I believe about 15 X30 seniors, 7 or 8 X30 juniors, and a couple of X30 masters here as the grid finally gets cleared. And we watch that group headed into the final couple corners now. Your seniors headed down the back straightaway through turns 4 and 5. Ryan Norberg currently leading a group. And he'll pull off to the side. And, well, there's a little bit of gamesmanship right there, Aaron. Just, all right, yeah, I'll let you follow me. And then halfway through the lap, I'll pull over, and then I'll follow you.
Yeah, well, Martin was sitting real long to get on track. I was wondering if they were going to end up just losing a lap overall with Gaffera coming around, maybe passing them before they even decided to get going. I don't know entirely what their game plans are there. But, yeah, they're all trying to get each other's heads right now. I was worried. I was actually thinking they might end up catching some of the juniors. I was watching practice yesterday, and you'd see the guys that hang back in X30 Senior. They'd have to make passes on the juniors every lap, every lap, and you really wouldn't get those last 2-3 laps of the session because you'd just be in traffic the whole time.
Well, there you see another little move. Marian Kremers letting Dante Yu by on your screen. Behind him, Nate Cicero, who had a breakout year on his rookie season from the summer stretch where RPG seemed to catch fire and really get rolling. They had a winning streak. That was kind of unprecedented for a team to have multiple different drivers sweeping X30 Pro main events. I believe they got up to 10 in a row before Mateus Morgado and Alessandro DiTullio got hot here at the SCUSA Winter Series earlier on this year. Here's a great look here from outside our Turn 1 cam, looking at the juniors. As you can see, Aaron, like you mentioned, maybe that was the other reason why the X30 seniors wanted to wait. They let the juniors go out, gave them 3/4 of a lap, and now they're going to tuck in behind them.
Yeah, they got plenty of a gap with only 7 minutes. I think it'll be enough time that they don't really catch anybody unless someone's seriously off pace in the back here. But 5 minutes left. You'd have to be losing a lot of time to lose there. Who's up in front in the senior stuff right now? Mike Rawlson is currently purple on the session overall, so...
Yeah, he's the first one to go out, but all those senior drivers were kind of taking their time, and I think this will be their first completed lap. Yeah, so here they go as your juniors are on the back half. Here comes Hannah Greenemeyer. She just went straight up. As soon as she decided to leave, she went. Frankie Mossman lines up behind her. And so Greenemeyer will jump up the order. Dalton Haynes goes to third on lap 1. Paulie Massimino to second. Jason Leung up to the top here, and his return to Rullison Performance Group, the Western Canadian-based driver. As the juniors there, big line of the X30 juniors headed through the final couple corners into the last turn now. Still led by Gaffera. I believe that's Elio Meza behind him, who's starting to dip his toes in the 125 waters after having a great start to his year in 100cc competition. He's lined up for double duty. I believe most of the juniors are lined up for double duty here this week to get double track time in the KA Junior and the X30 Junior class. There's the update on the leaderboard. Leung, Massimino, Haynes, Greenemeyer, and Ryan Vincent, your initial top 5 in X30 Senior, with a lot of guys still kind of backing off. And the quickest so far of the X30 Juniors is Braden Domingue, I believe, in the 7:58. Domingue on the red speed out of Tucson, Louisiana, one of the local drivers here that calls NOLA Motorsports Park home. Quite a few Louisiana natives. I think the count for this weekend was 26 or 27 between the drivers that we regularly see on the national scene, like the likes of cadet driver Tyrone Kemper Jr., and then a bunch of other regional names that are no stranger to the Texas Sprint Racing Series and racing here at NOLA, maybe making their debut on the Kart Chaser stream and their national debut next week on the SCUSA Pro Tours. We see Leung going by Marian Kremers. That was at the end of the back straightaway. And again, that's one of the groups of the X30 seniors on the racetrack. So definitely packed up a little bit, at least trying to find some guys to follow for lines, if not to get a little bit of a tow. Greenemeyer poking her own nose through the air is a 10th and a half back here. 2 laps in, currently 5th. Massimino now topping over Leung. Cameron Weinberg jumping up on lap 2. Here's Weinberg just ahead of, I'm not sure if that's Leung or that might be Laurent Legault, but Weinberg on the CRG, who's had a really, really strong start to the year and helping get a resurgence going for a brand that really had kind of been silent for one of the big 3 manufacturers in the world for karts between CRG, the OTK kart group that produces all the Tony Kart, Cosmics, EOS karts, and then, of course, Beer Allard as well. So CRG, the other part of the big three, and they really hadn't had much. And since the beginning of 2022, stellar start for both the Weinberg brothers.
I was going to say, absolutely. Him and his brother, both Cameron and Carson, both have just been up front in every race that they've been to so far, really charging the CRG program up to the front. And you can even see some of the results already. We were at USPKS Orlando, and you could see some CRGs out there that weren't those two. There's people already taking a look at it and going like, hey, the karts are looking pretty good now. Maybe we should try that out.
Yeah, I was talking with one of the dads here this weekend. He's got a driver based out of North Texas, driver running later on today, I believe, in the mini or the micro Swift class, as we see Dalton Haynes come into view. But for Cameron Weinberg and for the CRG group, I mean, they've been doing a lot of justice here. Bunch of parents, bunch of drivers watching along on the live streams and seeing, man, I've never seen a go-kart handle that way and go as good as it did, especially for his younger brother Carson, who's been really strong in the mini class. And they're like, you know what, if that kart can run that good, I think I can probably run good in that one as well, and it can help my program. And so we've seen, again, like you said, Aaron, a few more kind of joining, jumping on board. Speed Concepts Racing's kind of spearheaded that program. And once you get a little bit of results coming your way and you can prove a chassis runs good, then you'll start to see more guys try to jump on as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about this X30 Junior group, though. No mind games for them. They've all just been going out and trying to set fast lap after fast lap. One big pack of about, 6-7 karts right there? They've all been going at it. Who's up top in there? Braden Dominguez still looks like he's on pole. Followed by Caleb Gaffaro, Brandon Carr, Max Taylor, Helio Mesa. And is this his X30 debut, or has he been running a little bit before?
I can't remember exactly if he's had a few starts in the class before. I know he's been predominantly 100cc on the national scene, at least since we've been following and really pushing all classes. So it could be a national debut on the X30 Junior class for Elio Meza. You see it, obviously there's some kids that'll start right in the 100cc and wait to jump up. And then on the flip side, you'll see guys that'll kind of drop back for a year. I mean, that's what ultimately helped Paulie Massimino kind of catapult his career. Is it's only been 3 laps here for him, and I think he's already pulled into the scale line. So he's happy with a 102.315. As the checkered flag falls, Leung half a tenth back. Weinberg a half tenth back, a quarter tenth back from Leung, so 1/10 separating the top 3. Dante Yu, quickest in final practice for senior, sits 4th. X30 Junior coming across the line. Gaffaro leads that group across. He'll stay 2nd, doesn't improve on lap 6, so they're going to get the full 6. A few of the seniors have already come into the pit lane, which is on the backside of the racetrack, headed out of the chicane. There's Cameron Reed across the line. Here comes a few of the X30 Masters. One more X30 Junior across the stripe. No real changes on lap 6. Meza did go quickest, but beyond that, a lot of guys hitting their quick lap on lap 1, lap 2, or lap 3. In fact, Ryan Norberg only completed 2 laps here, and I don't know if there was an issue for the 3:03, but your 4-time SuperKarts USA Pro Tour champion is 10th in the X30 Senior class qualifying. Paulie Massimino and Ryan Perry Motorsports topping the boards. Jason Leung 2nd, Cameron Weinberg 3rd, Dante Yu 4th, Hannah Greenemeyer, the reigning SCUSA Pro Tour champion. Her first career Pro Division championship came, of course, at the end of 2021, securing the title at Newcastle Motorsports Park in a great battle with her teammate, Branyan Tyner. And so Greenemeyer enters with the national number 1 plate next weekend, getting again here some warm-up time for the Texas Sprint Series this week to prep in her title defense. We're going to go to commercial break here. When we come back, it's time for more qualifying. Next up, KA100 Master, presented by Kart Racing Solutions, set to hit the racetrack here in New Orleans. Audio sound good?
I first started talking and hearing me in this threw me off for a second there.
Is the audio for me to Aaron pretty good? Level-wise? I thought I got it pretty good. Oh, that's nice.
Oh, okay. be anybody we know in this one, is there? This is all regional stuff.
Did you mute me? Welcome back here to NOLA Motorsports Park for round number 1 of the Texas Sprint Racing Series, as we are letting the KA100 Masters presented by Kart Racing Solutions onto the racetrack here. Matt Barrett, Casey Brown, Darren Dean, Neil Faulkner, Tom Nagoyan, 18 drivers in total. The biggest turnout this class has ever seen, and I think its debut was only last year. So they averaged about 6 to 10 throughout 2021. And, of course, a little bit here helped by the SCUSA Pro Tour coming to town next week, where the X30 Master drivers may have jumped down to KA Master to get some extra laps in. But cool to see, nonetheless, the class start to pick up some traction and find itself in the double digits, pushing nearly 20. I mean, that's a healthy group. Whenever you can get 20 go-karts, I mean, you've got a pretty solid race right there.
Absolutely. Any 20 kart race is going to be a good race, and Masters is always something you really like to see, too. Sometimes they're a little more calculated. Sometimes they just bonsai into the corners and have no regard for anything that's going on track right there. So you never know what you're going to get, but it usually makes for some really good racing either way. We'll see them across the start-finish line right now, coming to the front straightaway, getting ready to set off on their first flying lap.
Yeah, so Miguel Meyer currently leading the train down to turn number 1. Not nearly as much gamesmanship as we saw in the X30 class. These guys just kind of going out, putting some laps in, and again, in an 18-20 kart class, if you qualify 5th, 10th, or even 15th, and then you know that you've got 2 rounds of heat racing to kind of rectify that, get back going through the field, it's not nearly as big of a deal if you lose out on a 2/10 toe. And again, like I said, too, I mean, the depth of the class, if you're not sure who you're following at the start of the lap, and all of a sudden you end up being a whole lot faster than them when we get to this sector of the racetrack here, that stadium hairpin, and all the technical sections from that chicane on forward, if they're just kind of missing their mark a little bit and you're faster, you end up blowing all the time that you gained towing off them down the back straightaway. And by that, I just mean the slipstream, the draft effect that is so massive here at NOLA Motorsports Park in every class. And they're allowed to push. They're allowed to bump draft here in qualifying. We saw the kids hooked up in the 206 cadet class. You'll see guys hook up in the 206 junior and senior, and I believe we don't have any 206 masters here this weekend, but you'll see that with them as well. And so you'll see a kind of a happy medium with KA, but again, your quickest guys seem like they're not too concerned about whether or not they find a dancing partner here as we watch this first group head down the backstretch. Robbie Mott, Mr. Ribtech, currently finds himself top of the boards at a 107.071. So once again, 18 drivers here in the KA Master class. Great shot there through the curbing as they come through the Enfield S's for Miguel Meyer and company, and you can see how much they're going to clip it, and we'll get some more shots of that when the races do come, because that's an awesome low shot that shows you how violent it can get here at NOLA Motorsports Park. Some of the curbs, when they first put the track in, were getting torn up so bad, and the karts were getting beaten up because it was so much faster to fly and jump them. You can see from this overhead view, they're going to hit the curbing a little bit on the left there. They'll clip it here through the chicane as well and jump over it there. But there's a lot of places you get airborne, and there were a lot more when this place was first built. And so then they went ahead and they're like, you know what, all right, we'll make a few changes. One of those is going into that stadium hairpin over in the left-hand side of the racetrack. One of them right here through turn number 1. You can see that flat red and white section. That was originally, Aaron, a chicane where guys were running the opposite direction. So you're coming at maybe a 45-degree right-hander at the end of a 1,500-foot straightaway, probably packing still 60, 70 miles an hour and four-wheel ramping over a curb and getting a foot of air. I mean, you can imagine the amount of rib pain and everything the drivers were going through, much less, of course, the chassis that were just getting obliterated on the bottom side. Yeah, that sounds like that's a hard hit to take. It's good that they flattened that out. I actually remember the first time the Pro Tour came out here and they ran that, I was talking to one of the team owners
And they were saying that they had junior drivers that were coming off track crying because of how much it hurt for them to do it. And you had drivers that were pulling out of the race because of just how aggressive you have to drive this track. So smoothing out some of those curbs definitely going to help out, make the racing a little bit better, make the racing a little bit more bearable for the ribs in that midsection there. But it still means, but with the curbs here, you still have to be able to hit them and know how to hit a curb properly. You hit a curb wrong, it's going to throw your kart off the track. So there's a lot of technical knowledge there just in hitting the curbs, much less the actual technical part of the track itself and the layout.
Yeah, I mean, it's a whole art of how you can fly over and get a little bit of air on a lot of the tracks we've been at, and it's funny enough here to start the season, we've gone to places where you really have been getting on the curbs. The hardest part of the year is the start of the year. You go to Homestead, and even though they've changed those curbs a little bit, you're still clipping a few of them. Not nearly as bad as they were in the past few seasons that we've gone with all the upgrades that the AMR Motorplex team made over the winter. Then, we went over to Orlando Kart Center, and there as well, couple sections where the guys were having to get a whole lot of air and hit them. And here at NOLA, same thing. When we go in a couple weeks, we have the Route 66 Sprint Series live streamed from Newcastle Motorsports Park for its opener in April. And at Newcastle is one of the few tracks where you really don't clip much of any. There's one or two sections that you might touch them, but for the most part, you stay off them over there. It's a lot more high speed all the way through the racetrack. And so, you hit it at a high speed. When you're cornering, you're just going to throw off and upset the go-kart. It's really only when you need to get them and you get a little bit slower that you end up clipping them, especially like right here. And then later, after that, at the end of April, we have the second round, or the third round of the KC Fantasy League, the second round of the U.S. Pro Kart Series at GoPro Motorplex. Not a lot of curb hitting over there. Maybe one section you might clip a little bit in one specific corner, but it's a mid-range, not a high-speed section, so it's not too bad. We go to Road America. The curbs there are flat, so you drive over them, but you're not launching. Utah, we do clip them a little bit, but again, just a really physical grouping of tracks that we have started our year on for the last however many seasons now, as NOLA's been a staple here for the Winter Nationals, for the SCUSA Pro Tour, and, of course, the Texas Sprint Series for going on, I believe, 3, if not 4 seasons.
Oh, wow, so it's been out here for a while. Yeah, it's a really good welcome back after an off-season where you maybe not working out as much, not getting in the car as much, probably a little bit more out of shape, and you just put your body through some torture when you're running these tracks like that. I know, like you said, GoPro, there's not going to be a lot of curbs. You got to ask Colin Daly about that because he was hitting some curbs that I don't think you should be hitting, but he was running that in shifter, and he was pretty quick out there. Newcastle, yeah, there's only 1 or 2 curbs you should be hitting, and in Road America, they're all flat except for, I think, turn 2, and then the downhill left-hander, or the right-hander after that, you got to jump that curb a little bit. So it definitely eases up over the course of the season, but to start out, you're really working hard to find some time.
Well, speaking of finding time, let's give you the update on the lap times. James Lundberg has gone to the top, a 10th-and-a-half up in the 2:30. The Bureau Alert out of Austin, Texas. I believe under the Alan Rudolph. Actually, I think he might be on his own, if I'm not mistaken. Quite a few privateers here for the Texas Sprint Series. The checkered flag waves down the front straightaway. Lundberg your quickest, a 10th-and-a-half up on Miguel Mir in the number 1. And the reigning champion working his way around the back sector here. P2 poking his own hole in the air. Looking pretty good, and he's got one more lap to try and top it. But his quick time came back on lap 4. A little bit later in the session for some of these drivers. Dex Quinn hit his quickest on lap number 1, but a lot of these guys, lap 3, lap 4, lap 5, not so much what we were seeing on the Avinco Reds, which are the softer tire. They're the equivalent to the MG Yellows that we see on the East Coast and on the West Coast here, which the West Coast really begins from Texas on over. You have the Avinco Reds and Blues. And the Avinco Blues are what will be used here for the KA classes and the 206 classes, as well as the Mini and Micro Swift and Kid Kart divisions. So more of a medium to hard compound tire compared to the softer tire that we see the X30 guys and shifter guys run. So maybe helping running the harder compound, you get a little more life out of them on that first session new, where these guys can throw a good lap together on lap 4, lap 5, end up being quicker than lap 1 or lap 2. Lundberg, Mir, Robbie Mott, Morgan Leberon, and Matt Barrett rounding your top 5. But a pretty big delta here outside the top 3. The top 3 by 3 tenths, then 3 tenths back to 4th, then 3 more tenths back to 5th. Then the midfield kind of tightens up from only 3 tenths from 5th back to 11th. But a bit of a decent spread from the big names here at the top of the class for KA Master.
Yeah, it's interesting we haven't seen more of what we saw out at Homestead with the Winter Series, where I don't remember if it was in January or February, but Caleb Gaffaro got out there and he got 1 extra lap over everybody else. He just gunned it from the start and he got an extra lap, and that was where he went purple from. Out here, it seems like your fastest lap's going to be lap 3, lap 4. Even if you get 5, 6 laps out there, you're setting your fastest lap pretty early in the session right now.
Well, we'll see what it looks like here for the next group as we've got more karts getting set to go onto the racetrack. The first of the Cadet Swift classes going. I believe we've got our Micro Swift queued up. So Kart Racing Solutions, KA100 Masters all wrapped. The engines are fired for the next division. They're clearing them off the racetrack. I don't believe we've had anyone break down so far in qualifying, which is allowing us to stay right ahead of schedule just a little bit. And we'll keep on rolling forward. As always here, if you're tuning in to the live stream at home, youtube.com/kartchaser for those here in the paddock to share. But make sure you make a comment, drop a comment in the live chat. We're always monitoring, giving shout-outs here as we see them. And love to get the conversations going with all of you guys. So again, keep making sure you send those on in. We'll call the shout-outs live on the air that you send into the group chat and the live chat on YouTube. And we'll be live again on this specific stream all day long, all afternoon, along with the racing when it kicks off with heat number 1 later this afternoon. But here we go. Micro Swift presented by Houston Freightliner and Western Star. A nice turnout. I believe they're at 22 total drivers here for Micro Swift. And the double-digit 7 to 10-year-old drivers making their way out for lap number 1.
Yeah, we got a good pack of about 5 karts in the first group, and you follow back by another group of 3. 1 trailer, a couple trailers, and then we got a big group of about 4 right after that. So we got a lot of pack racing. Micro is one of those classes, too, where you see a lot of draft, more so than some of the other classes. So if you're out there on your own, I see a red speed out there. I'm not sure who it is. You're out there on your own. You might be at a little bit more of a disadvantage here than if you were in, say, a KA class or something like that. Oh, we got one already around.
Yeah, one spun around here on cold tires. As the outlap gets to be completed, the number 19, Burrell Hart, the first driver to cross the line. I'll see if we can figure out who we've got there. That's Drew Waltz. Has been all over the country here, having a really strong run. The Motaz Sport Burrell Hart branded driver, I believe. I'm not sure if he's under Motaz or under PSL karting here this weekend. Was under PSL at the Rock Cup Florida Winter Tour and the Motaz Sport Group during the U.S. Pro Kart Series. And Waltz working his way through turns 4, 5, and into 6. Has a few drivers on his tail, but he was the first out of the pit lane, and it was like, all right, I'll just go. And there's, again, that great shot there of the infield chicane as they come out of turn number 9 and head towards the stadium hairpin once again here in NOLA for lap number 1. We'll see where everybody stacks up in the 22-driver group. Waltz had a really good run there in the rain, of course. I mean, he was flawless when we went to Orlando. He was good in Homestead as well. Has been coming along, and one of the many drivers trying to establish themselves as a driver and contender to beat week in, week out on the national level in the micro class, with all the major names moving up from last year. The Tovo brothers moving up, Keelan Harvick moving up, who dominated throughout 2021. It kind of opens the door for all kinds of newcomers to break out and have a really good season in the limelight. Let's see where he punches himself across the line, leading a train of 4. He's giving them a bit of a tow, so that first lap will put him down in 4th. Paxton Dyson, the Texas-based driver, the number 22. I believe in that group there, 3rd in line. He's your quickest as Waltz gets a little bit of drafting help down the back straightaway.
Yeah, he's certainly at a disadvantage punching that hole for the rest of them. They seem to have dropped that 4th-place kart, so you got a train of 3 right here. They're probably going to be fighting for most of the session. Interesting how they avoid the curbs there. The karts are so small, they're so light, they're just going to get thrown around if they hit them. So unlike all the other full-size classes, they got to avoid those curbs and take a little bit more of a curved line through that section. Yeah,
I mean, that's a big point, right? I mean, these karts are a little bit lighter in general. They weigh about probably 60 to 80 pounds, maybe as much as 100 pounds, depending how much lead on they have, less than the full-size karts. So with that in mind, and a much shorter wheelbase, when they hit those curbs, they get thrown around a little bit more, and the shorter wheelbase ends up being, in a way, a little bit stiffer in the way that they goes over. You don't have as much tubing to flex back and forth. So here they come into the final corner once again.
Here we have the back of the first group coming up.
There's the 22 of Paxton Dyson in the Alonzo kart, the Kart Republic. He gets dropped down to 3rd as Waltz and Aston Wyatt, the front 2 in the pack, end up going quickest.
I was about to say, Drew's looking like he's starting to pull away from the rest of that pack. As much as the draft helps out, if you can't stay in there down the infield, you can see that toe, though, as he sucks right back up there from about 5 karts back.
Yeah, Aston Wyatt got a great run there down the back straightaway, pulled up to the rear bumper. Here they come through the infield chicane again. A little bit of clipping the curb that time for Waltz as he's feeling a little more aggressive. And he pulls out, like you said, Aaron, 2-3 kart lengths, and then you watch that gap just get eaten alive in that run to the stadium section. I mean, he probably gave up 2-3 car lengths there towing these guys around.
Yeah, there's a pass for the lead, maybe. They're fighting now. They got to be careful because they're only probably going to get, 2 maybe 3 laps, so they can't battle too much, so they're just going to lose the time that they have made already.
Right, and that's a good point here, Aaron. Again, when you are fighting traffic at all, as we see Paxton Dyson looking down the inside in the second to last corner, ultimately didn't make the move on it. Walt still leads the group. There's a lot of good places to pass. You can see going into the final corner, it's so wide here at NOLA Motorsports Park, a massive, massive racetrack. And here comes Aston Wyatt. He'll want to go down the inside as Sawyer Chambers in the 25, who I believe is at the end of that group. They are fourth in line, goes quickest, just towing off all three of them while they pass each other. So now with that pass made in turn number 1, Aston Wyatt's lined up for a good lap. Waltz will not be in a good lap here on lap number 4, and he'll have to hope they get around to the line, and I think they will to get one more lap in before the 7-minute timer hits. They're about halfway around with 1:50 remaining here. 5 minutes, 15 seconds complete so far as they come out of turn number 9 and head towards the stadium hairpin.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Waltz makes up a lot of time through the infield now, as we can see he was pulling away, but now it looks like he's falling back a little bit through the infield. I wonder if Paxton Dyson's kart just came in a little bit more, and now he's rolling the speed that he didn't have a couple laps ago. He's pulling a good gap going into coming into the second to last hairpin right here.
Yeah, so Aston Wyatt pulling a little gap. Paxton Dyson closing up to the rear bumper of Drew Waltz. Dyson's third in line. That's Wyatt. Little mistake. You saw the wiggle going into the second to last corner. Waltz tucks his head up, tries to close back in. Now, you start with a gap here out of the final turn, and you close that up at the end of the lap. You look good. The difference was the pass was in turn number 1, so Waltz won't get a good lap this time. None of them do, in fact. All of them go slower on lap 4, and Paxton Dyson going by Drew Waltz there in turn number 1. That'll open the gap up again. That's going to burn Waltz here on the final lap also, unfortunately, so he won't really get much of anything on this final time by. Aston Wyatt, Paxton Dyson, they could be in a good spot. Dyson especially, with a big shove from Waltz down the backstretch, could move up from second. But Sawyer Chambers, who's just followed all three of them this entire session in the white helmet, blacked out kart at the end of the group, fourth in line, is currently on provisional pole with 30 seconds to go in qualifying.
Yeah, he certainly played a smart qualifying here, letting them battle it out, and he's just reaping the rewards of them slowing each other down. We got a really tight pack for these first two karts, though, Aston Wyatt and Paxton Dyson. So we'll see if they, with Paxton making the pass, he might still be able to get a tow and get back up there. And if they go faster, they're really putting Drew Waltz pushing back down into fourth place.
Yeah, Waltz getting past the last 2 laps in a row here, so he won't be on a good lap. Let's see if Paxton Dyson, with the pass in turn 1, then he made up the ground down the backstretch. A good final corner. Ooh, nice attempt and a good clean move by Sawyer Chambers across the line. Lap 5. Does anyone go faster? They do not. So now it falls on the groups behind them. Royce Vega, last time by, improved. He jumped up into the top 5. Bumped back Alex Procuna. They are yet to cross the line, so they're a little bit further down the racetrack. Here's another group of 4. I still don't believe they've come by for their 5th lap, so 2 drivers, 5th and 6th, Royce Vega, Alexander Procuna, yet to cross the line. I'm looking for them right now. I think they're still a little bit further back.
Yeah, we got about 5 more karts still coming around. Actually, we might have 7. There's a couple even more back there, so we got a few more laps that are going to come in. New lap times may improve.
Both drivers, Procuna and Vega, here they come around the final turn, picking them up now. Side by side out of the final corner. Will they get any kind of a good lap on lap 5? No, not enough for Vega or Procuna. So 5 laps is all that they got here in Microsoft qualifying, presented by Houston Freightliner and Western Star. Sawyer Chambers in the number 25 from Rasharon, Texas on the Nitro kart, topping by half a tenth over Paxton Dyson. Aston Wyatt ends 3rd. Drew Waltz qualifies in 4th. Royce Vega 5th. Alexander Procuna 6th. Nicolas Orbezo 7th. Antonio Pizzonia Neto in 8th. Matthew Cagle in 9th. Asher Ludwig rounds the top 10, just under a second off the pole. So you'll see some big deltas also in general in draft-based classes like the Micro Swifts, and that'll make a major difference here at NOLA. Now, getting onto the grid, the KA100 Seniors are getting set to go green here. A number of drivers in that class initially looked at a last-chance qualifier. I think they're sitting at 48 total drivers. They've decided, I believe, that they will probably start all of them come the main event on Sunday. So a massive, massive group for the 100cc class that has carried this series for the last 2 seasons with numbers of 40+. And a lot of them really all organic, all with the Texas Sprint Series. There's a handful of drivers in 100cc Senior here this weekend that are prepping for the SCUSA Pro Tour, but not nearly as many as you may think. Definitely not as many as in the X30 Senior class. You've just got a ton of local and regional talent getting set to go green. So we're going to see them get after it here live from NOLA Motorsports Park. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. My name's Andrew Clements alongside Aaron Hackmeister. Stick with us. Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com. Welcome back to NOLA Motorsports Park here with our live coverage of the Superkarts USA Pro Tour warm-up, essentially the winter warm-up for the Texas Sprint Racing Series, underway this weekend with the Pro Tour coming into town next week. The numbers have gone through the roof for a series that was already pushing 200 plus everywhere they went in 2021. This class, especially here on the racetrack, was one that was massive at every single turn. The Exertec KA100 Seniors are split in half for qualifying. Two groups of about 20 plus, 21 here in group number one, at least that have so far turned a lap. Nick Bruckner and Alex Stanfield were inside the top 5 in final practice yesterday. They were on your screen there for a moment. There's Cedric Lupien, who we saw in action at the Rock Florida Winter Tour in VLR Senior, getting his 100cc chops back underneath him. He's by himself in the RPG Cosmic, headed through the chicane towards the final sector of the racetrack. Lap number 1 coming to be completed this time. Here comes Bruckner and Stanfield across the line, and a big group behind them led by Nick Stouffer. 1 lap complete. The benchmark, a 105.168. Two national names there in Nick Bruckner and Alex Stanfield that we expected coming into this weekend to be near the top, and they are right there once again here.
Yeah, Nick obviously had that really strong performance in Vegas, and he still looks strong through the rest of the winter and stuff like that. It's great to see him still in the car. Alex Stanfield, he's from the Texas area, is he not?
Yeah, from North Texas. Calls Argyle, Texas his hometown, about 15 minutes down the road from the Classic and Club Racetrack in North Texas Kartways. Just about 15-20 minutes away from home. So he grew up over there. A track that has hosted the Texas Sprint Series for many seasons and will once again host them here in 2022. And, of course, Stanfield on his sophomore season here in the senior ranks, dropping over to the 100cc class, made a big wave in 2021 in the X30 Senior Division. This year running KA100 Sr for a couple starts as they'd like to get their X30 program. I talked to him back when he got back underway at the U.S. Pro Kart Series in Orlando. He said, man, I wish I was running back at the top, but I'm just happy to be running in general. Happy to be behind the wheel. And the 906, well, it's always easy to be happy when you're fast. A 104.68, half a second up on Bruckner there on lap number 2. Granted, he passed him down the back straightaway, so that'll be a little bit of a difference on the gap. But even then, he's pulling about 2 car lengths away from him here as we pick them up through the infield chicane.
Yeah, he looks really strong through this infield section. Nick didn't really pull much of a draft on him going through the back straightaway, so we'll see if Alex can keep maintaining that gap or if Nick falls into a rhythm and catches back up.
Yeah, the gap right here through the stadium hairpin, about maybe 4 car lengths in general. Then to the switchback 180. Still maybe 3 car lengths over to the infield chicane. So Stanfield and Bruckner were on top. Gia Cicero has now moved up the order. We'll keep it on Stanfield and Bruckner on one of our other cameras as they come around to complete this lap and see how they do and we'll pick up Cicero and some of the other drivers starting to move their way up the order. Let's see what Bruckner can do here with a clean lap this time, if he's going to be enough to be able to hold on to Stanfield's coattails. Across the line, Alex Stanfield, lap 3, 104.7. A 104.7 for Bruckner, quarter tenth off of Stanfield. He picked back up a little bit. 3.5 tenths up on Gia Cicero. Here's Cicero coming to the final corner. She gets by Adrian Cruz. So a little pass made will probably not make this one a quick lap, and it is not. A 105.3. Cruz back in fourth. Then Logan McDonough out of New Orleans, Louisiana, inside the top 5. Then Cedric Lupi in 6th, Dylan Town, Jake Faulkner, Nick Stouffer, and Ruben Asensio here 10th in group number 1. We'll see the other half of the group come onto the racetrack, including the likes of Aiden Rudolph, who was quickest overall in final practice yesterday. He's lining up on the grid in the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy Burrell Art. But 21 drivers, Alex Stanfield the quickest initially, with Nick Bruckner behind him, both at a 104.68 and a 104.71. Here they go towards the final corner. Stanfield's going to let Bruckner by. He wants to try and get a lap with a tow. So down the front stretch, Bruckner, he's like, well, all right, you gave me a tow for a couple laps. I got a good one in. I'll give you one here. But I don't know if Stanfield backed off enough to get it. He's already 1 kart length behind him as they head through 2 and 3. And here come a few more on through the corner. Stouffer's group 1 on by. Here comes Cedric Lupi into turn number 1. The Canadian all by his lonesome has punched his way up to 3rd. 104.903 for Cedric as he rockets down the back straightaway.
Yeah, it looks like Gia Cicero dropped back to 4th a little bit, but it seems like she thought she was faster than Adrian Cruz, who was ahead of her when she made that pass in the last turn. She pulled away from it a little bit. Wonder if her with some clean air now is going to be able to shoot for those top two positions.
So Nick Stouffer on your screen here, the Bennick driver, one of the many senior rookies, moving up to KA100 Sr with one more driver behind him aboard the TB Kart. I'm not sure who we've got there lined up right behind Stouffer, but we'll get a good view on it shortly as your leaders head towards the final corner. Stanfield and Bruckner. Final turn. Stanfield's gone back in front, passed him this lap, so we'll see if that lap ends up being good for him at all. Across the line, it is not. Bruckner ends up losing time. 105.4.
Looks like they're going to get one more lap, and we got about 15 seconds left in the session, so there. He's got one more shot to put down a good lap and get that pole position. He's only a quarter of a tenth off, but you only got one lap. Your tires might be gone. Like we were saying, lap 2, 3, 4 seems to be the fastest lap for a lot of these drivers. We're not seeing that end of session. 2 drivers off the racetrack here in the second to last corner. Trying to identify. One of them is going to be the 969, one of the OTKs. That is Cohen Summers, and one more taken out as well here in the second to last hairpin near the end of qualifying as he tries to check on the other driver involved as well. Giving some good sportsmanship there. Just maybe say, hey, I don't know who's at fault there, but hope you're okay, making sure everybody's doing all right there. Looks like the 989 of Brett Rivetta, I believe, was the other driver involved. Now, Bruckner, again, as you mentioned there, might be able to get a good lap, might have the tires already gone off. Still close enough to get a little tow down the front stretch. Trying to tuck, get a little more. Stanfield trying to as well. No improvement for either of them. They'll sit on the 104.6 and 7s, a tenth and a half to Cedric Lupian. Gia Cicero a tenth back. Adrian Cruz still 5th. Nobody going quicker than where they were earlier. Lupian's lap was late, but the rest of them quick on lap 2, 3, or 4 through the top 8. And so is the checkered waves here for that final part of the group. The guys that went out first got 6 laps. The guys that waited got only 5. Group 2 now onto the grid, where again Aiden Rudolph, the driver with the target on his back, going quickest in final practice. He's lined up, I believe, near the front in the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy Beer-All Art. Another 20-plus drivers set to go to set the 40-plus driver grid here in New Orleans for KA100 Sr, presented by Exertec. A benchmark time, again, a 104.689 for Alex Stanfield. He sits on provisional pole over Nick Bruckner in 2nd, Cedric Lupi in 3rd, Gia Cicero 4th, Adrian Cruz in 5th, Logan McDonough in 6th, Dylan Town in 7th, Jake Faulkner 8th, Nick Stouffer 9th, and Ruben Asensio in 10th. Vinny Miskelis rounds out the top 11. Then Jarrett Fuller, Ethan Foxworth, Franco Sacropinti, and Robert Warren Jr. all the way down. And again, Cohen Summers in the 969 only got scored 1 lap with him off over in the second to last corner. I believe he may have been even a little bit late to grid because I think that wreck happened late in the session. But there you can see on your screen, Rudolph lined up first. And I don't know if he's got a good dancing partner in this group, but we'll see if he finds one
as we saw Stanfield and Bruckner able to work together nicely, although Lupien only a tenth and a half back all by himself the entire session.
Yeah, it's a really impressive run. You'll see in the pre-final, or the heat races, sorry, there's no pre-final. In the heat races today, he'll probably be right there. He might even be a little bit quicker once he has the draft going on, because being able to put that lap down on your own on a track like this, you're only a tenth off. That's impressive.
Yeah, very impressive in general. So good stuff to see here for the Texas Sprint Racing Series qualifying, just getting going. They've got to obviously do some kart recovery here. We'll take the moment to take another commercial break. When we come back, more action here live from New Orleans, Louisiana for round one of the Texas Sprint Racing Series live on Kart Chaser. So welcome back to NOLA Motorsports Park. The track all cleared off now, and we've got the engines fired on the grid for group number 2 in Exertech KA100 Sr. 23 drivers in this one. So it looks like in total with everyone that showed up, everyone that's gotten the karts out here, besides a couple that maybe have dropped, 44 drivers. So all 44 will start the main tomorrow. They've split them for qualifying. They'll run together for the heat races, I believe.
Yeah, that'll be good. With a track this big, I think you can probably, I know we were talking about it in the happy hour a couple times about what's the maximum size you should be running out there. And I know a lot of places set 40 as the limit, we'll only run 40 at a time, but a track this big, if it's only 4 more karts, I can understand why you just want to get them all out there and not have a, 8-kart LCQ for the top 4 to transfer in and just end somebody's day a little bit earlier when you don't really need to.
Well, here comes Rudolph and his group headed through the infield and over the stadium hairpin. There's Peyton Phillips behind him. He was pretty solid yesterday overall. I think he was inside the top 5, or at least top 10. He was in the top 5 in his group in final practice. Braden Robertson also lined up in line behind him. So a couple of young guns there. Phillips on his second national season and second full season. Reigning champion Peyton Phillips in the number 1 here for the Texas Sprint Racing Series in Exertech KA100 Sr.
Aiden Rudolph really working, gave the kart a little push, tried to at least to get out there. I'm wondering if he's trying to just run away from him and get laps on his own, not give him a tow. But with Braden Robertson right behind him, or right behind Peyton Phillips, I don't know if he's going to be able to pull away, if they're just going to get right back up to him. Yep, they're on his bumper already.
Yeah, they'll stay glued together. I mean, you got 3 fast kids here right out of the gate, obviously with a good plan here to try and push, and all 3 to get a good lap in. And with a 44 driver grid, you definitely don't want to give up too much time, but we've seen that even drivers punching their own hole can still end up inside the top 10. That's really all you need to be to have a good fighting shot, because you never know where any wreck might happen off the start of the first lap, and you just don't know how the heat races will play out. But this will set the grid for both Heat 1 today and Heat 1 tomorrow. Then your average from both heats will set the starting lineup for the main event. So Rudolph leading them here into the second to last corner over Phillips and Robertson, and with a big healthy gap behind them of probably at least a second at the end of the outlap. So let's see them line up here for lap number 1 across the line. First time, where do we line them? 105.3. So they still need to find about another 0.7 of a second to get down and knock Alex Stanfield off the provisional pole as they head down the backstretch. Phillips deciding he wants to lead the group. He'll take Robertson with him. Slingshot engaged and completed with Robertson going by as well. Yellow flags waving somewhere on the racetrack. I think we do have a problem at the end over by turn number 4 or 5. But I don't know which driver may have gone off. It may have gone off on the infield. So the yellow flags were waving and are still waving down at the end of the backstretch. Nonetheless, oh, there we go. We got one in the wall. Way wide at the exit of turn number 4. It was hidden by the tire barrier. I couldn't see Floyd from where we are at, but a good zoom-in angle from our overhead camera shows that one driver has unfortunately gone off the racetrack and made contact with the tire wall.
Yeah, looks like he backed into there. You can just see the top of the fairing out over the tires there as we switch back here. Looks like Aiden Rudolph is still there. Who was that in fourth? Josh Campbell looks like. Josh Campbell. Ooh, Rudolph giving a little bit of a bumper maybe to Braden Robertson, saying I want second place here. Get a good tow for the next run.
Yeah, I think he followed him for a lot of the lap. Thought Robertson may not be as quick. Robertson making the pass. Still ended up with a decent time. Rudolph back in fourth. Phillips second. Campbell following the whole train here as they passed around each other. Rudolph will now go back by Peyton Phillips. That's going to give a great run here for Josh Campbell as they go through turns 4 and 5. And then we're watching this group behind them as well, kind of packed up. So Pack's on the racetrack for KA Sr. Big jump of the curve there through the chicane. Rudolph now leads the train, and if Josh Campbell, oh, little mistake there coming out of turn 9. Had he not made that, he'd be on a burner. Still might be on a burner this lap if he can close in on the final sector. Currently sitting on top at a 104.582. That's overall pole. Alex Stanfield currently second, so a heater for Josh Campbell last time. Can he do it again here in Group 2? Track always seems to group up a little bit quicker when the second group comes out on the racetrack, and it's just an even split here for everybody that they were in all practice day. Rudolph with a pass on the backstretch should be sitting pretty here this lap. What does it look like? 3 complete. Aiden Rudolph does not go to the top, but he does go quicker. Robertson does quicker as well. So with the pass made, not enough to get even to second overall. It's still Campbell over Stanfield, then Robertson in third.
Well, they got to be careful, too, as we've been seeing. This fourth lap is the last lap that people are really setting in fast times. They start fighting, they're just going to lock in their positions right here, and they won't be able to improve anymore. So it looks like they are behaving right now, getting along now, but Josh Campbell sitting really well, 2.5 tenths clear of Braden Robertson in second place.
Yeah, where he's struggling is coming out of that right chicane, as we see Peyton Phillips take a move down the inside on Braden Robertson, get by him over in the 180. But you're seeing Campbell just kind of lose him a little bit going towards the stadium section, then pick back up here, looking really good in more of the higher speed corners, but a little slower coming out of that one as he looks to the inside of Robertson. Doesn't fully complete the pass. Stays back in line. He'll back off, actually, to set himself up for one more good lap. So a good positioning for him. And while that pass may have annoyed Robertson, it set him up for a really good lap. If he can get through turns 1 and 2 nicely, he should still be in the tow. Rudolph improved to a 104.83. Phillips to a 104.836. Down the backstretch they go once again. Again, the leaderboard, I believe, should be Josh Campbell on pole overall. Then Alex Stanfield. Then Nick Bruckner. And then I think we've got maybe Cedric Alupian's lap and then Braden Robertson in 5th overall on the charts. 2nd in class. So all these guys need to go a little bit quicker to try and get themselves to the front row as they've towed around the kid that's sitting on pole. Campbell this time finally completes the pass on Robertson. No, he doesn't. Back behind. Still battling there in that right-hander as we watch them come through. Roberts hangs on.
Yeah, I think Campbell really benefited from 3 karts punching a hole. Every time you add a kart to a pack like that, it just punches a bigger hole. It lasts a little bit longer, and Campbell's still fighting with Robertson going into the second to last hairpin right there. He really wants to get past him. I don't know if he felt like Braden was just holding him up or what. Yeah, I know in the previous lap he got a really good run going out of that left-hander going into the second to last 180, so Braden Robertson showing his unhappiness right there.
Yeah, unfortunately them battling all the way through is going to probably burn most of their session.
Yeah, they're certainly too far to catch a draft on there, though. A couple drivers have gone quicker. Brooke Berry, Ethan Arndt, both setting a little bit faster lap times, but none of the top 5 have gone faster on that on the 5th lap right here that we've done.
Getting reports here of potentially some pushback bumpers. We had a close-up look at Aiden Rudolph's kart. The front bumper looked a little bit loose when we came by, and you'd hate to see a pushback bumper penalty drop him further down the order, the guy that was fastest in final practice yesterday. I think it looks to be intact, but I'm not 100% certain, and we won't really know until they get into the scale line. You can see that bumper is definitely low to the ground compared to some of the other guys behind him. It could be a little bit of the ride height and how it's mounted, though. With the checkered flag coming this time, this is the final chance for Rudolph and Phillips. They have not been able to go quicker since lap 3 and lap 4 to the final corner.
Phillips all over the rear bumper of Rudolph. He really wants to make sure he's right there. Maybe get a pass on him. Slingshot, no, he's going to tuck in line and just take the draft.
And it won't be enough. Nobody improves on lap 6 inside the top 5. Drew Chappell has closed up and improved at the 972. He is 5th in group. Josiah Tracy 6th. Brooke Berry 7th. Ethan Hart, Peyton McDonough, J.D. Lamping. The top 10 in the group. We go back over to find where everybody lines up from the first group that went out on the racetrack. So Alex Stanfield again should slot into 2nd. Josh Campbell overall pole, and Ryan Perry Motorsports will sweep an X30 Sr and KA Sr here in qualifying with Massimino and Josh Campbell. Stanfield 2nd overall. Bruckner slots into 3rd overall. Then Braden Robertson 4th. Cedric Lupian will drop himself into 6th overall behind, or 7th overall behind Robertson, who will be 4th. Rudolph 5th. Phillips 6th. Then it'll be Lupian in 7th. Gia Cicero 8th. And Drew Chappell at a 105.034 will be 9th. And Adrian Cruz rounds the top 10. So that's your merge. Everyone that was in the top 5, top 10 overall, but kind of back and forth between the groups, and a very impressive second lap and a well-timed lap for Josh Campbell in the RPM Tony Kart to go to the top in Exertech KA100 Sr. Again, we've seen the tow be important. I think it was not any more important so far in any class besides this one right here. I mean, that was a guy who was decent throughout final practice yesterday, but not on the radar in the same degree that Rudolph, Stanfield, Bruckner, Robertson, even Phillips were all in coming into today, and Josh Campbell puts it down.
Yeah, he pulled out a really good lap. Like I said, getting a really good tow with 3 carts ahead of him punching a hole. But even if you have the tow, you still got to lay down a really good technical lap to be able to get pole. It's not just about the tow. It's about being able to put a whole lap together through all the corners and everything like that. We saw him struggle a little bit through that left-hander right before the left-hander out of that chicane. But he looked like even with those there where he would lose about a cart or so, he'd make it right back up right away. He looked really strong in that session.
Yeah, very strong in general. So impressive for the Exertech KA100 Sr class to go to the likes of Josh Campbell in the 935 out of Gilbert, Arizona. One of the many national guys coming in this weekend. I don't think we'll see him on the Texas Sprint Racing Series regularly, like we may see the likes of Bruckner, Stanfield, Robertson, Rudolph, and Phillips, and Drew Chappell as well. So a national guy comes in and gets the pole in the 44 driver KA100 Sr class. I believe 44 at least, if I'm not mistaken, as we had 21 turn a lap there in the second group. Brett Rivetta, I believe, was shown in Group 1, and I believe Sean Kozma might be as well. So may only end up having 42, but still,
well, we did have the one that crashed over in 4 as well. Right. So that might be one of those 2 right there. That's going to add 1.
Well, here we go for Mini Swift, our next group out onto the racetrack, getting set to go green. 7 minutes the distance for the Mini Swift class. A full group of, I believe, 20-plus. Here for Mini Swift at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. And in fact, it's 29 for our headline cadet class with the Mini Swift engines. The IAME 60cc power plants, as we've got some spinners, 4-5 over in turn 4 and 5 here. A couple drivers all turned around. And luckily, with the way the TSRS rules are, the corner marshals and officials are allowed to assist the cadet classes and the kid kart divisions, but they cannot help in the full-size classes as they check out the drivers. There obviously a lot of disappointment for many. With a 30-driver field, qualifying is going to be key for 2 rounds of heat racing. And I think the chain might be knocked off that one go-kart for the one driver in the back corner, because obviously he knows his session is done.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, especially if you don't think we can tell who that is, but if you know you're supposed to be fast and you're starting in the back. Thankfully, you've got 2 heats, and then that just sets the order for the final, so you got a lot of racing to make up your positions. Not sure whether the heats are all set by qualifying or whether it's a progressive starting. Either way, you have a lot of opportunity to get back up there and maybe still fight for a top 10, top 5 spot in this field.
Yeah, let's see it here. So one lap, first lap getting started. There's Kai Johnson, one of the many national names. Followed closely. I'm trying to see who we've got right behind him. That looked like Drew Waltz, but I don't. That's Devin Waltz, I believe, in the 131, the older brother. So Devin Waltz behind him. Johnson, Keelan Harvick, Tyler Roberts. I mean, the list of national level names goes on and on here in the mini-SUV class in NOLA. 5 minutes, 45 seconds remaining here in qualifying as the green flag waves here to put one lap in the books, or at least to start the first lap for many. My mistake there. The out lap just getting completed now. You can see Keelan Harvick in the middle of that group. He's going to work with Lucas Palacio, I believe. No, Alessandro Truccio down the back straightaway and push him by a couple of drivers towards turns 4 and 5. Here's Tyrone Kemper Jr. leading the train with Devin Waltz behind him. Again, the New Orleans, Louisiana native, Tyrone Kemper Jr. looking for maybe some home turf advantage here as he moves up to the mini-SUV class after having some impressive runs in micro to close out his micro career at the beginning of 2022 in the Florida Winter Tour and the SCUSA Winter Series. Moved up, I think, back at the U.S. Pro Kart Series at Orlando and is getting ready for his SCUSA Pro Tour mini debut next week as he moves fully into the class with the Texas Sprint Series. There's Jack Iliff going by as well, he's been busy across the pond, running for the Parolin Factory team 1 week in Europe, comes back to the U.S. to run a Texas Sprint Racing Series event here this week. Very, very active behind the wheel for Jack Iliff, and it's been paying off. Obviously right now, the outlet quickest for the 144, a 108.876 for Iliff as he leads down the back straightaway a group of a couple drivers working his way through the 29 kart pack. Gage Bailey is second, Palacio third, Derek Wargo looking good, was top 5 in 206 Cadet Qualifying, top 5 right now, and then Carson Weinberg on the CRG 5th.
Yeah, Carson Weinberg, I think he's leading a pack. He's leading the first pack, about to come across the start-finish line right now. So he's punching a hole for everybody else, and like we saw in the micro stuff, and even in KA Senior, you're that first kart. You're at that disadvantage. You're punching a hole for everybody else to make up 3-4 karts on you just on the straightaway alone. We'll see if maybe he can back off a little bit and get a draft lap and punch his way upwards.
Here they come to the final corner. That group now led by Devin Waltz. Here's another group coming out of turn, I believe, 13 or 14. That was the pack with Harvick and Palacio and Truccio all in line. Tyler Roberts, I believe, should be in that group as well in the bright white helmet. Leading the pack is Palacio, but I think Truccio might be a little bit quicker. Does he go? Final corner? He does not. They stay in line, so it's... Is that Palacio across the line? I don't think it is.
No, I think it's a Parolin.
Yeah. No, that's Vivek Canthan in the 105. So Vivek Canthan there leading the pack.
Yeah, he jumped up to 8th on that lap. They're all having a bunch of really fast laps being put down in that pack of 5 right there that we're following here. Look at that draft. They're catching right up there, going in the braking zone of, I think that's turn 4. I'm not 100% sure on the corner numbers on this track yet.
Yeah, as they head through the left-right, or right-left-right chicane towards the back sector in the stadium group. There's Truccio now ahead of Canthan. We'll see if Tyler Roberts goes by in this left-handed hairpin. No, Canthan going to go back on Truccio. So the Parolin drivers will fight a little bit, and that'll hurt them this lap. Harvick behind them on the Hunt Brothers Racing, Hunt Brothers Pizza, Harvick Racing number 162. I don't know who we've got at the end of that group as well, but it's a 5-driver group, all Parolins headed through the second to last corner.
Ooh, good run for Canthan coming out of the second to last hairpin there. Now a pass by Roberts on
Truccio.
Truccio, yeah.
Harvick tried to follow, ultimately lost the momentum game down the front stretch. Let's see who else we can find on the racetrack here as this group moves up a little bit, but not as much as you'd think. Canthan's down in 12th. Roberts is 10th. And even further down for Truccio, Keelan Harvick is down as well. He's 13th, so not a super fast pack right there we were following.
Yeah, all that battling through the infield really seems to be hurting them a lot.
Yeah, there's more fighting here through the meat grinder chicane in the back section.
Not a lot of teamwork even between teammates right now.
Jack Iliff currently topping the boards, though, at a 107.98, and he's put nearly half a second on the field. Great run here for the 144, and I don't know if he'll stay out on the racetrack or not. He's yet to complete lap number 4, might have pulled in early. There's a group coming across the line here just in front of us.
Oh, there he goes. He
out
was
of the
in
way.
that lead of that pack right there.
Yeah, so that's the group headed over to turns 1 and 2. Iliff's pack has also the likes of Kai Johnson, who is 4th, And I think Derek Wargo might be in that same group, who is second.
I want to say Carson Weinberg is just ahead of him, too, in the CRG. Can't 100% tell from where we are.
Yeah, but that's that group over back by turn 4.
Ooh, Tyler Robbins up to third. That was a good lap for him.
Lots of passing on it, too. He was passing even down the front stretch to 1, but that'll mean he'll have no toe this lap down the back stretch as Campton pulls in line behind him. Then Trueshow Harvick, and they pulled away from one more that's faded a little bit further back. Here's a good view of some more drivers coming through. There's that pack we were looking for. Carson Weinberg's group leads out of the final corner. Currently 4th overall. This time, no change.
Getting the checkered flag now. Last chance to move up at all. We haven't seen a lot of drivers get a faster 5th lap than their previous 4, so we'll see if anybody can really make any improvements here, but there's always some surprises happening.
Yeah, Roberts had a little bit of a look from behind as Campton tried to go by. That fast group with Devin Waltz and Kai Johnson and Tyrone Kemper Jr. crossed the line. No improvements really out of any of them on lap number 5. So final time through for everybody across the loop.
Here they come. They're coming around the last turn right now, just coming onto your screen.
For the Parolin pack, does anyone improve? They do. Final time, they pull it out. Roberts to 3rd, Harvick up to 4th, Trueshow to 9th. Canton drops down to 12th. But a good final lap for Tyler Roberts and Keelan Harvick. Final group to come through will be Carson Weinberg's pack. He leads them. No draft whatsoever for the CRG. Out of the final corner, Carson Weinberg on their own this weekend. Privateer operation, 5th. So that does it for the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy Mini Swifts here from NOLA. 6 classes have turned laps so far in qualifying. Still some more here to come our way. So as always, folks, stick with us. Kart Chasers coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series rolls on. Next up, 206 Junior.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AL/ML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
Here we are back live from NOLA Motorsports Park for the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Qualifying getting set to go here for 206 Junior. We just finished the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy Mini Swift class. Jack Iliff topped in the 144 Iron Rock Motorsports Parolin over Derek Wargo in the 178 from Metairie, Louisiana on the Kart Republic. Tyler Roberts ended 3rd, Keelan Harvick 4th, Carson Weinberg 5th, then it was Kai Johnson, Gage Bailey, Devin Waltz, Alessandro Trueshow, and Lucas Palacio, the top 10. And only 3/10 from 2nd back to 10th, but it was 4.5 tenths the better for Jack Iliff with a great lap overall and a really good timed lap for the 144. In 29 drivers, we were looking through the order on the few that unfortunately did not get a lap in. Max Christie, one of the big names that did not as well, and I don't know if it was if he's been here this weekend, but I have to imagine that he has and may have been one of the drivers collected over in turns 4 and 5, Aaron, as they're getting picked up on the kart recovery vehicle and cleared off the racetrack, which is why you have not seen the engines fired yet for the 206 Juniors. The 206 Seniors, I think, are getting set to go after them. Then it'll be the Honda Kit Karts and then KA100 Jr. before a 45-minute lunch break will take place here with Heat 1 coming up right after.
There we go. Here, the 206 is firing up now. They're getting ready to go out there. We got a good 206 field this weekend. A good number of drivers I was seeing in practice. All of them looked, the numbers out there looked really good to see, especially for regional series like this, where sometimes some of the 206 classes don't get quite as much love as you'd expect them to.
It's always tough to get a traveling series going with the Briggs & Stratton and the 206 motors, or any kind of entry-level or lower-budget class, because when you start adding up the cost, the travel cost, the hotel cost, the extra days away from work, and everything adds up, and you only have $500 to $1,000 to go faster, well, then a lot of drivers will just end up moving up to the faster classes, and of course those end up being the premier divisions here. But you get some great racing in the 206 classes, and at the regional level, they've done a great job marketing the Texas Sprint Series and helping support all its clubs, and of course the clubs in turn end up supporting the series and having a great turnout, as you mentioned, Aaron. 20 plus in 206 Cadet. I think the junior class is the only one that's a little bit light this weekend, but they're a long way from home for all the Texas State drivers, which is the majority of your 206 makeup. Is the class not a part of the SCUSA Pro Tour, doesn't lend itself to getting an extra boost of national guys coming in early. But it's at least, again, a good starting group for them. 7 minutes on the clock. We've got the minis still on the leaderboard. That'll change when they come across the line, the Seville Electric 206 junior class. Then 206 senior again coming up to follow. That's always a great turnout, 20 plus in that one, with a really tight group at the top 3 to 4 in final practice yesterday. And then your Honda Kit Karts with a good look towards the future.
That was a late move there in the second to last turn.
Yeah, that was a little bit wild here. He's going to do it.
Oh, they're going for it again.
Yeah, get crowded a little bit, but this time he made it stick, and they'll go side by side out as they freight train the one driver on the outside lane. Reagan Seville, Austin Higginbottom, Alfred Alvarez de Castillo, Preston Pico, Sawyer Russell, Jensen Harrell, Michaela Bradley, and Shelby Ramirez, the 8 drivers in this first group, and I believe they may be the only 8 on the racetrack here for qualifying. So 8 in total right now for Seville Electric 206 Junior, all in one big pack headed over to turns 4 and 5, and I think we have one driver off again over in turn number 4. I can't fully tell.
I don't think so. I thought so too. It looks like there's some flags from our viewing point in front of that barrier, but it looks like a cart sometimes. So I don't think there's anybody over there. I've gotten caught up at it a couple times thinking somebody might be pulled off over there. But 8 carts in a 206 field, that's still not bad. One of my favorite races I remember watching was a 4-cart 206 race in my home track, and they were nose to tail the entire race. Ended up going 3 wide across the start-finish line, and one of them got sent into the barriers. It was a great race with only 4 carts in it. You don't need a ton of carts to have a good race. You just got to have them be close. Coming around to the last turn to set the first lap. Is that Reagan Seville in the lead, pulling a little bit of a gap on the rest of them.
Yeah, the 419, Reagan Seville, the first one out on the racetrack. He'll go quickest. 1:14.386 for Seville. Sawyer Russell second. Alfred Alvarez de Castillo third on lap number 1. And Seville breaking away from the draft, which is hard to do. Very impressive for the 419 machine. 1 lap completed, though. 3 minutes in. They'll get about 5 at the most.
Well, it looks like they'll keep that gap if they keep fighting like this. I don't know if they just want to see who's going to be faster in front or what. We got a big pack, about 5 carts now, though. You keep those in line, and you'll set a that draft will be worth a lot of time in a 206 like this. Yeah,
it'll be worth quite a bit. At least they'll be hooked up, but Reagan Seville not needing it. He's just going out, running by himself, and it's worked so far. His gap is going to be, again, as you mentioned, Aaron, even bigger this time with all the passing they did in turns 4 and 5. And with the slower classes here, like the 206 division, they'll be pack racing almost around the whole racetrack. A lot of the technical sections, the slower you go through them, the more you're on the power, the less technical they become. It's still a tricky racetrack to get around for anybody, but you're more working on roll speed, chassis setup, as the driver can only do so much here. It's a lot more strategy racing than finesse behind the wheel, as we see them come out of the final corner and down the front stretch here, this time to turn number 1. 2 laps completed. Seville, 2/10 better by himself. Russell second. Jensen Harrell moves up to third. Preston Pico to 4th. Austin Higginbottom back to 5th.
Yeah, the driving out here with the 206, it's really different from a 2-stroke. I remember my first time I was in a 206, and it threw me off for a while. I was coming from KA racing. I was just hitting my marks like I was in a K, and realized you've got to go later on the brakes, and you've got to roll your speed more. And you're not focusing on that initial rotation and then straightening out the corner. It's just about rolling as wide of an arc as you can to get the cart on the power sooner. Looks like they're keeping it a little bit better behaved this lap. They've spread out a little bit in the front, but they're not seeing as much battling in between these middle 5, I guess, the middle pack of 5. It's now really a pack of 2 and a pack of 3.
Yeah, they've spread out just a little ways here in qualifying for 206 Junior, presented by Seville Electric, as they head through the full throttle chicane here in the 206s, and really just a blip of the throttle, maybe a brush of the brake pedal here. With how wide it is at NOLA Motorsports Park, you can see they can use all the runoff, the exit curbs, very nice and friendly. They can go relatively narrow into the final turn and not really need too much extra space with the 9 horsepower pieces that they have. Seville improves a bit more that time, 1:13.36. Sawyer Russell got going in the 406 without any draft in front now, only a 10th.5 off of Seville, and another 10th.5 back to Alfred Alvarez de Castillo. Then it's Preston Pico, then Jensen Harrell down in the 5th position. Austin Higginbottom is 6th still with 5.5 minutes completed, a minute and a half to go in the 7-minute qualifying session.
Yeah, it looks like they managed to spread each other out, organize a little bit. The faster drivers probably had to fight through the field to not get held up through the infield, and that was kind of what caused Reagan Seville to get that gap in the start. And now they're all within, was it a tenth, 1.3 tenths to second, and then another 1.5 tenths back. So they're a lot closer than they were in those first couple laps. They got a couple more laps to go, looks like. About a minute, 10 seconds left, so they'll get one more lap after this one when they cross their finish line.
Yeah, one more lap to go here as they come out of the second-to-last corner. There's Seville, the gap probably a couple seconds back to Sawyer Russell in second, who has been slowly getting better as the session's gone on. He's pulled away from the pack behind him.
He might be closing the gap a little bit on Seville now. We'll see if he improves. Not quite.
Not enough to improve on. He tightens the gap up, though. Only 3/4 of a tenth off in that time by. So that would have been close enough that had he got going a little bit sooner on colder tires, he might have been able to hold on to the toe of Seville, which bodes good for the racing coming up later today and, of course, all day tomorrow with Heat 2 and the main events.
Yeah, it'll be held really tight. I'm guessing that with the second pack of 4 that's behind them, they'll be able to stick up with them in the toe as well, especially if Seville and Roussel start fighting a little bit and holding each other up.
Yeah, so Seville, Sawyer Roussel, Alfred Alvarez de Castillo, the top 3 without any shuffling. Preston Pico and Austin Higginbottom still 4th and 5th over Jensen Harrell, Shelby Ramirez, and Michaela Bradley. It's a 6 tenths from 1st to 6th, 2 seconds back to find Ramirez and Bradley, just about 2.3 and 2.4 off of the pole. Final time by. Checkered flag will wave. We're watching the group in 3rd and 4th overall come out of the second-to-last corner. Let's see if they pass. I don't think they will. No, they will. And they'll go side by side and out onto the front straightaway as the checkered waves. Seville does not improve. Neither does Roussel. Neither does Castillo or Pico.
Just got 2 more coming in. Yeah, they fought a little bit too hard in that second pack of 4 there. Cost each other time in that last corner. Looked like they were doing pretty well up until then, though. Just one move like that, even if it's a half pass, is going to cost you, a tenth or 2, and in qualifying, that means a lot.
Well, that does it for Seville Electric 206 Junior, group number 7. The 206 Seniors beginning to fire up motors here from NOLA Motorsports Park. 3 more classes still coming your way for qualifying. 206 Senior, Honda Kid Karts, and KA100 Junior before the lunch break. The lunch break set at 12:15 p.m. local time, 1:15 p.m. Eastern time, and then we'll have a 45-minute gap before we come back hot at 2 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Central, and 11 a.m. Pacific, with heat racing here for all classes for the Texas Sprint Racing Series winter warm-up.
They're getting going right now in 206 Senior. This should be interesting.
Yeah, big pack coming out of the pit lane here, 20+ for 206.
Yeah, this will be a good race. See how qualifying goes. See if anybody wants to work together and just pull away from this pack.
Yeah, we've got a pack probably about 12 or 13 deep headed down the backstretch right now. A couple stragglers kind of on their own, and then another small pack near the back of the grid that waited and let a lot of the guys go out early, and then an even further back group that's just leaving the grid right now.
That might be the smart call right there, is go out in a pack of 4 just on your own out there. Don't need to worry about battling too much if everybody's in agreement on just, hey, we're just going to push and maybe we can lock out the front 2 rows.
Well, when they find out that one guy here in this middle group ends up being a little bit slower, then it just kind of bottlenecks the entire back of the train. So that's where you kind of run that risk going in these bigger groups. But then again, you don't ever really want to be alone in a class that's flat out for a lot of the racetrack. As they come out, head over the curbing towards the right-left chicane and towards the final couple corners. 206 Sr, presented by Cruise Racing Development, beginning their outlap here for the 7-minute qualifying session.
Yeah, well, like you were saying, with the racing, it's a bit of a different strategy game. Even in qualifying, it's a bit of a strategy game. You don't want to be on your own like we've been talking about, but you want to make sure you're finding the right driver that can still pull you through the infield. If you're pushing somebody and they're way too slow through the infield, you've got to pass them. You don't really have a choice there. Maybe they can follow you with the draft after that, but it's putting yourself in an awkward situation there where you might end up just getting on your own because you don't have anybody that's at your same pace. Yes. We got a nice pack of 4 karts, though, heading over into turn 4. Can't quite make out who they are, but they seem to be holding it pretty tidy right now. Nobody's really wanting to get antsy and make a move up to the front.
Yeah, here's another good pack there led by a couple comp karts on screen. I think might be Xander Rogers leading that pack on through, but we'll get a good idea of where everybody is at time-wise here when they come by the stripe this time. Like you said, this first group here will be the first ones across the line, of course. They'll set the initial pace, and then we'll kind of readjust to find where are the fast guys out of this group at 25. Everyone's at least onto the racetrack, put their outlap in, all separated by about 20 to 30 seconds, so that'll be the delay when they come across the loop as that last group took their time leaving the pit lane to find a nice little hole on the racetrack to run in. Here they come across the stripe. The 684, Braxton Tregray is actually your first driver across the loop. My apologies to Rogers there. So Braxton Tregray, Chuck Jensen, Macon Moore, Jeff Dolian, I believe, are the first 4. Then the rest of that pack. So Tregray leads them down the back straightaway in the 684. Jansen behind him. Jeffrey Dolian.
That pack of 4 looks like it might be dropping into a pack of 3. They're slowly but surely dropping the driver in 4th. He might get caught up by those 2 behind him, but maybe having a little bit of struggle early on in the session on cold tires keeping up with them.
Couple of quick ones here that went out near the back of the pack was top 3 in practice yesterday. Sally Mott and Kelvin Ching. They're 7th and 9th on the first lap here, but they've taken their time to find themselves much further back on the racetrack, away from a lot of the craziness at the front of the grid. Tregray leading his group is the quickest pack on the circuit, so we'll stay on them for the moment. Tregray, Chuck Jensen, Macon Moore, 2nd, 1st, and 3rd. As they come out of the second to last corner, let's see where they find themselves this time by 2 laps in. 4 minutes to go, should get another 2 to 3.
Man, their discipline has been amazing these first couple laps. The outlap in these first 2 laps, they've just stayed nose to tail, no passes or anything. But you know, as soon as one of them pulls out, try to make a move, you know, that it just starts turning into a race, and guys want to be in the front of the pack because they know that lap's already been lost.
Yeah, I mean, you want to be obviously 2nd or 3rd right now from what we can tell. Braxton Tregray gets dropped to 5th by that fact as his group going across the line also got bumped back a little bit. Chuck Jensen and Jeff Dolian still look pretty quick. The 689, the 631. I think they may be behind this group, but I'm not 100% sure. Here they come through the infield. You can see the 206s a little bit slower, so a little less violent of a ride when they climb over the curbing. And Braxton Tregray looks pretty comfortable leading that pack there as the 671 looks to be the one behind him, but I could be wrong on that number there. We'll get our close look when they come by through the right-handed hairpin here and over towards the final few corners. 3 minutes to go in qualifying for Cruise Racing Development 206 Sr. Finding some more drivers down the order in the pack. Coming towards the final few corners, 16, 17, and 18, I believe, here on the multi-turn 1.1 mile circuit at NOLA Motorsports Park.
This is the pack for second pack right now.
Yeah,
that driver that started in 4th starting to lose time. Oh, they're 3 wide.
That's going to be an awkward end to the lap and an awkward start to the next there. That was Macon Moore, Tyler Stevens, Landon Melson that came across the line. They're 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Oh, we got Braxton Tregray and Jeff Dolian set the same exact lap time. We are tied for pole position right now at a 1 minute 12.132 seconds.
Now that one might be a first. I don't know if the TSRS has ever had to deal with that. The timing monitor supposedly goes 1/1000th further to the 10,000th column to find the difference here. At least from what I've been told. But there's always a little bit of rumors and hearsay with that stuff. So Tregray's now gotten a big gap. Dolian's happy with that lap. He's going to pull in. Tregray, I don't know if he'll go any quicker without any drafting help.
Well, it'll be interesting with the pull time, too, because I don't know about the accuracy of the timing and stuff like that, but I know it's usually whoever sets the purple time first is the one that gets the position. If you have 2 equal times, they cross the line nose to tail. Are we considering the driver in front to be first? Or because usually when I see it happen, it's one driver does lap 2, one driver does lap 3.
Yeah.
So this is really close there in terms of how they're going to figure that out. But there could be, if they do have accuracy to a 10,000th of a second, I'm sure that'll be enough to be able to determine a winner.
Yeah, but a dead-on tie. Hooked up to start the lap, hooked up to finish the lap. Trey Gray obviously does not go quicker this time. Loses nearly a whole second without his drafting partner behind him. It'll open the door to see if anyone else can go quicker because they don't have a massive gap. Chuck Jensen running behind them. Went third quickest, 13,000th back. And then some of the other packs. Ethan Wolf, the reigning number 2 plate holder from last year. 4th. Caden Wolf in 5th. Macon Moore 6th. Steven 7th. Luke Waller moves up the order along with Ava Elder. They go quick on lap 4. Jump to 8th and 9th as we watch Trey Gray. Oh, again, your provisional pole sitter with 50 seconds to go. There's a group here with Adrian Cruz, I believe, in the line.
Oh,
no,
too
my
wide
mistake.
through there.
One
That's
of the
interesting.
Burrell R drivers, not Cruz. We'll find out here. That could be Ava Elder, actually, as they go into the infield back and forth hairpins. But 5 seconds to go here in qualifying. So final time on by for this second pack of 4.
Yeah, most of the drivers have already pulled off. It looks like we lost about half the field at the end of this at the end of the last lap there. So some of them maybe just saying, you know what, we're good. We've seen the results from everybody else setting their fast laps. Lap 4, we'll pull off after that. We'll be good. There's a 605 and the 625. They're going too wide over there, which is Tyler Stevens and Landon Melson. Nobody really managing to improve on their 5th lap, though. Looks like, just like every other class, the 4th lap is going to be the fastest, 3rd, 4th lap. A lot of second lap fast times, though. Let's see, Ethan Wolf and Caden Wolf, Macon Moore, all setting their fast lap on lap 2. I guess with how long of a lap it is out here, you can really get a chance to warm up your tires and get a burner on that 1st and 2nd lap.
So that's going to do it. 206 Senior Qualifying presented by Cruz Racing Development. All wrapped here. 3 laps complete from NOLA Motorsports Park. Braxton Tragg tops the boards. Although now it shows Jeff Dolian with the checkered flag flying. So we'll see how they deal with it because it's a dead-on tie down to the 1,000th marker. A 1 minute 12.132 for both Jeff Dolian and Braxton Tragg, who worked together here in qualifying perfectly. Almost too perfect here if you want to look at it that way. Chuck Jensen 3rd, Ethan Wolf, Caden Wolf, again the top 5, and no one else, again, as you mentioned, Aaron, able to go quicker on lap number 5 inside the top 10. Couple drivers went quicker down outside the top 10. 14th, Garrett Weaver improved on his final lap, moved up a little bit, but as a whole, not too much. And some of our quick drivers from final practice yesterday struggling a little bit here in qualifying, so they'll be starting a little bit further back as staying away from the big packs didn't benefit them all too much. The Honda Kid Karts are going to be next out here. Stick with us, folks, live from NOLA Motorsports Park. It's qualifying for the winter warm-up, round number 1 of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParallelinUSA.com. Welcome back here live from NOLA Motorsports Park. The Honda Kid Karts presented by Helix Electric getting set to go green here. 7 drivers to kick off the youngest generation in a class that we've never gotten to stream before on Kart Chaser. The 5 to 7 or 5 to 8-year-old division, you can start sometimes as young as 4 years old if you turn 5 during the calendar year. And the 50cc Honda GX50s getting set to go around the 1.1 mile course here at NOLA Motorsports Park, and an even smaller chassis, a slower and lower horsepower engine to give these kids just the first taste of racing. And they've got a nice little turnout for the Honda kid karts all across the state of Texas, and they've got a group for them, class slot for them to run here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, which is cool to see. Kimo Ahmad, Brennan Barsh, Dutch Westbrook, Theodore Mitchell, Brody Stoffel, Andrew Anastasio, and Victor Gus Wonderl. All 7 drivers set for the Honda kid karts here. The future of motorsports, the future of karting in the U.S., and you love to see them coming out with a smile on their face, and at the same time, right now, getting focused and zoned in for a qualifying session here. 7 minutes means they'll probably get about 3 laps, maybe 4, around the racetrack as they slowly creep their way out of the pit lane and onto the racetrack here for the Honda Kid Kart qualifying session. I don't know, Aaron, did you get started in kid karts? Because I got in way too late, but I wished I did.
Oh, no, when I started karting, I was way too big for kid. I was 15 when I started racing, and wouldn't have fit in a kid kart, but it's great to see the kids out here. They're just out here to have fun. It's a good time, and they're all friends off the track, too, so whenever something happens, they're always worried about each other. There's some videos I've seen of kids, you get a red flag in a kid kart race, and they're always like, oh, is that driver okay? I wonder what happened to that. And it's great to see kid karts at some regional level stuff where they can go and experience a little bit more of the more competitive side of what's going on here, but still have a good time with it.
Well, it's funny, too, because, you know, it's obviously going a little bit slower. It's a smaller go-kart, so it's not as physical on them to turn the wheel. They can make their way around nicely, and some of them end up talking under their helmets. You know, we've joked about, you know, there's one kid, you know, he sings the Mario Kart theme song when he's on the racetrack driving under his breath, and there's been a few viral videos that have gone around over the years of kids kind of narrating their own races and commentating their own races as they happen and as they make the moves. So you just never, you know, you never really know what you're going to get when it comes to kid kart racing. Sometimes the kid will pull away and then spin out by himself on the final lap. Sometimes you end up having them all go at it, battle, and you see the parents, friends, and family all at the fence line just cheering them on and going crazy with some of the battling. We've got a little pack of 4 here, all at least staying pretty close in speed, so that'd be cool to see if they all end up being relatively the same and we end up with a good pack battling for the lead and the win throughout this weekend. Yeah,
I was watching the morning warm-up, and I was watching some of the, not yesterday, I was watching the morning warm-up with the kid karts. You got about 4 karts out here at least that were 4 in a pack that were just racing with each other. They're all about the same pace, so it looks like it might actually be a really good race. Unfortunately, we ended the session, I believe it was the number 9, Brody Stoffel, flipped his cart, managed to pop that right back up, but it's good to see him going back out there and getting back into the race, and not really, hopefully he's not too scared out there. He looks like he's still charging hard and keeping his head down.
Yeah, so here we go here as they begin the outlap, and already 2 minutes allotted, or elapsed so far here of the 7-minute qualifying session for kid karts here, presented by Helix Electric. The 10th and final run group, KA100 Jr, lined on the grid. They'll be going out next before the lunch break here, and then it'll be a 45-minute gap here at New Orleans before we come back live with heat number 1. And we'll go back to the top of the order for that. Run through to the afternoon and then wrap up at 5 p.m. Eastern, around 4 p.m. Central here. And then the NOLA Motorsports Park will be having their rental karts running at night under the lights as well for the for another night in a row. And it's always so fun, too. The kid karts, unfortunately, they're a little bit too small, but some of the kids in the cadet classes are able to meet the height requirement to get on the racetrack there, and they plan their own pro race events and leagues, and it all between each other. They'll group up on the racetrack, do pace laps, do qualifying, buy 3 sessions for a tournament style, and half the time they look forward to that more than they do even the real competitive racing they're doing here during the day.
So what I'm hearing is we need to set up a Kart Chaser rental kart broadcast for tonight and promote all that stuff too, just like we did at the Grands.
See, that would be fun, but that would be a long, long day.
Oh, man, yeah, we've been here since, what, 7 o'clock? That would be, yeah.
Yeah, but it would be fun. I mean, there's nothing more fun than having rental karts out there, and that means that we can't go out and play if we're manning the cameras and working them. So
yeah, that's true.
We'll be having some fun, I'm sure, later tonight. And we've got a little more fine-tuning to do as we've just got our first day here in New Orleans. We're broadcasting live today, broadcasting live tomorrow. We're back with the SCUSA Pro Tour next weekend. Of course, that being a massive one, and that one that we'll want to make sure that we're really dialed in for and ready to go. Here with 1 lap complete, Andrew Anastasio is your quickest driver by 1 second over the field in the number 8 machine. I believe he was the first, no, not the first one out there. He's We'll see if we can find where the number 8 car is. Dutch Westbrook was the first one out. He is second overall, 1.1 seconds off at a 1:33.152. So a minute and a half, over 90 seconds to get around this racetrack for the Kid Karters. They'll get 3 laps in, maybe 4, depending on when that checkered flag will be given here. And then the long way around the backstretch towards the scale line before the KA juniors go onto the racetrack. Anastasio, Westbrook, Gus Wunderl, Ahmad, and Brennan Barsh, your top 5. And it's all kind of spread a bit here, about a second a pop for lap number 1. But, you know, again, new to racing. Obviously, this is the youngest class you can start in. Not on the national scale, but they're at least able to run regional racing and, of course, all across the club scene. So it may take them a few laps to get the rhythm in and get going.
Yeah, part of it, too, especially with kids these small, is that they don't realize how fast they can go till they have somebody around them. So if they start off in a pack, they might stay in a pack. But when you get them spread out like this for qualifying, even if there's a second gap between them, they might not be able to keep up and realize, you know, what the other drivers are doing to get the pace there. Looks like Dutch Westbrook went to pole that time, all the way out in front. But Andrew Anastasio is way back, too. He's trailing this pack of 5 that we've been following by a bit, I think.
Yeah, he's just coming into frame right there in the number 8 car, coming out of turns 2 and 3. So that's the main pack of 5 we're watching. Here's Anastasio down the backstretch. Bumped down to second that time as the first driver out, Dutch Westbrook, 3/10 up on him here on lap number 2. 2.5 minutes to go here for Helix Electric Honda Kid Kart qualifying.
Yeah, it looks like we got these two. They're running about the same within a couple tenths of each other. We have a 2.5-second gap from first to third out there, all of them in a pack over there. Like I said, in the morning warm-up, they were all running about 4 of them together, so it'll probably close back up either later in the session or by the time the heat races come around. But right now, Westbrook and Anastasio clear away of the field and looking pretty competitive between the two of them.
Here's the number 99, I think that was, that just went by our screen, Makimo Ahmad. Westbrook still yet to come across the line. They're working towards it now, though, as they're headed towards the final corner for him in the number 33. So let's see Dutch Westbrook's third time as we watch the 99 of Kimo Ahmad leading that group here in the silver helmet and the Tony Kart. Westbrook does not go faster on lap number 3. Does this group go any quicker? Does Kimo Ahmad go any bit quicker here across the line?
He's been pulling the gap a little bit. He's been pulling that group. He might be able to put down a good time. No.
Not an improvement that time by. No improvement for anyone in that group there. Victor Gus Wunderl moves up into third. He gets a little bit quicker. Still about 2 seconds to find to the next driver. And Andrew Anastasio not able to improve either in the number 8 machine. So still on top is Dutch Westbrook. This will be the final lap now here. 6.5 minutes a lap so far. It shows a little bit more time left on the timing leaderboard, but even then that still wouldn't be enough to get them in for one more. So this will be the final time, and the checkered flag will fly next time around the stripe here for the Honda Kid Kart class presented by Helix Electric. Dutch Westbrook, a quick lap on lap 2, sitting pretty on pole. KA100 Jr. getting set to go green, about 15 to 20 lined for that before the lunch break here coming. We'll have a short break in the on-track action and come back with heat racing this afternoon. And it's interesting here with the format for the Texas Sprint Series, of course, Aaron. We were looking at it on the timetable. The races are timed as well. We have 8-minute heats and then a 16-minute final where they get down, and then once it'll be no different than qualifying. Once you get down to less than one lap time, one full lap left off the fastest lap time, that's when they'll give you the white flag and let you know one more time around here. So when you get down within that threshold, that's what we would have gotten last time by the stripe. Knowing these guys would run out of time here as the checkered flag will come, and it goes. Dutch Westbrook, no improvement on lap number 4.
Is it going to be giving them a white flag when we know they're going to finish, or do we just let the time finish and then give them the white flag? It's time plus a lap. Are we sure on that?
I don't believe it's time plus a lap.
Okay.
From what we can tell off the
somebody's in the grass.
Oh, a little bit wide there on the final time across.
Pushing
Andrew
a little hard.
Anastasio got up to that group at the end, but he didn't end up going any quicker. In fact, they all slowed down a little bit on lap number 4, but that'll complete it. I'm not sure, Aaron. That's a good question. I don't believe they're going to do the time all the way down plus a lap. I think it's just the time, and they'll call the white flag with less than 1 lap remaining. But we'll see. We'll find out sure enough here in about an hour, or get our word really quickly from the race director just next door to us. And, well, maybe something we should have prepared a little bit more for. But nonetheless, super cool and super different, the format here. Heat racing, a single main event, no pre-final, just a couple heats. And typically they're able to run a little bit longer on the days and put a few more practice sessions into Saturday morning, where if it's not your home racetrack, you can still show up Friday night, get a few laps in, and be competitive on the weekend here as the KA juniors get released. Final session before the lunch break, going green.
Yeah, big pack of carts out here. Got a few more. Looks like we're going to have 2 packs of carts. We got the main pack that came out, and we got a little bit smaller of a pack following about 5 seconds further behind. There they are on screen right now. But 2 really big packs of carts, and this class has been super competitive too. I think we saw probably 5 carts in the last session yesterday that were pretty quick. And nobody's really showing as pulling away from everybody else. I guess we might see if that changes in qualifying, but it looks like it's going to be at least 5 carts fighting for the win this weekend.
Yeah, we'll certainly find out sooner rather than later here. 7 minutes already starting to tick down for the 4T concrete pumping KA100 junior class. And a big pack all out on the circuit headed towards the right-handed hairpin at the end of the final sector. Max Taylor is lined up behind one more driver. I think it's the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart.
Is the 804, which is going to be...
Wait for them to update as they come across.
Oh, they're not going to have a time in, so...
No, they won't have the time. That'll just be the opening lap. But the 804, if we look around, it's Valentino Garbarino. So Valentino Garbarino, the first driver out with Max Taylor behind him. There goes the rest of your pack here, coming out of turn number 1 with a good view of the number plates as they head towards turns 2 and 3.
There's all the RPGs right there. Caleb Gaffaro right in the middle.
Graham Tremmel, I believe, leading the pack.
Big mistake for Garbarino. Lost a bunch of time on Taylor. Taylor now pulling away to about, what, second or so?
Yeah, Max Taylor probably about a 7 or 8/10 gap here as he went by Garbarino at the early part of the lap, and Garbarino's dropped behind him. Tremmel's also probably going to have Gaffaro looking to go by him sooner rather than later.
No, not quite yet. I wonder if Gaffaro wants to... Oh, no, there it is. Now he's going.
Yeah, he got a big run on him here. He was a little bit further back to start, so I figured he might go by thinking he was a little bit faster, and it looks like he might be. So Let's see what Gaffaro does this time with the pass on Graham Tremmel. Valentino Garbarino, again, the first driver across the line last time, but he got past. Max Taylor gets bumped off the pole. Davis Cunningham goes quickest. We got one off over here, one of the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Karts.
850-something. Couldn't quite catch the last digit on there.
That might
58.
be Braden Domingue.
Yeah.
So unfortunate here, and we got another one off.
Oh.
Turn 4, red speed. Able to rejoin, not going to lose too much time.
It's a hard spot to navigate around, though, when you got a kart slow right there. Is that Elio Mesa right behind him now?
Yeah, Elio Mesa. Ooh, and he tried to go by him to get through, and he couldn't. And now Oscar Eiliff will pull up to him, and Elio's going to burn this lap here with all the grass on the tires for the red speed driver in front of the 817.
Looked like he was a little frustrated with that. I think he thought, well, you just came back on the track. You shouldn't be getting in our way quite like that so quickly.
Yeah, but it was tough to get around. I mean, that is the narrowest section on the circuit here. One lane all the way through. Landon Skinner, the driver. And here goes Mesa. He'll go down the inside. Oscar Eiliff will follow as Mesa uses the track on the exit, and Skinner will line up behind him.
Up to the front of the pack. We'll see if he goes up front. Not quite.
Goes to second. Taylor's lap time from lap 1 still holds. Ivana Richards, quick time for the 810. Cooper Shipman moves up as well. Cameron Reed to 4th. So the Iron Rock guys and girls beginning to roll, and then the HCI Tony Kart of Ivana Richards out of Mexico. 2/10 up on Cooper Shipman and Davis Cunningham. Cameron Reed 4th. Caleb Gaffaro P5. Max Taylor, Oscar Eiliff, Reagan Seville, Mesa. Of course, didn't get to improve on his second lap. He's down in 9th. Ashland Speed on the GWR Tony Kart rounds your top 10 with 3 minutes to go in 4 minutes. Yeah, 3 minutes to go in qualifying. 4 minutes complete for KA100 Jr. presented by 4T Concrete Pumping.
Yeah, looks like after 2 laps, we got top 5 within 4/10, so they're going to all be really close. That draft will bring them all together once we get gridded up for the heat race. Max Taylor keeping up with Caleb Gaffaro, though, as they come around to the start-finish line. He's been able to stick with them and just be right there. Yeah. Going 3rd and 4th for, they're dropping back down a little more. 6th and 7th for Gaffaro and Taylor at this point. Ernesto Rivera going P1. Helio Mesa dropping into 2nd.
Yeah, Elio Mesa down just a 10th back from Rivera. Ernesto Rivera has been slowly getting a little bit quicker and a little bit quicker each weekend here this year as we've got another one off. It's the 829. That is going to be Alex Pope in 26th, and he'll be done after 2 laps. So Alex Pope is out. Braden Domingue was out. We're not seeing any lap times as well from Preston Pico, who's pulling double duty here this weekend in the 899. So 3 out of the 28 driver KA100 Junior class. Ernesto Rivera, your quickest by a 10th over Meza. 3,000ths back to Richards, and then about 1/100th back to Oscar Iliff. Then a 10th back finally to Diego Guillo. So 1/10 cover in your top 4, and it might get even tighter this time here. Meza on a good lap. Oscar Iliff in the tow. Let's see them come into the final corner as the 827 leads the pair. Out of the turn, across the front straightaway. Where do they land here? Meza hopping in the seat. Not faster that time. Cooper Shipman following behind them, though. He improves. So moves Shipman in the 814 as he runs. I think that's Ivana Richards in front of him to second. Meza back to third.
Yeah, we were looking. I was just saying we had the top 5 within 4/10, so we've got the top 10 within 3/10 now. Landon Skinner 3.04 tenths off there. So I mean, this is going to be a real tight race this weekend. You're going to have a ton kart fight for the lead, and there's going to be a lot of racecraft involved here. A lot of making sure the kids are making smart decisions and keeping their head up.
Well, what's so important in pack racing like this is you never know when someone is going to make a mistake and split the packs up. And it's hard when you're all roughly the same speed to close back up to another pack if they don't race each other. So it makes qualifying very crucial. It also makes those starts and getting by drivers early in the first couple laps so important. You want to climb your way up the grid as much as you can as we got
one car up there. 825 of, who would that be? Davis Cunningham just got up and over, partially over somebody coming out of the last turn there.
Yeah, I was just out of the edge of the camera shot there, but he got a little bit wild with all the shuffling going through. 30 seconds to go, probably less than that now. We're showing 5 or 4 on the timing monitor.
Caleb Griffin got in the third on his 5th lap. We're seeing a couple drivers making improvements on lap 5, which we haven't seen a ton of so far in qualifying.
But we did see a good bit of it in KA100 Master, which is, again, part of the Vinco Blues. The harder of the 2 Vinco tire compounds run for the Texas Sprint Series and the SCUSA Pro Tour. It has a little more life into it, a little bit less grip in general. As a stiffer, harder compound tire meant more so for longevity. And, of course, you don't need nearly as much grip in the lower horsepower classes. You still want to make them hard enough to drive to be fun and competitive. Here comes Gaffera across the line for the final time.
He's making up time on Taylor. Let's see if he can make up a position or 2. Not quite.
Quicker.
Max did, though. Max Taylor goes up to P5.
So improvement for Max Taylor. Ernesto Rivera does not improve. Neither does Cooper Shipman. Nobody in the top 10 does on lap 6 besides the Full Tilt Racing, Mike Doty Racing, Lando Norris car to Max Taylor, who moves up, as you mentioned, into the top 5. 1/1000th off of moving to 4th. You've got only a 10th of a second clearing the entire top 8 in KA100 Junior qualifying. Without a doubt, the tightest group here so far. And it's the final group on the run order, so it should be a very entertaining end of the day here for heat number 1. When you've got that many drivers that have the pace to win, it's still only a couple tenths further back as you get outside the top 10. But Ernesto Rivera, Cooper Shipman, Caleb Gaffera, Valentino Garbarino, Max Taylor, Elio Meza, Ivana Richards, Oscar Iliff, Diego Guillo, and Davis Cunningham, the top 10. But Ernesto Rivera kicks off the TSRS season with a pole award in the 824 over the Iron Rock Tony car to Cooper Shipman. Now, we'll keep it on the scenic view here, go to commercial for a little bit, and then come back as the lunch break is underway for the Texas Sprint Racing Series opener here on Saturday. We come back at the top of the hour in approximately 35 minutes with heat number 1 here from NOLA. Stick with us, folks. Kart Chasers coverage rolls on.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
SRS at New Orleans Motorsports Park. This is the Kart Chaser broadcast. I'm Aaron Hackmeister. I'm joined by David Ybarra and Bobby Klein from the Mini Swift class for this 206 Cadet first heat. Guys, how you doing?
Good. Good.
Good. How'd your races or how'd your qualifying go? Where are you guys starting?
I'm starting P14.
P14. What about you?
18.
18th. All right, that's not too bad. A little bit of work to do, but you guys can make up some spots in the heats, right?
Yep.
Yeah. What's the game plan you guys are thinking for the heat races? What are the races going to look like?
Probably just gonna stay focused. Keep my head down. Wait for if the gaps open up. Just take advantage of everything that comes up.
All right. What about you?
Hopefully some good starts.
All right. Good starts from David and keeping his head down for Bobby. You guys we're coming to the green flag with 206 Cadet. And they've got it. They've got the green flag going into one. Who's on pole right now? Jackson Young was leading to the green. And it looks like he stays up there with, is that Tyrone Kemper in second? What are you guys thinking? What does it look like out there right now going into turn 4?
Looks like a lot of chaos.
A lot of chaos? Yeah, I think they're about 3 wide going into turn 4. Spreading out a little bit better now. Keelan Harvick's dropped a couple spots. He was supposed to be starting on pole, and he's already dropped back to, what was that, 6th place? What do you guys think your game plan is if you're sitting in 2nd or 3rd right now? You're in the front pack of 4.
Probably working together, like form a big gap, and then just start fighting close to like last lap.
So we're thinking Tyrone Kemper should just be pushing pole and getting him away from the pack. And what if
Yeah.
you're in second? What if you're in 3rd or 4th and you're trying to keep up with him?
I'd probably tell the driver behind me, hey, let's work together. Maybe we can catch this front group.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, and then worst case scenario, you're at least fighting a 2-kart battle for 3rd instead of everybody else that's back there.
Yes. Because then you have better odds.
Yep. Oh, look at that. Over in 2nd, that is the 270 of Jackson Young. He fell back to 3rd from Jackson Young's on pole. Fell back to 3rd, but he's looking like he's making up time, and he's going to stick with them. He's dropping the 4th place cart pretty quickly there. So we have Derek Walgo in 1st, Tyrone Kemper Jr. going 2nd, sorry. Jackson Young in 3rd. Braden Westfall is 4th. Keelan Harvick dropped 3 spots. He's now in 5th place. Lucas Palacios in 6th. Chris Tracy 7th. Robert Arna in 8th. Weston Wyatt in 9th. And Davis Henry rounds out the top 10. I've got him recycling code. So we're following, is that Harvick right now? Harvick and Palacio. Palacio almost went for a move there. Where are you guys thinking they should be making the passes here? What are the corners you guys like to pass at?
Into the straightaway for sure. Turn 1.
Turn 1. Okay, so both of the big straightaways. Anywhere else? What about the infield?
The last corners are really good place to pass if you're like in the outside or something.
All right. And so what are you thinking? What are you guys thinking for this pack of 3 now? You got 3rd place right there. If you're in 3rd place and you're trying to catch up to the front 2, what are you doing?
I don't. Probably just trying to hit my marks.
Just hit your marks and stick with them?
Yes.
All right, well, we are 3 laps in the books as of right now, and timing is not quite happy. Sorry, this is 2 laps in the books. We're having a little bit of an issue with our timing system, but it should still be Derek Warbo in front of Tyrone Kemper Jr. with Jackson Young about 0.3 behind the leaders there. Oh, it looks like Kemper made a mistake. He's fallen back into 3rd. A little more even split now. Palacio looks like he got by Keelan Harvick as well for 5th. And now we're getting a bit of a spread for the top 3 karts here. What do you guys think? What are you guys thinking of the race right now?
Looks pretty normal.
Pretty normal? You think it's more calm than you thought, or do you think it was going to be a bit more hectic, or did it come out about where you thought?
I thought it would be more intense, but yeah, it's pretty good so far.
Yeah, I think it's spread out a lot more than we were planning on, so it'll be an interesting strategy battle. We were talking about earlier in qualifying. The strategy for the 206 stuff is always really tricky. Tyrone Kemper's doing a really good job of just staying in that 2nd spot and pushing them and trying to build this into a 2 or 3 kart battle instead of a 6 kart battle, because you've got Keelan Harvick and Lucas Palacio sticking right there with them. Now we're waiting for him to come out of 1. Problem with we only got 1 camera runner right now, so we're kind of limited on a couple angles there. Ooh, Derek Warbo pulling a bit of a gap though now. Look at the gap he's got. We got the top 3 spread out, probably about 2-3 tenths between them for all 3. And we got a good battle here. Picked up Lucas Palacio and Keelan Harvick going through the chicane, the left, right, left chicane. Looks like Palacio has been going purple. He was a 10th quicker than Braden Westfall. He's the driver right in front of him in 4th. And Derek Wargo is about matching his pace for this race. So he's not making time on the leaders, making time on the drivers between them. What do you guys think of Keelan Harvey? Is he doing a good job staying in line and working with Palacio to get going?
Yeah, I think they're gonna work together.
Yeah.
From what I know, they're probably gonna work together. I think by the end, I think they might. I think they might end up around P2.
P2. You think they can make it up to the P2 spot?
Yes.
All right. Well, looks like Lucas is starting to pull away a little bit as they're going down the front straight, finishing out lap 4. He did pull away a couple tenths. He's still the fastest car out of those top 5 right now. He's about 10th clear of Braden Westfall. He's the next fastest car in that pack.
Looks like their tires aren't like that warmed up yet, but maybe close to like
Medium.
Yeah, like half of the race, maybe 75% of the race, their tires will be good.
Yeah, well, we're at 5 minutes done right now, 5.5 minutes done out of 8, so we've got about 2.5 minutes left to go. Time's starting to tick down, and those front 5 really started to spread out. Oh, as I say that, looks like Tyrone Kemper Jr. has gotten caught up by Braden Westfall just a little bit, but they're also making up time on Derek Wargo. I wonder if he made a mistake somewhere in that lap that we missed.
I think Lucas might pull something, because I've seen a couple of races with him. I think I know his plan. He might. I think what he's gonna do is he's gonna wait around for those last couple laps when they start going crazy at it, and I think he might go for a couple passes.
Yeah, he's definitely catching up to Braden Westfall pretty noticeably now. He's right on his bumper as we come down the front straight. We've got 2 minutes left in this race, so not a lot of time. Lucas pulling out for a move in turn 1. Is he going to finish it? Oh, looks like there was some contact. Braden Westfall into the grass. Looks like Lucas didn't quite get that move done. Palacio didn't quite get that move done coming out of 1. Might have just, they were side by side and a little bit of side pod action there.
Now there's a gap to the two groups.
Yeah, they got a big gap there, and Tyrone Kemper Jr. once again back up to Derek Wargo. Coming through the chicane. Yeah, Lucas definitely lost a bit of time there on the front 2 now, sitting in 3rd place.
It looks like every one of these drivers have like the sector that they're super good at, and then like some of them they're okay at, but yeah.
Yeah, some of them might be a little bit stronger in some parts of the track. That could be gearing, that could just be driving style. If you like a little bit tighter of a corner, you might be better through the section we just went through as opposed to one of these hairpins that are a little bit wider, a little bit more open. And then, yeah, like I said, the gearing, if you have a taller gear on the car, you're going to pull out of the corner better, you might hit the rev limiter a little bit quicker than the other drivers there.
I think that if it gets to white flag and they haven't caught up yet, I think Keelan might make a move.
Yeah, Keelan's sitting there in 4th. He's been able to stick with Palacio ever since they caught back up to him. We've got 40 seconds left in this race. We're 7:25 done out of 8 minutes, so I think this will be the last lap they're coming to this time by. Still got Tyrone Kemper right behind Derek Warbo, and then Keelan and Lucas in 4th and 3rd respectively. And they're really keeping it clean right now, keeping it pretty nice and tidy. No real messy. Oh, sorry, that's Jackson Young. That's not Tyrone Kemper. Tyrone Kemper is down in 5th. My bad. But they're keeping it pretty disciplined out here. And really keeping it clean, not really trying to hold each other up too much until the absolute last moment they have to.
Looks like Darrow and Jackson Young are working together, and Keelan and Lucas are working together.
Yeah, and they're doing a really good job of it, too. They really haven't made any moves. Derek Wargo's led every lap since the start, and Jackson Young has just sat there the entire time and waited. He's waiting for the right opportunity to strike, coming down the front straightaway. And it looks like they're getting the 2-to-go signal right now. So we have 2 laps left in this race.
If Keelan plays it smart and keeps pushing them, the front 2 leaders might battle and they might be able to catch.
Yeah, if you have enough patience there, you're sitting in Keelan Harvick's spot with Lucas right in front of you. There's the move for the lead that we're seeing going into 4. Jackson Young making a move on Derek Wargo for 1st place. If they keep that up and Keelan just stays where he is and pushes Lucas, they'll make it a 4-car battle for the win. We'll have to see. We'll see if Derek Wargo decides to go back at him coming into the turns 9 and 10, 10 and 11. Getting a good run through there. He's staying on his bumper. He's not losing any time. He didn't let that pass make him nervous or start overthinking the driving. As we come down towards the last couple corners of the lap, this will be the white flag coming to this time by. Wargo staying in line. Looks like Jackson's defending a little bit. And they're going to keep it in line coming into the last turn. Is he going to throw anything in, try to catch him off guard?
The thing I know about Derek Largo, since I've raced with him, he's like super good at following you and like seeing what you're doing and stuff.
Okay, so he's able to see where your weaknesses are pretty quick. Yes. All right. Well, last lap we're coming to now, going down into turn 4. Young ahead of Wargo. Maybe not for long as they go into turn 4. Wargo up the inside. Is Young going to try to cross him over? No, he stays right in line right there. Derek Warbo back to the lead. This is all helping out Lucas Palacio and Keelan Harvick, though. They're sitting there in line. They haven't made any passes yet. They're hoping they might battle a little bit more. Maybe they can catch him in the last turn. Heading down into turn, I think that's turn 10. I'm not 100% sure. Jackson Young has about 3 opportunities left to make a pass. About 2 opportunities left to make a pass. Sorry, here we go into the second to last hairpin right here. Lucas Palacios managed to pull a little bit on Keelan Harvick. We're going to keep an eye on the leaders. Not much defending from Derek Wargo yet.
Jackson can make the pass here, or is Derek kind of blocking?
That's where he's blocking a little bit. He kept it low. Oh, he gets him. He got up the inside. He's going to be clear, and unless they get a really good draft, no, it's going to be Jackson Young winning this race over Derek Wargo. Lucas Palacio kept 3rd. Keelan Harvick is 4th. Tyrone Kemper Jr. did make it up into 5th spot. It looks like he got a 3-way battle for 5th. He made it out ahead of Robert Arana and Tris Tracy. Braden Westfall and Paxton Dyson and Ashton Wyatt round out the top 10. After that, we had Davis Henry, Thomas Smith, Eva Blank, Caden Leannes, Noah Gibson, Tristan Young, and Simon Klein. What did you guys think of that race?
That was a pretty great race. At the end of the lap, it was pretty intense for Jackson because he got passed coming into turn 4, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they made a move going into 4. He pulled out going down the back straight.
I think Wargo, what happened was, I think if he didn't defend, I think he could have over-undered him there.
Okay, so you think if they had made the move, if Jackson had made the move going in there and Morgan didn't find, he could have just gotten back under him and gotten the exit?
It was really unexpected because Derek got a pretty, a worse exit than Jackson did. And then Jackson just took advantage of the very small mistake, and then that's how he won the race.
Yeah, they just had a really small gap going into the last turn, and he managed to make it work. Well, that was 206 Cadet by Ferris Mowers. Thank you, boys. And up next, I believe, is going to be X30, all of our X30 classes. So junior, senior, and masters rolling out next on Kart Chaser.
Thank you.
Thank you, boys.
Welcome back here, live from NOLA Motorsports Park. It is the round number 1 of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. For those of you following along here, we just had a couple cool kids come and join and take my seat. And it seems like every weekend we go by, I find someone a little bit better, and I'm just even closer and closer to getting fired from my own company, Aaron.
Well, I'm sure you'll be able to stay around and a little bit longer at least. But yeah, some of these kids coming around here, they started to pick it up towards the end there. Really got into the rhythm of how things were going.
Well, it's always cool. We love getting every driver we can involved. I think a big part of what makes all these broadcasts work and what's entertaining for the viewers at home and fun to do for everybody is getting to see more and more of the faces behind the helmets and underneath the helmets here this weekend. We have a lot of that, and we've done a lot of that for these guys here, the X30 seniors, and then, of course, the X30 juniors and masters mixed in. We'll all be getting set to go. Paulie Massimino, we've seen a lot of him over the last 2 years. And the lead driver for Ryan Perry Motorsports here aboard the number 309 Tony Kart lines up to the inside of Jason Leung, who returns to action here this weekend in NOLA in prep for the SCUSA Pro Tour. Cameron Weinberg and Dante Yu make up row 2. Dante Yu quickest in final practice yesterday. Then it'll be Hannah Greenemeyer and Frankie Mossman. Dalton Haynes, followed by Ryan Vincent, Lauren Legault, and Ryan Norberg with a dismal qualifying run rolls off in 10th. They're lined on the front stretch into the tram lines, looking for green flag number 2 on the day, heat number 1 for the X30s. And we're green. Ryan Vincent a little bit early out of the lines, hopefully no penalty coming. And they all make their way through turn number 1 nicely here as we go up the hill towards 3 and down the back straightaway. Good start for you. He slots into 4th ahead of Greenemeyer. The main pack all side by side down to turns 4 and 5. 2 abreast all the way through. And a good lead here for Massimino as he takes the train to the bottom through the chicane. It's Massimino followed by Weinberg, then Leung, and there they are hopping the curbs through the infield, defending a little more for the lead. And Dante Yu try to move there on Leung. Now he's going to have to defend. Here comes Hannah Greenemeyer looking for the 4th spot. Won't get by. We stay single file on in. And Weinberg now blocking for 2nd. It'll allow Massimino to get a 1-car length gap near the end of lap number 1, Aaron.
Yeah, with Ryan and Marian Kremers also starting so far back, you're going to want to see them. You want to keep an eye on them. They're going to be really aggressive. Ryan looks like he's already made up a couple spots as we see a pass going into the last turn there. Oh, is that Weinberg? Weinberg fell back a couple spots as well.
Yeah, Weinberg got caught out a little bit. Here's Norberg hung on the outside lane. Nate Cicero trying to play nice with his teammate. Lets him cross over Frankie Mossman down the front straightaway. Mossman throws a block into 1. He'll keep Norberg at bay for now, who is all over the bumper and chomping at the bit down the back straightaway. Massimino, your leader. As we watch the 4-time pro champ SCUSA competition, 5-time pro national champion Ryan Norberg on the bumper of rookie Frankie Mossman here trying to get into the top 6. Mossman defending nicely so far. He holds on. Will pull away a little bit through the chicane. Cameron Weinberg just up the road here as ahead of the group. In 3rd, that is Jason Leung under pressure. Dante Yu looking to maybe make a move for 3rd into the hairpin. He cannot. Leung defends there. Let's see into the right-hander. Still no move down the inside, but they're all stacking up behind the 384 while Massimino continues to pull away out front. Headed through the chicane. Greenemeyer closes up. It's a single-file train coming to put 2 laps in the books here in the 8-minute heat race. And Paulie Massimino with a half-second gap to the final corner.
Yeah, they got to be starting to get a little bit antsy right now with Dante, with all of them falling back and Paulie Massimino pulling ahead. Dante's probably looking to make a move and see if he can pull back up to Paulie pretty quickly here.
Yeah, Frankie Mossman still trying to fight with Norberg, keeps him at bay, and I think he got
There's the move. He's pulling out. Nope, pulled right back into line.
Yeah, looking.
Still looking for it.
Still looking. Finally gets it done there in turn number 4. Leung.
Looks like they hooked bumpers just a little bit, but he got the move done and defends going into turn 6 there.
Again here, it's not really an issue if you finish in an even numbered spot. The NOLA Motorsports Park, not the best place for the outside lane with 120-degree turn number 1. But nonetheless, here, these heats are an aggregate. They're an average or a total finishing position that you get between both of them. So you just want to get as high as you can, as quick as you can. 8 minutes is all they get here at NOLA for the TSRS event. And Jason Leung is going to have to worry about slipping further backwards as here comes Hannah Greenemeyer looking inside for 3rd. And the reigning national champion takes the spot away.
Yeah, that's allowed Dante to pull out just a little bit. Oh, there's a move by Weinberg going out there.
Aggressive by Cameron Weinberg here. 2 young guns. Leung, I think only his 2nd full national season as Frankie Mossman, a fellow rookie, puts it to Weinberg and gets by him in 1. Here comes Norberg with the momentum on the backstretch. He'll look to the inside of the CRG. Weinberg sees him coming. Here comes Ryan Vincent. And another spot given up there. 2 more for the CRG. He drops back now outside to the edge of the top 10.
Ryan Norberg up into 6th place now from, what did you say, was it 10th place, 11th place starting spot, or was it 9th?
I think he started 10th here, so
10th
he's up
place.
a little bit. Up now to 6th on the racetrack here, with Weinberg dropping back to 7th as it cycles on through the X30 juniors and the X30 seniors here. Massimino, your leader in the senior class as they go on through. 4 minutes to go in heat number 1.
Yeah, it looks like he has got about, last time by, it was about an 8.5 lead, and he was pulling away by about a 1/10 of a second. So Dante Yu right now just sitting on his own in a little bit of a no man's land. Hannah Greenemeyer coming up behind him. We'll see if she has the pace to catch him, if they're just going to kind of stay in this spaced out zone that they have right now. It's all kind of spread out after that first hectic couple of laps.
Yeah, we've got, again, Marion Kremers on the screen battling with Nate Cicero. They're down the order outside the edge of the top 10, while Dante Yu goes purple. 2/10 quicker than the race leader, Paulie Massimino. So Dante Yu on the move here with 3.5 minutes to go. There's a good wide shot of the gap from first to second. Yu hunting him down. Needs about another 2/10 to get into the drafting window, and then that gap will get eaten up a little bit quicker. He looks good through the chicane, and they head through the infield once again towards the stadium section. Massimino out front from North Carolina in the 309 RPM Tony Kart. With 3 minutes left here, they're going to get about 4 more laps, maybe just 3 here as they run just over a minute lap time here at a minute 2. The quickest, a minute 2:7:37, set by you last time, a minute 2:9 for Paulie Massimino. Again, short heat races here for the Texas Sprint Series, probably half the distance of what they'll run in the pre-finals next week here at NOLA. So not a lot of time to go forward or go backwards as we watch you come out of the final turn.
He really looks like he's making up time. We've got probably 2 laps to go, and he just went a 10th quicker, half a 10th quicker than Paulie that time by. So it looks like at this pace, he'll probably catch him on the last lap.
Yeah, he could be looking pretty good here as it cycles through on the leaderboard. Along with that, Hannah Greenemeyer sets her best time. She's pulling away from Mossman, who's got Norberg trying to get by. He's worked his way up
Norberg's
past.
got him. He's into 4th right now. And it looks like, who's that teammate? Was that Leung got back into 5th after losing a couple more spots?
Yeah, so Jason Leung back into the top 5 as well. So Mossman drops back to P6 just ahead of Ryan Vincent in the Nash Motorsports EOS card. Actually, Vincent's fallen behind Cameron Weinberg. They're battling a little bit further back there in 7th and 8th. Then it's Legault, then Kremers up 2 spots, Cicero in 11th. Problems early on here for a couple drivers, one in particular, Dalton Haynes. A DNF here in heat number 1. Not great for his heat points. Here's your X30 junior leader just going through. That was Gafera. We'll pick up the juniors while the seniors begin to settle things out amongst themselves. Gafera leads over Elio Meza with a nice gap back. In fact, a couple seconds to boot here. 2.5 for Caleb Gafera as he leads the X30 junior pack with a minute and a half to go. Then Max Taylor and Elio Meza's group across the line there. That's 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th in the junior class. We'll pick the seniors back up, see where they're at. Here's Massimino. Dante Yu closing in through the chicane, up and over the curbing here. He's a kart length away. Should be able to make a move within a lap or 2, and that's all he's going to have left here. I think they should get the white flag probably this time by, Aaron.
Yeah, I think this time by they will be getting the white flag. They gave the 2 to go and then the white flag last time, so I'm not sure if they'll give them the 2 to go right now or not. But yeah, Dante Yu has reeled in all of that gap that Paulie pulled out at the start of the race. He is right there and probably just going to bide his time, I'd have to guess. I mean, he's all on his own out there. There's no real rush to do it other than just seeing the checkered flag. As far as I can tell right now, if I was in his position, I would just be sitting there and waiting for Paulie to maybe make a mistake or figure out really, really solidly where I'm going to be able to be faster than him at.
Let's see here. He's, again, like you said, Aaron, he's got a little bit of time. It looked like they were given the 2 to go signal, so 2 more laps around here in heat number 1. Down the backstretch, Dante Yu, big head of steam, in the tow, looking for the lead. Down to turn number 4, Dante Yu takes over the top spot at the end of the back straightaway. Massimino to 2nd. Hannah Greenemeyer lurking there in 3rd, about on pace with the leaders. Was not faster than them, though, last time by as she avoids the curbs. Well, they have been mobbing, 4-wheel tire jumping over the infield chicane.
Dante's bumper looked like it might be a little bit loose. I don't know if he has a pushback or what, but I saw it moving a little bit more than I think it should be as he went through that chicane right there. But I don't know, is it a position or time penalty for this one for out here?
I'm not 100% sure here, but again, a little bit of that's just going to be the chassis flex. A lot of these guys seem to have it under control. I don't believe Rudolph ended up having his drop down. Hughes does look a little bit low, but we'll find out here in just a moment. Not a big field. I can't imagine that they would have knocked it down already, but he might have. So out of the final turn, Dante Yu comes across, white flag. Massimino.
No, that was 2 to go right there.
Oh, so they're running all the way to the minute as Massimino takes the lead back in 1. So my mistake. So they're going 8 minutes plus 2 laps here in the heats. So it ends up being a little bit longer. Here's you, and he'll push him back. So he went by him. Massimino hung there, and Massimino back to the lead.
This might bring Greenemeyer back into the fight if they keep this up too much. She's maintaining her pace. She's not really losing any time compared to them. She did make up a couple tenths on Pauly last time by. So we'll see how much battling they do. They know it's 2 to go now. They know how much time they have left.
Yeah, let's see. Heat number 1 here. They'll get another heat race tomorrow afternoon through the stadium hairpin over to the following switchback 180. Then it's the right-left chicane here as they pop the curbing. You still all over the back of Massimino as Massimino makes a radiator adjustment quickly on that little short chute. Here they go towards the final corner. White flag will come this time, and Massimino's pulled a cart length away. But that long backstretch will be a nice aid to Dante Yu as Massimino took a little while to get going. He looks better now, I would say, than he did early. He got away from the battle as they fought for second. Then Yu got going, ran him back down. Here they come. Big head of steam again for Dante. Does he stuff him? He does not. Massimino little defending into 4, not heavy. But Yu is right there. Massimino goes low to the chicane here this time. Stays on the bottom side.
Yeah, he's sticking all over Pauly's rear bumper right now. We'll see if he can pull anything going into the stadium hairpin. He's sticking right with him the entire time. Pauly knows he needs to run defensive if he wants to take the win. But also at the same time, do you really need the win for a heat race? Is that something you want to risk running super aggressive for and maybe opening up your cards or making an enemy this early in the weekend?
Yeah, again, you're going to line up with these guys later on. For Dante Yu, this is just an improvement here. 1 spot higher towards starting good in the final. Massimino managing the gap back. Blocks the center of the racetrack off. Final corner. Yu taking a look behind. Does he go? He goes to the top side. Massimino to the bottom. He'll defend it nicely, and Pauly Massimino picks up the X30 Senior Heat Race win. Dante Yu second, Hannah Greenemeyer third. Norberg charges from 10th up to 4th. 6 spots gained for the 5-time national champ. Jason Leung ends in 5th, drops back a couple. Frankie Mossman splits the middle in 6th as Gaffaro wins an X30 Junior.
5.5 second lead over second place for Caleb Gaffaro.
Healthy margin there for Caleb. So Heat 1 completed there. Beyond the top 5, Frankie Mossman again 6th, Ryan Vincent 7th. Cameron Weinberg, the big loser there in that heat, drops back 5 spots to finish in 8th. And he wasn't really off on pace. Pace was about even to everybody around him, just kind of got the cards dealt a little bit rougher on his end, especially that one lap where he lost about 4 positions. He never really was able to recover. But a quick one for the X30 juniors, seniors. And I don't believe we have any masters on the racetrack. Mike Rollison shows up on the list there. He was out on track yesterday doing a little bit of data acquisition to prep his drivers for next week. The team boss.
I think he went out for qualifying too, didn't he?
Did he?
I thought he was out for qualifying.
Might have went and turned some laps there. I don't know if you made it out there for that session. He did. He was out there running around with some of the X30 juniors near the back of that, which is impressive, with the masters carrying a whole lot more weight and being quite a bit slower by probably about a half second to second at the best. That's optimistically speaking. The next class up is another Masters group, KA100 Masters, set to go onto the racetrack here. And we had our leaderboards going through all the different classes on that one. We didn't have that in qualifying. Fingers crossed will be good for that here for the KA Masters session. We may have to reset it, but we'll see what happens when we pull it up here. Let's go through our starting lineup here. Aaron James Lundberg and Miguel Mayer will start on row number 1. Morgan Leberon and Matt Barrent on row 2.
Yeah, we got Dex Nakin and Kyle Walther in row 3. Doug Foxworth and DJ Ortiz are going to be in row 4.
Rounding your top 10, it'll be the 224 of Shane Burkett and Vicente Clement. Rounding out row number 5. Then row 6, John Town and Neil Faulkner.
Casey Brown and Ryan Lynch are in row 7. Anthony Harwin and Tam Nguyen are in row 8.
And rounding off your field will be the 205 of Robbie Mott and the 271 of Darren Dean, starting on row number 9 and 17th and 18th. The outlap halfway completed here, and I believe for the 100cc classes, they'll begin to form up now here through the chicane and begin getting ready to go green here for heat number 1. KA100 Master presented by Kart Racing Solutions. Mr. Kart Racing Solutions, DJ Ortiz, competing. He starts mid-grid, as we mentioned, row number 4 on the outside lane. The North Texas-based kart shop here, a longtime supporter of karting, has been around for quite some time and has brought up a number of drivers through the ranks of the sport under the guidance and tutelage of Ortiz himself. And again, we'll see what the boss man can do as the Tony Kart driver lines up on the outside of the fourth row. Here they go to the final corner. Lundberg and Meyer side by side. Out of the last turn, we go down to our turn 1 camera. Here's a great shot coming down to 1 into the tram lanes for green flag attempt number 1. It is good, and they'll break formation to turn number 1. Lundberg leads them into the first corner.
Ooh, looks like they're getting about 3 wide in the back. The mid-pack got pretty hectic out there. A couple drivers off in the grass. Can't quite tell who those were. It looks like Miguel Meyer managed to keep it in second. You know, you were saying that the outside road gets a really hard time with the 120-degree turn that you have for turn 1.
Oh, and Lundberg, I think, just got kind of muscled out of the way there. He's dropped down to what looks to be in third. So everyone kind of getting their elbows out halfway through lap 1 of the KA100 Masters as they come through the infield S's and head towards the stadium hairpin here this time. And the clock starts now, so 8 minutes plus 2 laps here for heat number 1 for all classes. Which, again, you'll see a few less laps in the slower divisions as we go down to the KA100s, then to the Briggs and the Kid Karts, of course. And it's a nice and smart way here. Obviously, you see it in motocross all the time, and the Supercross events, 20 minutes plus 1 lap for them, 5 minutes plus 1 for the heat races. Similar format here for the Texas Sprint Series. Makes things a lot easier, too, when we go to tracks that have, inclement weather, back and forth with the rain. You're not cutting laps, getting the same amount of track time, and ultimately it always ends out the same, but it's a lot less mess to deal with for the race officials, which is always cool to see. Here they come to turn number 1. Miguel Meyer leads the opening lap in the Cruise Racing Development OTK. Down the backstretch behind him is Morgan Leberon, then James Lundberg in the 3rd spot as they head towards turns 4 and 5.
Yeah, those front 2 managed to pull a bit of a gap after the pass and the shuffling that happened over in turn 4, but we got a good battle for 3rd right now going on. And we'll see if they all tighten back up, too. The K100, like we've seen, is a pretty draft-dependent class at a track like this, so it might be that Miguel Meyer punching a big enough hole will end up with a 4, 5, 6 kart battle over the course of the race.
Yeah, we'll have to see what it ends up being here for Miguel Meyer and company. Now, again, the good news was, on Meyer's case, is that there was a pretty decent delta overall in the field. The top 3 were a couple tenths up on the rest of the pack, and Meyer, you can already see that gap really opening up back to the groups behind him. Probably at least 6 or 7 tenths of a second back to the battle for P2.
Yeah, Morgan LeBaron coming under pressure from James Lundberg. Looks like he might be looking to set up a move going into the last turn here. Oh, he put a nose in there. He backed out of it. And that's going to kill a run for both of them. And Dex Nakin might be able to make a move. No, he stayed out of there. Miguel Meyer going purple, almost a second faster than the other drivers, but the 3 drivers behind him, sorry. And, yeah, they're deciding to go for it. Yep. James Lundberg is going for the move there, making the pass going into turn 4, and he's got that stuck.
Yeah, so he'll take that spot away. So good move by James Lundberg to get on by.
Oh, yeah, 1 car backwards. Who's that? The 289, is it?
Looks like the 299, and that is a little bit further down the order. Or no, that was up in 5th. Matt Moran. And another one out. I think, is that Foxworth in the 233? Doug Foxworth from 8th is out over here at turn number 5. Turn 5 and turn 6, and the comp kart driver finds himself out on the sidelines. So Heat 1 already claiming more victims. Here's another one out. One of the CRGs.
246.
246. That's Tammed again.
Man, yeah, this 1 lap alone, it was all pretty clean up until then. All of a sudden, we just lost about 3 karts in a sequence of 4 corners there.
Yeah, quite a few taken out here early. So here they come through turn number 1. And over through 2 and 3, and down the back straightaway we go once again. Miguel Meyer, the leader. Down the back stretch here. Lundberg up to 2nd, finally getting some breathing room to dig as he's got about 3 car lengths back to Morgan Leberon. Headed through 5 and 6.
Lundberg got about a 10th that last lap. Miguel slowed down quite a lot in that lap. He went from a 107.3 to 107.5, but Lundberg ran a 107.4, so he's making up time slowly. If he can keep things clean, he might be able to reach it. He's only got a 1.4 second gap or so to make up.
Yeah, not a ton of time he has to try and close in on the leader, though, because we are already halfway through heat number 1 on the time clock. They'll get 2 laps added at the end of it, which will be roughly around another 2.5 minutes. So he's got to get going here if he wants to close in on that 1.4 second gap. We're watching on your screen right now the battle for 3rd. That is Morgan Leberon and Dex Nakin. In the red speed, the number 225. Out of the final corner here this time. Another lap in the books.
Oh, Nakeen got a good run out of the last turn that time. See if he pulls out going into 1. No, he wasn't quite there. Not quite enough, but he's sticking on the bumper there, and Kyle Walter in 5th place is going to be looking at that, saying, please just battle a little bit more. Let me get in there. And there they go. There's the pass into 4.
Here they come down the inside. He'll clear him. Dex Nakeen gets by for 3rd. And so Morgan Lebaron drops back to P4. Fastest driver on the racetrack last time by was Mr. Kart Racing Solutions DJ Ortiz, a 107.099, half a second quicker than the race leader, and over 9/10 of a second better than the driver in front of Vincent Clement. So he's about a 6/10 gap back. Didn't have a big toe that lap. Might be in a good spot to make up some more time here as they come on through.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see him. If we catch him, he'll probably be fighting for that spot. I think we can see him right there. He's already on the bumper of him. The front 4 or 5 already really spread out a lot. I think the battling at the start of the session with Lundberg going off track really spread everything out, and then as he had to work through the field, it just spaced everything out even further. He's already pulled what is that, like a half a second lead over LeBaron over the last one lap, really.
Yeah, that last little bit of the sector. Dex Nakeen goes purple, in fact. Good call there, Aaron. He was 4/10 better than the leader, 3/10 better than second. Dex Nakeen on the move with 2 minutes to go here in heat number 1. Big toe down the back straightaway. Look at the gap. It'll close down to 2 car lengths by turns 4 and 5. Nice improvement for Dex Nakeen as they go towards the infield chicane. Then they'll head towards the stadium section right after it. The gap is only 1.1 seconds up to the race leader, Miguel Meyer. Lundberg's gaining, but Nakeen gained a whole lot more, and he'll gain a lot more here this time. Was 1.6 seconds back at the line. Should be easily able to challenge for second. Might be able to get to the lead if that pace continues, but he's got to keep it up here, and he's got to be absolutely perfect. We're coming to a minute and a half remaining, so they're going to get probably 4 more laps around if Miguel Meyer can get to the line before it hits a minute 7 for the 2 to go signal. I don't see the flagman setting up, so I think that will come. Well, no, sorry. I'm doing the math wrong again here. Aaron, as you pointed out in qualifying, goes to the end of the minutes, and then they get the 2 to go signal here. So there we go. Another lap on in the books.
Yep, next time by will more than likely be 2 to go, but I guess we'll have to see. Nakeen, it looks really antsy in 3rd place right now. I saw him try to maybe half pull out about 3 separate times on the lap. He knows he's faster than Lundberg ahead of him, but he's just got to wait and set up 1 pass instead of half setting up about 3 or 4.
He made a little mistake that time as well, so he ended up losing time by the time they got to the start-finish line. He closes back up big time down the backstretch. Again, that wide shot gives you a good vantage point of the gap right now from 1st back to 2nd and 3rd. A little bit of a bobble again coming out of the chicane that time. Loses a kart length, so it just kind of ebbs and flows as it is right now for the race leader. Miguel Meyer taking them out of the stadium hairpin here with a nice and healthy margin in the number 1 for Cruise Racing Development. And it's about a 1.1 to 1.2 second gap back. So here they come through the chicane. Lundberg's still there. Then we go back again to Nakeen. And Morgan Lebaron's not going away. He had his best lap of the race last time by. And, man, Lundberg just looks a lot better, or Nakeen that much worse, when they come out of that stadium switchback hairpin combo through that chicane, because he's pulled that gap out massively here in the last half a lap.
Really, they've looked about equal, but as soon as they pull into that left-hander right before the stadium section, Nakeen looks like he loses about a kart or 2, maybe 3 karts or so, and then he slowly works it back with the help of the draft a little bit. He slowly works that back over the rest of the lap. If you can nail that 1 section, he'll be able to stick with him through the whole pace. And yeah, like you said, LeBaron is right there with him too, and he's sticking there. He's not really in a spot to fight, but he's sitting there in case something does happen.
Well, in either case here they come through the chicane. You see Meyer taking the curb, Lundberg not so much, avoiding that here, and we saw Hannah Greenemeyer avoid it in the X30 Senior Heat race as well. Just like you mentioned, Aaron, it's a brutal racetrack here at New Orleans for heat number 1, not only on equipment but on the drivers as well. And for the Masters, not only do they got to make it through to the end of the weekend, they got to make it to work on Monday. So they may be taking a little bit easier here in the opening heat races, thinking, you know what, all right, I'll settle in, I'll ride here. I don't need to overly attack my body and leave that for the 16-minute plus 2 laps feature.
Yeah, I think for some of these pros that are running X30 or even in the KA classes, where they're just coming out here to warm up for the SCUSA weekend, they might just be trying to avoid it just to save themselves a little bit for the next event. And just say, I know I'm losing 2-3 tenths on pace here, but I'll have it for the Pro Tour event. We know that we have it, and it's just something to keep them in a little bit better shape going into the weekend.
Yeah, again, like you mentioned, these guys are going to be on track next week as early as Thursday for practice, then Friday for another full day of testing, then Saturday for racing, Sunday for racing. So in a 10-day span, they're on the racetrack a total of 7 times. with just the off days being Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So it's a lot of action, a lot of laps here for the guys early this weekend. Like you said, Aaron, not only is managing to the end of the weekend to get to Monday, for a lot of these drivers running, like you said, the X30 Pro class, running KA Senior, the juniors, the kids, I mean, they're kind of made of rubber the younger they get. But still, it's a physically demanding racetrack here and a physically demanding sport, and you got to kind of play to your strengths and manage your body, manage yourself, along with your equipment, to last and be still at 100% or as close as you can be when it really counts, when the main events come.
Yeah, we saw Caleb Gaffera at was it St. Petersburg. He decided to pull out of the weekend because he knew they had another race coming up, and he didn't want to hurt himself anymore. Just playing it smart, making sure that he was going to last long term. Like you said, like kids are generally a bit more resilient. They're kind of made of rubber, and they'll survive. But at the same time, if they get hurt, you're still getting hurt. It doesn't matter if it's a kid or an adult. You don't want to be lower than 100% for a big weekend like next weekend.
100% as to that point. Now, down the backstretch, you're seeing Miguel Myers lead back to James Lundberg, start to kind of decrease a little bit here. At this point, with just a couple laps to go, you've already gotten the 2-to-go signal, gotten the white flag.
They got the white flag. They got about half a lap to go, and Lundberg has reeled in Meyer a bit, but I don't think it's been quite enough. They've kind of stayed at about this about the rate they've been at for the last 3 laps.
Yeah, he backed off a good bit last lap, couple tenths of a second. At this point, I'm sure he's probably conserving tires a little bit, cooling everything back down towards the end of the session. You know, it really is about trying to manage the heat and the wear that they put on him, so that way he's got a really good set of tires come Sunday when they get to the main event at the end of the weekend. Because just one set of tires for these guys, I believe one set, it should be for all classes, if I'm not mistaken, even the X30, so they got to last from qualifying through 2 heat races into the main. Well, Myers lasted nicely so far through 2 of those sessions here. He'll pick up the Heat 1 victory in KA Masters, presented by Kart Racing Solutions. Lundberg second, Nakeen third, Leberon fourth, DJ Ortiz, again, had fastest lap time for a moment, got nipped by Dex Nakeen about halfway through, ends fifth, Vincent Clement sixth, Shane Burkett seventh, Kyle Watha, Robbie Mott up 8 spots, digging, got to ninth, John Town rounds the top 10, and then we had again quite a few casualties here for the size of this field. 18 drivers started, only 14 finished, as Matt Barrett, Doug Foxworth, Tam Nien, and Darren Dean all with a DNF for the opening heat race. But let them fresher tires for Heat 2 come tomorrow morning, so that's a good sign. And just like that, 3 races already out of the way. Don't worry, folks. 7 more heat races are coming your way here live from NOLA Motorsports Park. It's Kart Chasers coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials. So welcome back here to NOLA Motorsports Park for Kart Chasers coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series Winter Warm-Up, round number 1 of the 5-round championship here. Getting set to get underway with Micro Swift for their opening heat race on the weekend. And a good, healthy turnout of 20-plus for the Micro Swift class. We already saw the 206 cadets go out there, so some of these kids have already run one heat race, gotten kind of some of the nerves out as they line up for class number 2. A bunch others still just getting out for the first time today in racing action. We saw a good draft battle, and as some of those kids were mentioning there that we had up here, some of them that'll be on the racetrack here, the likes of those that were in the booth with you, at least, Aaron, were mentioning that the last corner, especially in the lower horsepower stuff, they have to be careful with how much they defend, and that's why they kind of want to leave the door open, because you can get crossed up in the short run to the start-finish line here at NOLA. Yeah, you definitely have a good opportunity here with how wide the track is to, if somebody wants to defend, set up really wide and just get that exit, prioritize that exit, and you can beat them in a drag race down to the start-finish line. Even though the start-finish line is only about halfway down the front straight, it'll make a big difference with how narrow the entry is if you decide to defend it. Yeah, so we'll see how it works out for them. They've got a lot of kart recovery on the racetrack right now, trying to clear out all of the damaged karts here from KA100 Masters, so they're getting that slowly sorted as we went to commercial. It gives us time to run through the starting lineup that we've got coming for the Micro Swift class here. And as we go back to qualifying to find our Houston Freightliner Western Star Micro Swift starting lineup, Sawyer Chambers ends up on top. We watched that pack of himself, Drew Waltz, Aston Wyatt, and Paxton Dyson, and they were in the almost opposite order at the time that they all hit their best laps. Chambers remained at the end of the train nearly the entire session, got a great tow, threw down a heater, a 1 minute 10.200, so these guys a couple seconds slower than the 107s laid down by the KA Masters. Paxton Dyson was in that group again, as we mentioned, the entire top 4 all running together, and Dyson qualified second. Aston Wyatt and Drew Waltz make up row number 2. Aaron, we'll move on back to row 3. Oh, we got Royce Vega and Alexander Procuna in row 3, and Lucas Orbezo and Antonio Pizzonia Nato in row 4. Moving to the edge of the top 10, Matthew Cagle and Asher Ludwig will round off your first 5 rows, and it'll be Colton Schneigenberg and Emerson Lane in row number 6. Alex Chandler and Pasha Ali in row 7, Cade Casper and Tanner Barsh in row 8. Row 9 will find Patricio Medina and Bristol Bornman, and then rounding the top 20 will be Niam Nachawati and Byron Bornman. And the final row, Oscar Gus Wunderl and Amelia Gus Wunderl in 21st and 22nd. For the Micro Swift division presented by Houston Freightliner and Western Star. Heat number 1, again 8 minutes on the board, so these guys will get about 7 laps in, maybe 6, depending on how good of an opening lap they get to go to the minute. It came down to just 7 seconds there on the KA Masters, and then they still got another lap around before they went green. So as they work their way towards the back sector here on the outlap, we get set to line them up here and go racing once again here. Group number 4. Heat number 1, Micro Swift presented by Houston Freightliner and Western Star. Start to form in what should be a pretty close race. If qualifying taught us anything of how good these kids can stick together, we could see a 4, 6, 8 driver lead pack for a lot of this session here, Aaron. Yeah, well, with it being a race now, they're not focused on lap times as much as you might want to pull away from the drivers behind you. They're going to be stuck together, and I know that they're all going to want to be up front, knowing how short of a race this is. And if there's a crash or something like that, you want to be up front. You might be able to pull a gap if an incident does happen out there. But yeah, you're probably going to drag 6, 8 karts into this lead pack. They're coming in really fast, though. I don't know if they're going to – looks like they're already getting one to go. Yeah, they're a little bit too quick there. The kid's a little bit too antsy to get things started, so they're going to get the motion by the officials to say, hey, guys, we're going to race, but just give us a minute. Let's slow you down a little bit more, and hopefully they'll at least wait before they go too slow, because a lot of the times they'll tell the classes, all right, here's where we want you to form up, here's where we want you to slow down, and the micros come too fast on start 1, and then they go, okay, you want me to go slow? And then they go slow the whole lap here. So they're somewhat formed up over in the back sector in turns 4 and 5 as the yellow flags wave, and they've got a long way to go before we get formed back up here to go racing once again. Yeah, they still got probably 0.6 of a mile they got to navigate before they get the green flag, but I mean, I'd like to see them at least in the grid. They could go a little bit faster, but that is a pretty common theme. I was going to bring that up too. You see the micros, they'll usually go either really fast on the first lap and then slow it down a ton and just come to an absolute crawl for the second lap. Or, if depending on who it is, they'll just bring them down to a crawl right away, and they'll start halfway through the opening lap, just as slow as they can go. And it takes a lot of time, but honestly, I think it's a better way to start them. If you bring them in slower, gives them a little bit more control, a little bit more time to react going into turn 1. So with the yellow flag being given here, it looks like they've started the timer for these kids in the Micro Swift presented by Houston Freightliner and Western Star. And I don't know if that timer will count against their heat race. But, again, just another interesting thing here. I don't know when they'll start the clock for the drivers. But right now it is ticking as they go under yellow with 1:20. So that'll shorten that heat. And the longer they take to get going here, the longer it'll take to go green, which penalizes everyone but the front row if that is the case. So another interesting bit of strategy here. I'm sure in the case of Paulie Massimino, he might have, all right, let me just throw off a few starts, at least until I get booted back to the second row and cut the race in half. That's less time for guys to catch me. Yeah,
and these races are already short enough. Like I was saying, they might try to battle and get to the front just because they know how short it is. If you lose 1.5, 2 minutes on a formation lap like this again, you could definitely, I could definitely see them getting even more antsy and just being like, all right, we know we've lost time, we know we lost 2 minutes. That's going to be two laps in the race, and just start racing harder and harder.
Well, let's see what we've got here. Coming out of the final corner, on to the front straight away.
Much better pace this time. Not quite as quick. Staying in the tram lines, looks like.
Yeah, this looks like a much better start here.
And there we go. There's the green flag.
So there they go to turn one. Couple drivers looking way low into one. That's where it opens up and then gets really tight on the exit. Does anyone have to go through the grass? Doesn't look like it. The field will safely make its way down the backstretch. And it is Sawyer Chambers leading the way here with Aston Wyatt, I believe, moving up into second as Paxton Dyson drops back down the order. Royce Vega with a great start moves up into third. Dyson slots to fourth on the Alonso Kart. And they come through the chicane for the first time here, all trailing the number 25 with half a lap in. And the clock beginning to tick. Right now at 2 minutes and 55 seconds here, already elapsed. So 3 minutes gone from the 8-minute heat race.
Yeah, they got out of the tic-tac-toe section after turn one, and they've already got about a 7-cart breakaway there. It's pretty loose. It might divide into like a 4 and a 3, 5 and a 2 group, something like that. But they've already got a big gap back into the 8th place cart. So this is looking like an 7-cart battle, maybe an 8-cart battle. I think there's one that's just barely trailing there. And there's a pass for second, it looks like.
Yeah, good pass there.
Tried to pass.
Or attempt.
And now he's, everybody's staying the same right now. A couple thought about it, but nothing too big.
Yeah, they got a little bit caught out coming out of the final corner. Here they come down to turn number one. Looks like a little look there by Drew Waltz. He didn't make the move down into one. So as they go through 1, 2, and 3, here's a good shot of the field coming on by. And we'll pick the leaders back up down the back straight away. Looking for second again. Vega trying to go. Drew Waltz deep on the brakes will take fourth away from Paxton Dyson. But no change in the front 3 spots. Like you said, Aaron, they're looking. They're trying to find a way by each other. They just can't at the moment. And they're all still stuck behind Sawyer Chambers, who leads them coming into the stadium hairpins.
And that's what a lot of this weekend could be as well for a lot of these Micro Swift drivers, kids that don't necessarily have the racecraft experience of some of the older classes or even the older drivers in 206 Cadet, Mini Cadet, stuff like that. Or not Mini Cadet, Mini Swift. This is a learning experience for them to learn the racecraft of the track and maybe figure out if they don't naturally have an idea of where the good passes are, where they can do that and try that out. So this is a good experience for them going into the Pro Tour weekend. Maybe they'll have a little bit more of an advantage in the racing, even if they don't have the pace, the outright pace for qualifying.
Well, that was a good bit of learning experience for Royce Vega. He was able to get by Aston Wyatt in the stadium hairpin as they come out on the final corner here. Little bobble by the leader, Sawyer Chambers. Here comes the Sharks looking behind him. Vega trying to go to the bottom. He cut the momentum tight and unfortunately was unable to get by. Aston Wyatt was looking for a way past as well. He went to the top side. Now they go down the back. Here comes Vega looking for the lead to turn 4. He'll get some help. Wyatt's going to push him on by, and back goes Sawyer Chambers to third. New leader, Royce Vega, the number 33, Bennick, takes the point as they go to the infield chicane.
Look at that trail of carts. There's probably, what did we say, there were 8 of them in there? Yeah, there's 8 carts all there. There's one mistake and you're going to lose 4 or 5 spots just in this pack.
Yeah, nice pass as well by Drew Waltz to pick up a position. So he moves up back from falling back off the start, got back to 4th, now up to 3rd. The Barrel driver starting to dig forward as Vega leads them into the switchback 180. And it's still only a kart length away here for all of them as they go on through the right-left chicane really quickly towards the final corner. Royce Vega leads over Aston Wyatt, and then we have Drew Waltz for the first lap completed with the 33 out front. They'll have roughly 2 minutes to go before the 2-to-go signal here in heat number 1.
Yep, looks like Drew Waltz is catching up to, not Royce Vega. Is that Sawyer Chambers in second? Who's in second right now? Aston Wyatt. Looks like he's making up time on Aston Wyatt still, so he might be able to even get up to the lead.
Oh, we got problems on the front straightaway here down at the outside edge of the last corner.
It's the 28 of
Asher Ludwig goes wide, and it looks like a mechanical failure for Asher Ludwig, and unfortunately a deflated driver, of course, in Asher. Back up front, Royce Vega still leads over Wyatt and Waltz.
Waltz has gotten by.
Yeah, good pass there by Drew Waltz. He moves up to second. And that'll give a nice little cushion for Royce Vega of about 6 or 7 car lengths to the stadium hairpin here this time.
We'll see. This is what I was talking about with the guest commentators. What do you do if you're Drew Waltz now and you're in second? Do you want to make that pass and try to pull away, or do you want to just push it and make it a 2-car battle for the lead? Because you know you've got 6 karts right behind you that are waiting for some mistake to happen to make up another spot.
And that's, of course, if he gets there, which it looks like he's making good time right now. Aston Wyatt has a hard-charging Paxton Dyson looking behind him to try and take over the 4th spot. Dyson has since been able to get past the likes of Sawyer Chambers last time by, so he's trying to get through. They all go in deep to the final corner. You can see the hands hard at work in the last turn of the racetrack, and towards turn number 1, Vega leads by 9/10 of a second.
Yeah, it looks like Drew Waltz pulling away a little bit, but this draft is going to bring him right back to him. Oh, but that looks like Paxton Dyson looked for a move, didn't commit to it, but he looked for a move going in there. He definitely didn't have the draft. He dropped back a little bit compared to the draft of Aston Wyatt picking up from Drew Waltz.
Yeah, he looked a little bit early there, so ultimately he didn't end up pulling the trigger. Aston Wyatt, had he gotten a shove, might have gone by Waltz, might have pushed him. The gap, again, 9/10 as of the last time by the stripe, and I can't say it's really changed all too much because Royce Vega is doing a fantastic job out front. Coming to the final few seconds here on the 8 minutes. The 2 to go signal should come this time by, I think. We're down to 5 seconds on the official timing, about 15 on our monitor. It should come really close, and I do believe we'll get that 2 to go signal. The flagman is prepping the flags, so we will see it. Just 2 more times around for Royce Vega. You can see the margin back to this fight for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Nobody making a move yet. They are trying to hook up, which is a good sign of maturity. But as Waltz runs a little bit wide there, Aston Wyatt looking again, not going to go. Late
he is going to go.
One. Wow.
Well, he decided last minute to do it, and thankfully he made it work. It looks like they decided this is going to be a battle for 2nd, and they're not really too worried about Royce Vega at this point. With the heat races, obviously, if Royce has a bad 2nd heat anyways, you can rely on that and figure, well, he might have won run race, but he might start 5th if he doesn't get a good finishing position, and they're really working on getting the 2nd spot.
Yeah, they are going at Drew Waltz right now. Paxton Dyson got by him at the end of the back straightaway, and Sawyer Chambers was even looking to maybe go past through the chicane. So Drew Waltz drops backwards now to the 4th position. Paxton Dyson back up to 3rd as he tries to close towards the front row where he started. Royce Vega continuing to pull away. Aston Wyatt in 2nd. And this time it'll be the white flag one more time around as they've all spread out due to all the shuffling. Dyson running it deep through that chicane. Loses a little bit on exit. But still more than enough of a gap out front and out back to not have to worry. He gets a great corner exit there out of the 2nd to last hairpin. Here they come to the final turn. White flag coming this time by. Aston Wyatt is going to have a frenzy on him as Royce Vega leads to turn number 1 one more time around NOLA Motorsports Park.
Yeah, Paxton Dyson, I thought he might have thrown a move going into 1 there because he had a really good exit coming out of this last turn, but he's kind of wait. He might have learned from last time, see if he waits a little bit longer to go down and try to make the pass. Oh, he's already down to the bottom of the track. Is he trying to defend?
Yeah, I think he may have been blocking, thinking Drew Waltz was a little closer. Waltz gave him a shove coming onto the straightaway, but then he had a bobble himself, and now he makes a nice surprise move down the inside on Paxton Dyson. So Drew Waltz takes back the 3rd spot. Great pass by the 19. Dyson gets tripped up a little bit. Here comes Sawyer Chambers to the bumper towards the stadium hairpin. Does he go to the inside? He's looking for it on Dyson, and he forces his way on through, so Sawyer Chambers gets to 4th and Dyson drops to 5th on the final lap.
Waltz is close enough. He might even be able to make a pass for 2nd going into this last turn. He's going to have to get a good run out of the 2nd to last 180, though.
He'll have to be absolutely perfect here. That's still a 3-car length gap. Meanwhile, Royce Vega leading towards the final corner. Nicely done. A perfectly put together heat race. Picks up 4 spots from 5th. Drives to the lead and stays there. He wins heat 1 in the micro Swift class. Wyatt holds on to 2nd. Waltz in 3rd. Chambers 4th. Dyson 5th. Matthew Cagle up 3 spots to 6th. Then it's Nico Orbezo 7th. Antonio Pizzonia Neto in 8th. Alex Procuna 9th. And Alex Chandler around the top 10. Lots of shuffling, like you said, Aaron. Had they hooked up, they might have been able to run Vega down, but he was really fast on his own even on the final few laps, was 2 to 3/10 a lap quicker than the group behind. So there's definitely one driver here head and shoulders up above them at the end of Heat 1, and it's the number 33 Bennick. So good run for Royce Vega as the field cycles through for Heat number 1. It's complete for the Micro Swift class presented by Houston Freightliner and Western Star. Vega, Wyatt, Waltz, Chambers, and Dyson as they traded positions throughout the entire event. Almost all of them taking a hand at the lead. Good run for the Micro Swift class. Group number 4 complete. We've still got plenty more racing still to come. 6 more races coming your way here live from NOLA Motorsports Park. Kart Chasers coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series rolls on. 2 heat races set up here, 2 split heats for the Exertech KA100 Seniors with 2 different groups for Heat 1 coming up next.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Welcome back here to NOLA Motorsports Park. My name's Xander Clements, alongside me, Aaron Hackmeister, as we get set for not 1 but 2 heat races here for the Exertech KA100 Senior class. Originally, the schedule called for a last chance qualifier as they had over 40-plus pre-entries in the division. With the way everything shook out, the series officials seem like they are confident they can start all 42 to 44 when we get to Sunday, but they'll keep them split for the heats. So these heats doubly important as they've got to make up spots, not just one position better by each pass, but one whole row better. It also means one whole row worse if you end up with a rough heat race. So for the likes of Josh Campbell and Alex Stanfield, we're ready to get things started here as your front row takes them into the lines, and we go green down to turn 1.
Oh, they're spreading out pretty wide in the back. Looks like Campbell's going to maintain that first position going down into the back straightaway there. And I think Stanfield was able to keep second as well. We'll have to see. They're going too wide, though, a little bit further back. Oh, is that Peyton Phillips went for a pass on the lead. Peyton Phillips got in a second. He managed to get into first right away. Campbell lost 3 spots on that pass through turn 4.
Yeah, fantastic move there by Peyton Phillips over Alex Stanfield. Cedric Lupien with a good start as well as he gets up to 3rd. Campbell back to 4th. Adrian Cruz currently in the 5th position as they head towards the infield. Here comes Cruz looking on Campbell as well. Oh, a little contact there on the inside of the stadium hairpin. Campbell goes wide. Cruz ends up losing out on it, and he holds on there, just gets back in line ahead of what looked to be Brooke Berry starting to dig forward and change in the lead as well. Alex Stanfield back by on Peyton Phillips. He's going to come around and should be able to lead lap number 1. Phillips back to 2nd, Lupien in 3rd.
He's got about a 4-car gap back to Peyton Phillips as well. Lupien's right on his bumper. See if he wants to work with them or get by and just chase down Stanfield on his own.
Yeah, let's see, 22 drivers on the racetrack here for the Exertech KA100 Seniors opening heat race here. Half the class right now, half on deck, watching to see what the action will look like. It's been relatively clean here, to say the least, but aggressive in the opening couple laps, as we saw Phillips again dive for the lead on lap 1, turn 4. Stanfield right back on him, and Stanfield got away for a little bit in the back half of the lap, but he then loses on that long back straightaway, and they close back up to him. Lupien feeling good. Campbell holding on hard to 4th, and they'll head towards the stadium hairpin here on lap number 2.
Yeah, they spread out pretty quickly after that back straightaway there, but looks like Peyton Phillips might be able to keep up with Stanfield there. They've gotten pretty single file pretty quickly there. We got any big movers from the first lap out there?
Not from what we can tell there, not a lot of shifting overall, but still, we'll wait to see how things work for lap number 2. 3 to 4 car lengths the margin for Alex Stanfield, back to the pack behind him. 2 laps complete, 6 minutes to go in heat number 1 for Group A and B in Exertech KA100 Senior.
Looks like Cedric Lupia made up that gap that he had lost coming out of turn 1. He looks like he's kind of ebbing and flowing a little bit there. Not quite able to stick with him the whole way around. See if he pulls that draft and makes a pass going into 4. Oh no, Phillips got a huge toe going into 4 though, so he's able to stick up there, and he's right back on the bumper of Stanfield. Campbell's sitting there. He's about 4 kart lengths back off Lupia, and he's not quite pulling up to him, but he's not losing time either. He's got a good gap back into the 5th place position. Coming into the stadium hairpin, Peyton Phillips looks like he loses just a little bit of time there on Stanfield. But they're going to keep it nice and tidy through there. Single file. Nobody's trying anything crazy quite yet. We still got 5.5 minutes until the 2 to go sign. So plenty of time left in this heat race to make up some moves if you're in the top 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, and Peyton Phillips feeling a little better this lap here as the number 901, the reigning champ, looking close here. The reigning Texas state champion going for the lead. Stanfield trying to hang on the outside. They make contact coming out of the corner. Stanfield holds on, but it'll be tight as the 4-driver breakaway gets a bigger gap. They're fighting for 5th. Drew Chappell back and forth with Adrian Cruz coming across the line. Chappell hanging on. That was the driver that was on the edge of that battle. And here comes Phillips with a big help from Cedric Lupien, who goes to 2nd, and Stanfield drops to 3rd.
Yeah, it was some aggressive by Stanfield coming around the last turn there. I thought he'd just, I'm a little surprised he didn't just back off and let it go, but he managed to make it work and keep onto that pole at least until the back straight. He's got to know, though, if it's that easy to get a run going on the back straight going into 4, I wouldn't be panicking if I was in his spot. I think you'd just sit there and let things play out a little bit longer.
Yeah, you got plenty of time here. Cedric Lupien, a veteran, sandwiched between 2 sophomore seniors here in Peyton Phillips and Alex Stanfield, some of the young guns that have taken over. And again, changing of the guard a little bit as Lupien returns back to the seat. He's been competitive. A little sign behind him. Hey, buddy, wait. Let me get up to the backstretch, and I'll make a run for the lead maybe this time. We'll see if we see that happen with 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Peyton Phillips leads out of the final corner. Lupien 2nd. Stanfield 3rd, headed to turn number 1. 4.5 minutes elapsed, 3.5 to go.
Stanfield is sticking on the bumper of Lupien. We'll see if Lupien pulls a good draft. Oh, he's pulling a great draft. He's pulling out right now, yeah. He'll have him cleared by the time they get into the braking zone.
Both of them. Stanfield goes back to 2nd, and just like that, how Phillips took the lead a lap ago, he loses it in the same way, in the same number of spots. He drops to 3rd. Campbell in 4th. Adrian Cruz finally gotten clear on Drew Chappell for the 5th position. Chappell 6th. Nick Stouffer's up 4 spots to 7th. No other major movers there. Alex Doncho's up 4 positions into the top 10. Tyler Stevens up 2. They're 9th and 8th. Brooke Berry back down to 10th as Lupien leads the way for the first time here in New Orleans. A 4-driver grouping in KA Senior.
I have a feeling they're going to cycle through at least that top 3, if not top 4, just making passes into turn 4 right now. You're not going to lose a lot of time with the draft, and it looks like they're still keeping a bit of a gap on Adrian Cruz and Drew Chappell in 6th, so we'll see. They're getting a little bit racy though. Trying to look at moves, maybe see what else will work outside of turn 4 on the last lap.
So now with 5.5 minutes complete here, 5 laps complete. Probably another 3 more before we hit the time limit. Stanfield just glued on the bumper, now going to look to the inside. Phillips will help him, try to go with him. Turn 4, he will. Lupien back to 3rd, and Alex Stanfield at the point once again here. And just like you said, Aaron, you know, Stanfield didn't have to worry. The pack stays tight down that back straightaway. These guys evenly matched enough as Josh Campbell looks on from 4th. At the same note here, you never know when someone's going to get a little antsy for 2nd or that pass down the backstretch goes wrong. I mean, that was about as late as it had been all race, with Stanfield getting that late shove from Phillips. Had Phillips and Lupien gotten together, Stanfield gets away. Whereas if Stanfield waits, those two get together, and let's say Campbell was leading, well, then all of a sudden you're battling for second. So you never know when the storm will erupt in a way for second or third, and that's why it's just as important to not get frazzled when you fall back in the pack as it is to use that drive and get back to the lead. And Alex Stanfield's done just that. A minute and a half to go here on the clock before the 2-to-go signal.
Yeah, Alex looking kind of stalled out a little bit last time by down the back straightaway. Like he pulled out in the extra air that was hitting him now. And they couldn't quite get the same run as they were pulling on him. Peyton Phillips going to stay in line this time going into turn 4. Looks like they might try to make it a 2-kart battle now and drop Lupien. Didn't work too well, though. He's already back up to them. As much as you can try to push him, it's still 2 karts punching a hole versus 1, and Lupien is right back on the bumper again. Josh Campbell is just sitting happy in 4th right now. It looks like he doesn't really have any interest in trying anything too crazy for the moment.
Well, he also hasn't been super close to make that move as well. Whenever he gets to Lupien's tail, Lupien can pick up the slipstream from the 2 in front and pull back up to him. So I don't know if Campbell really has the pace to get there. He will obviously qualified on the pole with a nicely positioned lap behind the likes of Peyton Phillips and Aiden Rudolph and Braden Robertson. So now, here's where you get to see and test his mettle a little bit. Does Josh Campbell have something to contend for the lead and the win as Stanfield leads here with 20 seconds remaining? So the 2-to-go signal will come next time by the start-finish line straightaway as they head through 1.
He looks a little bit... Josh Campbell looks a little bit stronger now than he did earlier in the race. I wonder if his tires were a little bit lower, and he's really banking on these last 3 laps to come through for him. Every time they go down that back straight, though, it looks like Peyton Phillips and Alex Stanfield pull a little bit of a gap, but Cedric Lupien's able to reel him back in through the infield in the first 3 corners after the back straight there.
Yeah, the last few times, Lupien has not gotten the best exit out of turn number 3, so it's kind of hurt him in terms of having a run. You could see there even he struggled coming out of turn number 9, fell back, got a shove from Campbell, pulls back up in the toe, but even Lupien lacking a little bit as Stanfield runs wide out of the stadium hairpin. They'll stack up in certain sections, but the top 2 definitely look to be maybe the quickest 2 on the circuit. Adrian Cruz that time by was about a half second slower than the leader, so you won't see anyone else besides these front group of 4 battling for the lead and the race win. And it's going to become a battle here in just a moment. How long does Phillips wait in line behind Stanfield on the backstretch? Because here comes the 2-to-go signal. 2 more laps around as the double sticks are given on the front straightaway. Alex Stanfield leads to 1.
Yeah, it's hard to tell right now if I'd rather be Stanfield or Phillips in this position, because obviously going into 4, you've got a huge draft, and you're pretty open to getting past if you're in the lead, as Peyton Phillips goes by right there, and Drew Campbell's about to go by, or Josh Campbell, sorry, is about to go by Lupien. No, he doesn't make that work going into the braking zone. He had to back out of that.
Yeah, nicely done by the veteran Cedric Lupien. Hanging tough around the outside lanes, sending it deep here. Lupien's had a lot of laps over the years at the front of the SCUSA Pro Tour here in New Orleans. Came here, I believe, as early as the first year it came, running in the X30 Pro class. And he's been a contender. He's been a Super Nationals podium finisher. I mean, this is a top-tier, world-class level driver in Cedric Lupien, getting his, again, behind the wheel, getting to scratch the itch, if you will, with karting, as he spent a lot of time in the paddock over the last few years. Less so driving and more so doing coaching and tuning of the next generation. The next generation, of course, 2 of those drivers at the top of it, right in front of him. Peyton Phillips, Alex Stanfield, as Phillips blocks the last turn. Hurts the run for Stanfield. He'll push him down to 1. And he blocks a little bit. They all go to the middle of the racetrack into the corner. Phillips knows the run's going to come down the back straightaway, so he's going to block the inside. Stanfield, not enough of a run to get to the grass before Phillips does. Oh, he does. Phillips leaves the hole. Stanfield tries to get there, gets closed off. Lupien around the outside. Not enough momentum. He drops back into 3rd, and Phillips survives the hardest part. That's the back straightaway. Now he's got to make it to the rest of the lap here as they're on him here on the final circuit.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. There's still 3 spots on this track. You can really throw it in if you want to, so he still needs to defend coming into at least this, what do we call it, the stadium hairpin?
Yeah, right on in through. Josh Campbell trying to cross over Cedric Lupien, trying to find a hole. Can't do it. Out of the right-hander, it's still Peyton Phillips, followed by Stanfield, Lupien, and then Campbell.
They got 2 more opportunities here. He's got to defend really hard, and even then, you still, like the micros or the mini drivers were saying, you still open yourself up to getting crossed over, and just they get a better exit than you, they'll still beat you to the line.
Stanfield watching the gap behind. He knows he can open up. Goes
there
deep around the outside. Wow. Still there. Phillips closes him off. He'll win Heat 1.
He managed to defend around the outside once, almost made a pass around the outside. That would have been an impressive move for the win. Maybe he'll try that in the final. He's just testing out how well it works, how deep he has to go to squeeze him down and crowd him out of the first place there.
So good run for Peyton Phillips and a nicely defended final lap. Holds off the likes of Alex Stanfield, one of the Rookie of the Year contenders in 2021, Cedric Lupien, and Josh Campbell. Adrian Cruz gets there at the very end due to the battling. He closes up along with Drew Chappell. They ended only 1.2 seconds back from the lead. Then it was Nick Stouffer again up 4 spots there to 7th. Tyler Stevens 8th. Brooke Berry rebounds tonight. She gets by Alex Dancho near the end. And Dancho rounds out the top 10. But we've still got more to come here. A little bit of track cleanup. And then the second group for the Exertech KA100 Seniors will hit the racetrack. Stick with us, folks. Kart Chasers coverage from New Orleans is still going with more racing to come.
Maryland USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Welcome back here to NOLA Motorsports Park as we get set to go green with the second half of the Exertech KA100 Seniors. Split down the middle. If you qualified first, third, and fifth, that was split into that first heat race. Qualified second, fourth, and the rest of the even numbers here in heat number 2. Well, it's the first round, but the second heat for the KA Seniors. Nick Bruckner, one of the coolest, most kick-butt awesome stories in all of karting, is this kid here who has been fighting off cancer and still getting behind the wheel and running up front. Had to lose part of his right shoulder through surgery, so he's basically driving with 1.5 arms, and he put it on pole for this second heat race. And the Orslin Racing Tony Kart driver back in action with the field behind. He'll take him to turn number 1 with a nice lead over Braden Robertson and company, and they are going to beat and bang in the mid-pack for the top 10. And Robertson getting the worst of it. He gets shuffled way back to about 5th or 6th. As they go down the backstretch here, Bruckner leads. Right behind him, Zayden Rudolph. Then looks to be Josiah Tracy in the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart.
Yeah, that inside row got a really good leap on the field. I think Rudolph was clear of Braden Robertson by the time that they got into turn 1, so that definitely put Braden in a bad spot being on the outside of that turn. It's like we've been saying, we saw the same thing in Orlando. That outside row is really hard to get a good run on and maintain your position going through the first turn or two there.
Yeah, I think Robertson got caught sleeping a little bit off the line, and then they, again, just kind of went right down to the grass and went 2 and 3 wide and put him out on the marbles. So it'll make it a really rough first lap for the Texas-based driver of Braden Robertson. But a couple Texans as well here leading in the Texas State Series, with Bruckner, Rudolph, and Josiah Tracy, 2 drivers especially here in Bruckner and Rudolph that have been at the helm of the national scene. Bruckner, nearly his entire career, Rotax national champion, Texas State race winner, national race winner, junior, senior, cadet, you name it. He's probably been at the front, if not won it. And now as he leads down the backstretch, Rudolph to the bumper. Will he push him? He will. He'll work together with the Orslin branded Tony Kart, and they've got a nice little gap to build as Josiah Tracy lags back there about 3 or 4 kart lengths away, fighting off a run from Peyton McDonough, the Louisiana native, in the 932, up 3 spots off the green from 7th to 4th. So a good start for Peyton. His older brother Logan right behind him there in the 5th position. Then Braden Robertson in 6th with, again, the top 2 pulling away a little, and this is more of that not team racing, but kind of strategic racing, as you've talked about, Aaron, working together, pushing as the driver in second, and just making it a two-kart race as the field goes on here.
Yeah, we've talked about strategic racing, especially in the 206 stuff where the draft is so big, but even in this 100cc KA100 racing, there's a good bit of strategy into it and how much you want to battle, how much you want to work with the other drivers, and it's going to depend on where you are in the field. If you're up front, you can probably get away with more of a push, with just pushing and staying in line, but if you're in that mid-pack and it's fighting as hard as the KA races usually are fighting, it might just have to be you have to pass or be passed. So you have to be very adaptable in these classes where you never know what situation you're going to be in and what your game plan is going to be. It'll change on the fly.
Yeah, I mean, this is a perfect example, right? We've got two different types of races unfolding here compared to the last one. There's a little bobble there for Braden Robertson coming out of 5, but Peyton McDonough going by for 3rd. We had a race just a moment ago where it was a pack up front. They were just fighting to get to the lead, and then the leader was able to block on the last lap, and second couldn't do too much. Whereas here, when you're in second, you're more the guy in command if it's a two-driver fight. I've always thought that if it's a big pack, anything 3 or more, if it's a party, you want to be the guy out in front. If it's 2, it's all right to be the guy in second pushing away. And while Peyton McDonough now has dealt with Josiah Tracy and pulled from him, Braden Robertson trying to do the same thing for 4th. He will. Robertson threw right behind McDonough there in the second to last corner.
He gets crossed back over on the exit, though. Threw it in a little bit too hard there.
Yeah,
Didn't
you're right.
quite get it done.
He's looking again here on Josiah down the front stretch. Tracy to the outside for 4th as the leaders go through. There's the top 2, and Robertson, you can see in the bright blue and black suit, able to finally get the pass done, but at a cost of probably about another second to Peyton McDonough. So now he's 2.2 back from the guy he started on the front row with, Nick Bruckner, who continues to lead here in New Orleans halfway through the time clock before 2 laps to go are given in heat number 1 for Group 2.
Yeah, you want to talk about adaptable and changing game plans. I bet Braden Robertson came into this race thinking, all right, well, I'll just slot in a second or third and work with the guys ahead of me to pull away there. And all of a sudden, he gets jumped on the start. He's down in, I think he fell down to 6th or 7th by the end of the first lap. And so that changes your game plan completely. Now he has to work his way up through the field and make a bunch of passes just to get back to where he was when he started the race.
Here they come towards the second to last hairpin. Bruckner and Rudolph working together nicely. They pulled a 1/10 of a second away from Peyton McDonough last time by. We'll see if McDonough can make up any ground this time by. Again, home track here for Peyton. Pulling away from older brother Logan, who's dropped back to 7th as they come towards turn number 1. That time even. No change. A little quicker than Rudolph, a little slower than Bruckner, who goes purple. So 1.2 seconds even. Back to 3rd. Rudolph managing that gap. He took a look back, saw all right. That gap's not getting a whole lot bigger, but it's not getting smaller. This duo can still work here if I just push away on Nick Bruckner, and that's what he's trying to do as they go through the chicane and towards the stadium hairpin. The 974 leading the way here with 3 minutes to go in Heat 1, C versus D for the Exertec KA100 Seniors. Bruckner, Rudolph, nose to tail, about a second to, again, a second and a quarter. Back to Peyton McDonough in 3rd. Robertson, that time by, had to pass. Still was only 2/10 off, so I'm curious to see where the 977 stacks up in terms of raw pace. At the moment, it doesn't really look like he's making up a lot of ground on McDonough, but I think McDonough actually, even on his own, might still be reeling in the leaders.
I think he's definitely reeling, man. He looks like he's making up a good bit of time. So that changes your game plan now if you're Aiden Rudolph, because you're in second. If you got 3rd place catching up to you, I wouldn't want to stay there.
When do you pull the trigger here? Does he do it this time by? He watched the gap down the back last time. McDonough that time by was 4/10 better than the leader. Robertson, by mistake, was another 2/10 better than McDonough. Fastest on the racetrack, and there you go. Rudolph saw it, saw the gap was getting a little smaller, but
Nick,
he overshot the pass.
Getting the crossover done in the double apex over there. Able to keep it up there, and that's backing him right up into McDonough now. So there's going to be a 3-car battle, if not 4 pretty soon.
Nice pass there into turn number 9. He put his hand up, said, hey, sorry, that was a little more argy-bargy than I wanted it to be, but aggressive nonetheless for Aiden Rudolph. He takes the lead, and McDonough gets by to 2nd, Bruckner to 3rd. Here comes Braden Robertson, and what was a strategy 2-driver fight might quickly become a 4 or even 5-driver party as J.D. Lamping's up 3 spots and is about only maybe half a second further back than Robertson. He's gone by as Josiah Tracy has fallen all the way down to 11th. Bruckner back by for 2nd. McDonough fighting him side by side down the front stretch. Bruckner a little hand in the air like, all right, fine, go for it. You want the spot, let's go, but we can't let Rudolph get away. He's already got 6 car lengths on him down the back.
They've only got a minute 10 or so to go, so they can't fight too much unless they're okay with finishing second, but they just got a really good toe down the back straight, so they might be able, they're probably sitting in an okay position still right now. But yeah, it's now a 4-kart battle instead of 2, and any more battling, they'll have another 2 joining them, if not more.
Part of the other reason that'll help these KA100 guys versus the X30 guys with the draft, not only do they have a little less top speed, but they have no rev limiter. The X30s kind of top out and they start bouncing the chip at 16,000 RPM. The KAs normally rev a little bit lower, but they'll be pushing probably 17.5 here, or at least 15.5 to 16,000 on the racetrack headed down the back straightaway. So they will really benefit in the top speed range where the horsepower kind of maxes out in a way, and then they just keep going with the slipstream as Bruckner goes back by on McDonough in the second to last hairpin. Saw enough, said, you know what, I think I'm still quicker than you. Follow me, let's go back to Rudolph. There's the signal, taps the helmet, looks behind, says push me forward. McDonough hits him a little bit in the center of the corner, kind of knocks him sideways, and Rudolph's lead stays the same now. They've still got 2.5 more laps to go, though, as they made
Braden
it under
Robertson
the gun.
going for a pass.
Ooh.
Oh, pulled back out of it. He can't make a
driver
run.
off.
Oh, who is that? 937.
That is Ty Fuller. Fuller at the time was running around 17th or 18th, so a little down the order, and Fuller out in the Charles Leclerc cart as Braden Robertson moves up to third. He gets by McDonough. And so it's now Rudolph, Bruckner, and Robertson, the outside pole sitter, back into the mix here in P3.
Two to go this time by.
Back. He's got a shot.
He's got a shot. He's got to be careful with it, though, because I think Braden went purple a couple laps ago, and then he caught up to the pack, so he'll still have a lot of pace to catch up there. It's definitely a gap that Nick can make up in 2 laps, especially with the draft going into turn 4 here. He's already looks like he's making up a bit of time on Aiden.
Here they come out of the final corner. Rudolph runs it wide, trying to keep the momentum up. Double sticks in the air. Bruckner's closing. They're going to close up big time down the back straightaway when they get there.
Bruckner made up 3/10 on that lap alone. He's only 3/10 back to the start-finish line. He's about to pull right up to Aiden Rudolph's rear bumper as they go into turn 4.
Here's the battle back for 5th, 6th, and 7th. They're going to shuffle a little bit more. There's Gia Cicero going by Logan McDonough. So she'll take over the 6th position. Let's pick the leaders back up just ahead. The top 2 closing in. Bruckner onto the bumper now of Rudolph. Robertson only about 6/10 away. So he's finally spent the entire race watching these guys from a couple seconds back, close enough to be able to get back to the lead.
Yeah, it was a lot of work for him. I'm sure he fell back to 6th, 7th spot, and he's right back on the bumper now, right where he should be, probably where he wanted the game plan to be. It's just a little bit too late. He's got to wait, still make up a little bit more time, probably 2-3 kart lengths, and it'll be an interesting last lap here, 3-way fight for the lead of 3 very capable drivers.
Here they come out of the final corner, into the final corner. Robertson with a good exit. He pulls up to Bruckner, who fell back a little ways from Rudolph. Final time, Bruckner's in a good spot. If Robertson works with him down the back, they could make a run at Rudolph.
Robertson just went purple.
For it. So here we go. 3-driver grouping down the back straightaway. Final time in heat number 1.
Bruckner's got a good run going into 4.
Big run.
He's got a pass, or Robertson's going to pass him. Robertson might pass him anyways into here.
Robertson
he
by
keeps it in second for now.
And so Bruckner gets through to the chicane. Robertson to second.
Super defensive driving by Bruckner.
Yeah, he'll want to block off every lane, especially right here where he got passed a lap earlier, or a couple laps earlier. Now, as you mentioned, Aaron, 3 major passing zones. One of them right here, the stadium hairpin. Bruckner goes low. He'll block that off. It's a little bit easier on the final lap again. They were able to watch what Peyton Phillips could do last time. Here they come through the chicane towards the final 2 corners. Bruckner up and over the curbing to the bottom side. Robertson taking a worrisome look back as Rudolph's still there. Robertson deep on the outside lane. Keeps the momentum going towards the last corner. Bruckner to the bottom. Robertson can't find a hole. Rudolph cannot either. Nick Bruckner wins for the pole for Heat 1.
They finished right where they started, first, second, and third, just like the grid started out. So all 3 of them had a shot at that win. I'm actually a little surprised Braden didn't throw it in really late going into the last turn there. Nick opened it up just a little bit at the end there, and I thought he might take that opportunity.
Yeah, he would have had to have a lot of trust and faith in Bruckner to move out of the way or to be willing to take some contact, and it was a good sign of maturity from a couple young drivers behind the veteran and Nick Bruckner to wait, be patient, and then make their move when they felt like they could safely do it without contact. So a lot of respect still shown early, but it's early. Yeah. So we may see them get the elbows out as the weekend goes on. X30 KA100 Sr is done for the day. More classes still to run. We're halfway through the run order here. 5 more heat races coming up from NOLA Motorsports Park. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of opening weekend for the Texas Sprint Racing Series.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
Welcome back to NOLA Motorsports Park here in Avondale, Louisiana, as the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy Mini Swifts make their way onto the circuit. A 29-driver grid starting to form up, all behind Jack Iliff in the number 144 Parallel Kart for Iron Rock Motorsports. Derek Wargo starts on the outside of row number 1. Row 2 will find Tyler Roberts in the 199 Parallel and the 162 Harvick Racing Hunt Brothers Pizza entry of Keelan Harvick.
5th place is going to be Carson Weinberg on the CRG with Speed Concepts Racing, and we got Kai Johnson rounding out row 3, Gage Bailey and Devin Walt rounding out row 4.
Alessandro Truccio and Lucas Palacio, two of the youngest drivers in the field. Two of the smallest drivers in the field make up row 5 to round the top 10. Then it's Tristan Murphy and Vivek Canthan in row 6.
Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Bobby Klein in row 7. Phaeton Sarabhan and Matthew Duquette in row 8.
Rounding the top 20, it'll be Edward Kennedy and David Ibarra on row number 9. Beckham Tupakov, Carson Berry, row 10. 29 drivers strong. Coming towards the tram lines here. Iliff and Wargo have them together nicely. Looking for turn number 1. We'll get it. Green flag in the air, and we're racing to the first corner.
Oh, looks like some contact.
Quite a few together in the back of the grid here in a couple of rounds.
120, 116?
Yeah, it's near the back there. Haley Stouffer around. The 116 of Emmett Eddles goes around as well as they battle down the backstretch. Tyler Roberts looking for the lead on Jack Iliff. He gets closed off hard, and Iliff says, no, thank you, not today. I want to keep this, and he will. 2 car lengths to boot through the chicane for the first time.
Yeah, really quickly, we got a 4-car pack and then about, I don't know, probably 20 right behind them. We got a small 4-car breakaway, but they're going to close up pretty quick, I'm sure. Yeah. Looks like Weinberg making a move going into the stadium hairpin. And he's got 3rd place. Yeah, he got that done.
Yeah, nicely done there. So Carson Weinberg on the move, closing towards Tyler Roberts. Up 2 spots already from 5th on the grid. The inside lane with a big advantage there. Derek Wargo finds himself a little ways down. We'll find out where he's at as they come towards the final corner. Here's the eyeball shot on Roberts trying to hunt down Iliff. Couple parallels out front. Iliff, Roberts, Weinberg, Wargo, Truchot up 4 spots from 9th into the top 5. Good start for Alessandro.
Yeah, looking a little further back, we got Kai Johnson, Gage Bailey, Tristan Murphy, Vivek Canthan. Keelan Harvick lost 6. He's down in 10th. Oh, we got one around over in turn 2, it looks like.
And another one around at the outside of 3. So a couple drivers in the midfield still getting tangled up. As the lead pack forms, it's about 5 drivers strong. Might end up picking up a few more. Kai Johnson on the way, about a second back as of last time by the stripe. Not terribly far back headed to the stadium section here. As they come on out, Jack Iliff, your leader, over Roberts, who's closed up to a car length away, and he's brought the cavalry with him with Weinberg, along with Wargo and Truchot.
Yeah, we got a solid 5-car breakaway here. They're a little spaced out right now. I thought they'd be a little more bumper to bumper after only 2 laps, but we'll see how it goes with still a little under 6 minutes to go before 2 to go. It's a long race. They got a lot of time. Wait for the tires to come in a little bit, and you're going to see maybe some karts that'll surprise us from where they are right now.
Yeah, Kai Johnson leads that second group there, about a second and a half back from the leaders at the moment. Truchot goes purple, so the pack tightening up. Here comes Roberts. He'll push Jack Iliff down the back straightaway. Carson Weinberg about 2 cars back in 3rd. All still single file through 4 and 5. And they'll head into turn number 6 now once again. Weinberg a little narrow. Maybe looking to see if he can set up a pass next time by on Tyler Roberts. When does he want to go? Good exit there towards the stadium hairpin. Carson Weinberg, big head of steam. Does he look inside? No, not this time. He'll stay behind. And out of the corner into the switchback 180. And the gap to Derek Wargo starts to open, about 2-3 car lengths between them. Well, Jack Iliff still shows the way here. Tyler Roberts not as good through that chicane section, and that's where Iliff's pulling a lot of time on him. Oh, what a mistake. Dropping a tire. Weinberg
going for 2.
What a send by Carson Weinberg to the lead here with 3.5 minutes complete.
I'm surprised he made that corner. It looked like he threw it in super late to get in between the 2 of them. Also, no contact there. Great job for Weinberg just to keep it all clean as he made a very aggressive move on both of the parallel racing drivers.
Yeah, I think all he was trying to do was kind of muscle his way to get clear of Tyler Roberts and get the 2nd spot, and he realized he was going to have to go so deep he was going to get into Jack Iliff as they catch up to lap traffic in a very awkward spot. Really tough to get
really hard,
by.
yeah. That's going to bunch them all up. That might bring that pack right behind them up since they're not going to have to work with them right there.
Yeah, that was a nice little bit of help for the likes of Gage Bailey and Vivek Canthan and Kai Johnson. Now Iliff back on Weinberg. He'll take the lead back away. So Jack Iliff leads them into the right-handed 180.
Yeah, that cost him a lot of time right there. And, well, the second pack isn't really catching him in a much better spot. So they're not going to see any more drivers catching up to him right now. And they're keeping it pretty clean right now. Good job for all the mini drivers. These first 3 laps have been really solid as Weinberg goes for another move. He's going to bring Roberts with him.
And Truchot for
maybe Truchot.
4th on Wargo. I don't think he's going to get clear on Iliff. Iliff checking him.
He might lose out on 5th, actually. No, he's going to stay there.
Yeah, nice move there. You can see that pack now coming into view a little bit more with the battling. They lost that time about 6 to 7 tenths of a second, but they're spread out now. Weinberg, Roberts, Iliff, the top 3. Truchot 4th and Wargo in 5th. And it's still Canthan leading the group. Vivek Canthan up 6 spots from 12th on the grid. So a great run from the outside for the Parolin driver. Again, he was in the pack with Truchot, with Roberts, with Keelan Harvick that qualified good, and he just kind of got left out, didn't get a perfect lap in, ended up 12th. So Vivek Canthan up 6 positions, digging for a little more. Looks like he's got pace to run with the leaders. He's just got to get there. He's 2.2 seconds back right now. A second and a half more or less back from the end of the train.
Yeah, Weinberg's got a big fight, though. He's got 3 Parolins probably going to work together. They're all teammates, aren't they? On the same team?
Jack Iliff under the Iron Rock banner. I believe Tyler Roberts runs under the factory U.S. team with Truchot.
Okay, yeah. Well, he's got 2 teammates and 3 Parolins all working together against him. That might be a bit of a fight in this class with how much of the draft plays into effect. But knowing him and how he's been driving this year, I think he can hold up to it.
Well, let's see where the times stack up now. 109 flat for Carson Weinberg, flat flying. He pulled back away from Gage Bailey and Vivek Canthan's group. 2 tenths to be exact. Iliff looked to go by Roberts, then tucked back in as Roberts got the draft of Weinberg on the outside lane, so he couldn't get through there, but I think he thinks he's a little quicker than the 199, so keep an eye on Jack Iliff to set up a move sooner rather than later as the clock is ticking. 2.25 minutes to go before the 2 to go signal here in Heat 1 for the Mini Swifts presented by the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy.
Not a lot going on with this front 5 right now, but yeah, Iliff definitely looks like he might have a little bit more pace through the infield. He goes and Truchot might go with him, and they're going to have a gap they have to pull back on Weinberg. If he keeps running like this, it might be a little bit harder for them to get up to him, especially if they keep battling, because you got 4 of them all really close in pace right now.
Here comes Roberts, deep send on the inside, a little too deep, almost. Weinberg thought about maybe crossing him up, but ultimately decided not to, so Tyler Roberts now commands the train as they go through turns 1 and 2.
Oh,
and
Truchot
a
makes a
problem
mistake.
for Truchot, yeah. Big mistake there for the 117.
I don't know if he made a mistake or got run into, but yeah, he lost a lot of time right there. I think he's losing that front pack of 4 a little bit. Yeah, he's falling back.
Yeah, a little
Him
bit.
and Wargo both.
Yeah, they all got kind of caught up. I don't know if he got into the back of Iliff, because Iliff ended up a little further back from Weinberg as well, but they bottlenecked for sure in the braking zone, and that's going to, again, be a good send for Gage Bailey, who went purple last time by, to kind of get some draft off those guys and bridge the gap between his group and the lead group. In the end, like you said, it ultimately makes it now a 3-kart fight up front. Roberts, Weinberg, Iliff. And Weinberg looking outside, tucks back in. Close enough to kind of pull the trigger whenever he wants to. It's just up to when. 45 seconds, so we're going to get 3 more laps after this one.
Official timing is going out right now. We're a little bit late on the scoring, but
Weinberg gets by for the lead, though.
That was an interesting move right there.
Yeah, Roberts got tripped up coming out of the corner.
Yeah.
And Weinberg looking back, not sure what happened either.
Weinberg's got a gap, and Iliff is going for second now.
Yeah, so Carson Weinberg here, the 2 to go did come out. So 2 more laps around. Carson Weinberg trying to get away in the CRG as he leads towards turn 4 and 5. Iliff going to get help from Roberts. That'll close that gap back up at the end of the back straightaway. Derek Wargo still right there. Truchot
lost out to I think Gage Bailey for 5th. I think I just caught that at the edge of the camera. Going into the stadium hairpin, they're a little bit too spread out, I think, for Iliff to make a move this lap. Maybe next lap if he really wants to send it in there, he might be able to get it done. But they're going to keep it in line for right now. Going through the chicane.
Yeah, about a kart length between them. Iliff so good here through the right-left chicane. Picks up a lot of time. Does he go to the inside here? He does not. He's in the perfect spot, the catbird seat. He can push Weinberg, get him away a little bit. Oh, they're having a problem as well.
What was that?
I don't know if, dude, it's like the same issue happened to Tyler Roberts. All 3 of the Parolins at some point have had some kind of bottom-end power issue getting out of a corner and lost out. And Iliff now falls to 3rd with Wargo in tow, and Carson Weinberg gets a huge amount of breathing room here on the final lap.
I thought Iliff threw a chain at first with how quickly he slowed down like that, but he just kept going. So I'm not sure what's going on. Yeah, all 3 of the Parolins have had that issue. At least 2 of them. have had that issue coming out of this second to last hairpin right there, second to last 180. Now we got Wargo looking on Iliff for third possibly.
So Carson Weinberg leading with a 4 to 5 cart gap here, half a lap to go. Roberts will get close, but I don't think he'll be able to get there. He'll need to be perfect and hope for a mistake. He's more so got to worry about Iliff maybe trying to recover and at least get back to second. He's only a cart length back, closes up through the chicane towards the final couple of corners. Weinberg checks the gap back. It's big enough to not worry too bad. Roberts blocks a little bit on Iliff. It'll be a battle for second.
Oh, there's
Iliff again. An issue for the Iron Rock Parolin driver. He drops to fourth. Wargo to third. Carson Weinberg wins Heat 1 in Mini Swift in a wild topsy-turvy race with a lot of mechanical woes and bobbles throughout the entirety of it.
Yeah, that'll be interesting for the mechanics to look at overnight, see what's going on there, because it was just the one. It's just the one corner right here, the second to last 180 on the right-hander. They just seem to lose a little bit coming out of the corner. I don't know if it's motor bogging down or what, or if it's I really don't know what it could be. Maybe something in the carb where just with how they're coming out of that corner, they're losing 4 or 5 carts, and usually they lose a position because of it.
So that does it for the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy Mini Swifts here for the day. Heat 1 complete. Weinberg the winner over Tyler Roberts, Derek Wargo, Jack Iliff, Gage Bailey, Alessandro Truchot, and Vivek Kanthan over here. Keelan Harvick 8th, Kai Johnson 9th, Tyrone Kemper Jr. rounds the top 10. And rather than go into commercial here, we'll give you a little bit of an audio bite as Paulie Massimino joins us in the booth here for just a moment. Talk about his weekend. Paulie, the pace has been honestly pretty good. It looked like through yesterday seemed to go smooth by the end, and then here in that heat race had a challenge, but ultimately came out.
Yeah, not too bad. We're just doing a bunch of testing for next week. We haven't really ran anything the same yet, so we're just going to keep going at it. And fortunately, all the changes we've been making has been going the right way. So just keep pushing at it and hopefully keep going.
How do you think the track's been taking rubber here so far this week? We've only had one day of competition carts on it, and it really hasn't seen any big racing in quite some time, dating all the way back to our 2020 event last year.
Yeah, I definitely feel like yesterday the track was not too good.
Have you had to make any kind of non-traditional changes? Are you guys trying a lot of weird stuff you don't normally run here with this test weekend?
Yeah, I mean, we know about like all the simple stuff. We're just kind of going exotic a little bit with it and just playing around.
So what kinds of stuff have you guys been doing? Has it been working more rear end, front end, seat changes, axle changes? What have you guys been trying?
We've been putting the axle in backwards, and we switched the brake pedal with the gas pedal. And yeah, that's put it on the tires backwards, so just a bunch of that stuff.
Running the rears and the fronts?
Yeah.
That explains it. It explains why you forget which pedal was which because you slowed down about halfway through the heat race.
Yeah, I mean, I could tell you why that happened, but I don't know if I'm allowed. So.
Well, either way, you're Paulie Massimino. Good test weekend so far. The pace looks good for next week. Hopefully it translates, and, of course, you start on point again tomorrow. Thanks for chatting with us, buddy.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
All right, Paulie Massimino here in the RPM Tony Kart. No shortage of personality whatsoever. And, again, a heat race win. And, of course, qualifying on the front row helps a ton as well. He'll line up again there tomorrow for Heat 2 and then hopefully get a good second heat race to line up front for the main event. Like you said, big test weekend here for the X30 guys. For the other classes, it's not just a test weekend. If it is that for them, it could also be the start to a points championship, including this division, the Seville Electric 206 Junior class. Reagan Seville, Sawyer Roussel start on the front row. Alfred Alvarez del Castillo and Preston Pico, row 2. Jensen Harrell, Shelby Ramirez, Michaela Bradley, Philip Weingart, and Austin Higginbottom. We're green down to turn number 1 for the 9-driver grid.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting with the draft. It's only 8 or 9 carts, obviously. Ooh, so we get a little bit hairy going through the chicane there. But with this draft here, it'll be a close race either way. You probably see 5. I think we had 6 carts all in a pack for qualifying even, and they were all within about 0.3 of a second. So early on, it looks like Seville and Roussel are able to pull a little bit of a gap out here, and I cannot identify who's that in the 3rd and 4th spots.
Yeah, some new names here for all of us to learn in the 206 Junior class, and the first time the 206 Juniors in general have gotten themselves onto a Kart Chaser live stream as we start to make more and more regional races here this year. You've got the entire Texas Sprint Series on deck for 2022, all 5 rounds of the championship, the Stars Championship Series, as well as the Route 66 Sprint Series. Both of them having some 206 classes. I don't remember. Does Route 66, if my memory serves me right, does it have a 206 Junior? I know we have 206 Senior in that one.
Route 66 goes full 206 programs, Cadet Junior and Senior.
All the way up. So another bit of action here. We'll get to feature some of the drivers out of the Midwest on the Briggs & Stratton power plants as they battle for third. Back behind the top two here. Seville, your leader. Roussel in second. And that was Preston Pico, I believe, going by Alfred Alvarez del Castillo for third in turn number 1. So Pico moves up as the top two break away. Seville getting a push down the backstretch from Roussel, and this will be definitely, by the looks of things, a two-driver fight. We thought the same in KA, but that one had a lot larger grid. And, of course, the second-place qualifier, second-place starter, Braden Robertson, getting shuffled back, helped bridge the gap, bring more guys back into it. But in this case, in qualifying, there was a pretty decent delta through the pack. These two, a little bit above the rest of the field, just by a couple tenths. And a couple tenths each lap adds up to multiple seconds by the end of the race, and I think we'll see that here as the 206 Junior class rolls on this weekend.
Yeah, I think that battling for third kept that middle pack of 3 out of it. I think if they had kept it a little bit more clean, they might have been able to stick with them. But, yeah, it looks like we're breaking into a pack of 2, pack of 3, and then a couple stragglers at the end there.
Yeah, so 206 Junior again on the racetrack right now. It's presented by Seville Electric. The 206 Seniors will come up next. Then we'll go to the young guns, the Honda Kid Karts for ages 4 to 7 years old. And then we round off our day with KA100 Jr. still to come.
Yeah, we still got a lot of good racing left. 206 is always fun to watch. Never know what's going to happen there. And these kid karts are going to be fun to watch too. I like seeing the little kids and see how they decide how to race.
Yeah, so good group here on the screen. 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Another battle there down the backstretch as they go on through. I don't know if that was Pico going back by. I think Del Castillo was the driver getting passed for 4th. Out of Fort Worth, Texas, aboard the Tony Kart, the number 422, and it actually was Jensen Harrell going by. So they're all shuffling for 3rd, 4th, and 5th as Harrell takes over the 4th spot there. You can see in the close-up aboard the Charles Leclerc kart. And Del Castillo down to the edge of the top 5. Michaela Bradley a couple seconds back. Then Shelby Ramirez, Austin Higginbottom, and Philip Weingart on the entry list, but not on the racetrack here, it looks like, for heat number 1. Reagan Seville still leads, though, over Sawyer Roussel, who has been following at his tire tracks all the way through this opening heat race. And we're getting towards the halfway marker here. 4.5 minutes to go, 3.5 minutes in, plus 2 laps here for heat number 1 for 206 Junior. 206 Senior coming right up, the next stepping stone class from the juniors, and it should be very, very exciting. We saw a lot of different guys have good times in qualifying, a tightly packed group, and then KA Junior, our last class on the day, the tightest group in qualifying, at least through the top 10, with only a tenth of a second separating the top 8. 206, the tightest margin from 1st to 2nd, because, well, they tied. They can't get any tighter than that, Aaron.
Yeah, they were nose to tail working together the entire time, and I guess just, bumper to bumper, there's not really any gap for anybody. If you cross the line bumper to bumper twice, you're going to set the exact same lap time, and that's exactly what happened there, same lap, and I'm still not 100% sure how they sorted that out, but that's going to be a really close race out of the way, and you've got, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 carts behind them that are all going to be able to keep up as well.
Well, here they go through the stadium corner once again here, 4.5 minutes as the clock continues to tick on heat number 1. Reagan Seville's led every lap from the drop of the gun, and at the moment, Sawyer Roussel leads by about 4 to 5 follows him about 4 to 5 kart lengths back. The biggest gap we've seen in the lead all race long. So out of the second to last hairpin here, coming towards us into the final corner, Seville on the verge of being able to break free and get out of the drafting window and make it an easy dominating run here for the Heat 1 victory. 3 minutes to go in Heat 1 plus 2 laps.
Yeah, I think the draft out here is worth about a second in 206, and from the looks of it, he pulled out to have 0.6 of a second lead. I don't know if that's quite enough to break the draft. Doesn't look like it. It looks like they're getting a little bit closer, but we had a really good battle for third going on here between Jensen Harrell and Alfred Alvarez del Castillo. And Preston Pico is following them in 5th. He was a little bit further back, but he made up the gap down the back straight.
Good run down the backstretch and through the chicane this time there for the top 2 that just went by. They were able to close together a little bit. And we watch again this battle for third with Harrell, Del Castillo, and Pico on through. I don't know if it's Pico or Pico, but we'll figure it out. Lots of new faces and new names here. And, of course, sometimes new, old faces and new places to start a season. So there's a lot of learning for us here on the mic. And, again, our first full stop at the Texas Sprint Racing Series in a class that's totally grassroots. No national presence for the SCUSA Pro Tour next week all Texas-based, or at least Texas and Louisiana-based region drivers, touching a bit to Oklahoma as well, that are racing with us here this weekend. And as they come out of the second to last corner here, still separated by a kart length, you're watching the battle for third and fourth. Third, fourth, and fifth on your screen with 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go here in 206 Junior's opening heat race.
Yeah, it's been pretty straightforward for the front, too. I think Roussel kind of came into this with the mindset of we're just going to push, and as I say that, he's making a move going down into 4. But I think they kind of came in here just working on breaking away and making a 2-kart fight, and this battle for third as well has been pretty interesting with the 3-way battle for it. They've kind of been swapping positions every lap. But the leaders now, Sawyer Roussel going into P1 with a minute and a half to go, so we'll see if he can hold on to that and how he decides to defend for the next couple laps here.
Yeah, just a little bit more here for Sawyer Roussel to try and hang on. In fact, probably 3 more laps as they'll come by the start-finish line inside that window, so they'll get 1 more before the 2-to-go signal's given. But a good rebound here, because for a moment it looked like Reagan Seville was going to be able to break away. It looked like he had built that gap to 5 or 6 tenths, but a good run down the backstretch and then hitting his marks in the following few corners for Sawyer Roussel. He was able to close the margin back up. So now as they go towards the final corner, Roussel, Seville flipped. And for the first time here today, Sawyer Roussel gets to be called to the line as the first driver in the 206 Junior class presented by Seville Electric.
Yeah, well, strategy-wise, I almost wonder if it's to Seville's benefit that he's in second. This is in the 206 class, especially with how much draft is. You get a little bit more control from second place. Roussel, did he jump the gun a little bit earlier, or do you think he has a secret plan that might throw him off at the end of the race?
Well, it's a momentum class. You know, we saw in KA100 Sr a couple times guys try to run the outside in some of the tighter corners when the guy would go low to defend, and there still was enough horsepower that the guy on the inside didn't have to worry if he did it right about getting crossed over or losing out in the center of the corner just on roll speed. But when you slow the speeds down, you take even more horsepower away. You can see more of those power moves around the outside when the inside guy gets bogged down and it doesn't have the horsepower to kind of pull himself back out of it. So in the case of Sawyer Roussel, if he blocks down the backstretch and Seville gets a big run, I could see him trying to hang it around the outside lane in 4 and 5 on the final lap. But we don't have a long time to wait to find out, because this time by, this double sticks will go up. 2 to go here this time around. Seville still pushing, just taking his time there, riding in second.
Yeah, he seems to be pretty composed in second, not really worried about anything else happening behind him. Those back 3 have been switching places every lap, and they've just been costing themselves more time. So these top 2 really just running their own race, not too worried about it. See if he pulls out here, tries to make a move. He does. Going into turn 4, is Roussel going to try to hold the outside? He's going to try to cross him back over, get on the inside into the braking zone. No, he's just going to take it and let Seville sit in first for a little while now, see if he can make something else later on in the run. Yeah,
so Reagan Seville now gets to lead once again here. A lap and a half remaining. Roussel right there on him in this great fight for the lead. Third, fourth, and fifth are still together. We'll keep a tab on them where we can, but we don't want to lose any bit of this fight for the lead and the win. Through the stadium hairpin here. This time by the white flag will wave. Seville not having to worry in either of those 2 corners to defend, and it would be a little bit premature to say the least if he did anyway here. They've got a lot of time, a 6.5 second gap built up. They could burn it if they want to. Seville not too stressed. Goes and takes the normal line with 2 corners to go before the white. And he pulls a little bit as well here, a kart length cushion into the last corner. One more time around, NOLA for Reagan Seville here in Heat 1 in the Seville Electric 206 Junior Division.
Yeah, it was interesting. We pointed out in earlier races that some of the cadets and stuff were avoiding those curbs over there. Seville is completely avoiding them as well, and then Roussel just jumps right over them. So we got 2 completely different lines through there as Roussel pulls out, and he's going to go in for 4 now. Maybe he thinks he can defend for the last 3-4 passing opportunities around the track.
Yeah, easy passing zone here with the big slingshot engaged. Draft effect down the backstretch. Roussel, the leader, over Seville. Through the chicane. Pops the curb, runs through, gets that one as well, and he pulls a kart length over Reagan. But a good exit for Seville will bring him back close. He tucks his head to the wheel, trying to get the weight off the axle, get a little more aerodynamic,
and
he
pulled out
stuffs
early.
him. Door left wide open by Roussel there. Here they come out.
2 more passing opportunities through the track. We got 2 180s, see if they can do anything about it. He's on his bumper. It's not like he lost any time with the pass. Yeah, but Seville has to defend, I'm sure. He's not just going to leave that door wide open.
He goes about center track there, it looks like. Roussel Not a great exit, not a bad one either. He's close. Final corner. Does he find a hole? He looked for it, couldn't find it. Seville covers it off nicely, and Reagan Seville will cross the line and win Heat 1 in 2:06 Junior. Where's our battle for third? They're coming across the line now. We'll pick them up here out of the final corner.
Got a race
Del
for fourth.
Castillo not going to get there. He'll stay fifth. Preston Pico fourth, and Jensen Harrell in third. Michaela Bradley still back in sixth. She's a little ways up on Shelby Ramirez. Has problems for Austin Hagenbottom early on here in this one. Has sidelined the 443. He'll end with a DNF in heat number 1. But Seville Electric 2:06 Juniors wrapped. 2:06 Senior next up here. A 20-plus driver grid with a results for many in qualifying and a tie for the top 2 qualifiers in the pole position. That means they'll be, well, I guess they'll be fighting over those pole position cups that they get as the award. But in either case, we'll see them fight on the racetrack here in just a moment. Kart Chasers coverage of the TSRS event here at NOLA Motorsports Park. We'll be right back.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. And one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Well, we're back here live at NOLA Motorsports Park, and a little more track recovery still getting underway. We want to remind again all the drivers in the paddock, the Texas Sprint Racing Series giving out pole award cups. And so if you qualified on the pole in your class, you can make your way over to registration to pick up your award cup here, as we've got a good view down at our turn 1 camera of the starting grid. Everyone just kind of getting ready and getting into the zone for the 206 Senior class presented by Cruise Racing Development. The first of 3 races still to come here this afternoon before we close off our broadcast. The Honda Kid Karts will follow, and then it'll be KA100 Jr. getting set to go green. So again, 206 Senior presented by Cruise Racing Development getting set to get underway. I can hear the engines fired up here, Aaron, and I'd take us through our starting lineup, but like you, I'm not exactly sure what it is for the front row to start it. So we'll find out how they broke the tiebreaker up for the fastest lap, or if it went further. Whatever the case may be, we're going to find it in just a moment as the engines have come to life, and it's time to bring the rumble. The Briggs & Stratton 206 Senior class, again presented by CRD, getting set to head on to the circuit. Honda Kid Kart next, followed by KA100 Jr. And here we go.
There we see the entire 20-some kart field pulling onto the track, getting their warm-up set up. Yeah, I really can't tell who's in pole right now because they're both just single file. We'll see who pulls the inside, I guess, coming to the grid up. But yeah, qualifying was very competitive, very close between everybody. We go back and actually look at the qualifying results from 206 Senior.
Yeah, we'll pull those back up here on the screen. So again, a tie between Jeff Dolian and Braxton Traeger. Chuck Jensen, 13 thousandths back. Ethan Wolf, 4th. Caden Wolf, 5th. Macon Moore, 6th. Tyler Stevens and Luke Waller in 7th and 8th. Ava Elder and Landon Melson 9th and 10th. From the top 3 was 13 thousandths of a second. A 10th back to the Wolves of Ethan and Caden in 4th and 5th. And then it stayed pretty close, only about a 10th and a half, or actually about 2.5 tenths of a second from P4 back to P11 with Kelvin Ching in the 664. The TB kart driver just outside the top 10. So Dolian looks like he's won the pole award. However, it ended up getting divided out. Traeger into second. The rest of the grid coming around the final corner as we get set to go green. 206 Senior presented by Cruise Racing Development. A nice and slow crawl. And the 206cc 9 horsepower 4-cycle Rumble makes its way onto the front stretch. And here we go. We're green down to turn 1. And Dolian will take him up high, keep the momentum up. He'll get clear for the lead. Traeger with a decent start. Little bit of guys getting turned sideways. And I think we've lost maybe one from the main. Oh! Massive crash down the back straightaway. And somehow that guy he's still driving.
He kept it going.
Kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Looks like he bent his axle. His kart's hopping a little bit. Side pod's jumping like he bent his axle. But wow, I'm surprised that kart didn't go over. He did a 720 and just kept rolling.
That was I believe Sally Mott in the 601. So Sally Mott going for a wild ride down the back straightaway, if I'm not mistaken. And as she tries to pick back up to the lead group, we'll pick up the leaders and give you an update, because that was a full pirouette in the air. And Jeff Dolian leads them here with half a lap in.
Yeah, they, I still just can't get over that happening right there down the back straight. But yeah, we got a 2-kart breakaway right here going into the second to last turn. But the next 4 karts are not far behind. I'm sure they'll be able to work together and catch back up there. And these two are just holding it nice and calm right now. It's probably the same game plan as qualifying. Just work together and don't really have to worry about everybody else. Just do what you can to make it a 2-kart fight and go from there.
Well, Jeff Dolian, Braxton Traeger, again, like you said, if they can make it a 2-kart fight, it gets a whole lot easier. So they've got that great golden opportunity right in front of them. Traeger's going to try and work on it as he pushes him down the backstretch. Unfortunately, Chuck Jensen and Caden Wolf are doing the exact same thing. They won't lose too much to him before they pound the rev limiter into the braking zone and kind of hold station here. In fact, a good run through for Jensen. He'll close into the chicane, and it's easily 5-6 go-karts here in the lead group for 206 Senior's opening heat race. 1 minute and 3/4 complete so far with 6 minutes to go. As we're joined in the booth here by KA100 Sr Group 2 winner Nick Bruckner. Nick putting his headset on, and Nick here talking to you. Pace has been good. Had to fight for that one a little bit, maybe more than where you wanted to, but it was a good run.
Yes, sir, it was good. I mean, we had the speed, and it was just too close for comfort for sure. We had to improve a little bit, but overall it's a good start to the weekend. So.
Yeah, talk to us here as they battle for the lead. Traeger side by side with Dolly, and they'll go door to door here in 206 Senior, but Nick will keep you for one more. We were talking to Paulie Massimino, of course, the big storyline for this racetrack, because this is the first event it's had in quite some time. Yesterday, it kind of was spent probably the first half of the day, I have to imagine, cleaning it off from all the rental rubber, getting some good racing rubber down, and a lot of the circuit that really goes unused for parts of the year besides test days.
Yes, sir. It's definitely getting better. The track's getting faster and faster, but I think the way they redid everything, and it's a lot smoother and everything, I like it, and so I think the grip level, it's going to increase, especially into next week for sure, and it's going to be crazy.
Yeah, it should be wild, obviously. You're set for next week, right, in KA again?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. So we get to see you for 2 weeks in a row here. It's great to see you behind the wheel, Nick. We appreciate you coming up for a word with us. Want to wish you best of luck here this weekend, buddy.
Yes, sir. Thank you, man.
All right, that's Nick Bruckner again, running up front, running really good so far in KA100 Sr. He'll be getting set to once again try to go and sweep his 2 heat races here this weekend and get a good starting spot for the main event. As we watch the 206s battle it out, they were going at it there early here in this one. We saw Braxton Traeger and Dolian door to door, 3 rows deep, looking like NASCAR Talladega or Atlanta Motor Speedway last weekend as well. As we see it past that time, that's Caden Wolf, I believe, going by in the 622 to second, Dolian to third. Traeger leads here at the halfway marker.
Wolf going purple while making a pass, and yeah, they were 2 by 2 for a little while out there, and a couple spots too. So they're fighting pretty hard. They've managed to break it up into a group of 3 with 1 trailing and another group of 3 behind them. It'll be close, that's for sure. Depending on how much battling that is, this could be up to a 7 or even a 9 or over 10 car battle at this point. And looks like, yeah, Caden Wolf just sticking on the bumper right there. Not really losing anything, not gaining anything through that section. As we make our way into the stadium corner, stadium hairpin. And yeah, they're all just going to keep it in line. I think they don't want to lose any time, but it doesn't really matter because there's that fourth place is catching up, and it looks like fifth is right there with them too.
Yeah,
and
so
it's slowly becoming one big pack of about 7 karts.
Yeah, they battle, they kind of get spread out, and then the draft just slowly brings them back together again. And so Traeger, Wolf, Dolian, they haven't traded spots. They've been trying to pull away. It's just not going to be the case. You got too many guys with the ability and the pace to win right now as Wolf goes by for the lead. He knows it's go time. This time by. Just 3 minutes to go here in Heat 1 plus 2 laps. Caden Wolf leads for the first time here in New Orleans.
Chuck Jensen has now joined the party officially up to the rear bumper. Ethan Wolf just went purple in 5th place. He's catching up real fast. And yeah, we got a 4-kart train right there with about 3 stragglers coming up now.
Yeah, here they come down the backstretch. 4-kart train is right. I mean, you could throw a blanket over them. You couldn't even get a feather in between any of the bumpers there without it getting pinched. I mean, they were locked down that entire straightaway. Behind them there, again, Ethan Wolf, the other comp kart in the mix there in the number 2. Closing in, trying to get in on the action as well, while Caden leads them into the stadium hairpin once again. 2.5 minutes to go, plus 2 laps. Traeger not going to go by. They're all staying single file, but we've seen a lot of passing outside that back straightaway. I think especially as we've talked about it, such a long straight, but so many slower technical parts of this racetrack with a rev limiter at 6,200 RPMs. These guys can't just gear for the slower corners and take advantage of that backstretch. They'll hit the limiter super early, and you can tell when they hit it because they slow down quite a bit. So as they head towards the final turn, 2 minutes to go here, coming towards the final few laps. We're also joined now by the other kid who won in KA100 Sr today, Peyton Phillips. Peyton, that one was a battle, looked like all the way from lap 2 on. You had a good run and had to defend. Did you learn anything from Heat 1 today?
Yeah, there's a lot of grip outside of the final corner. Stanfield did it to me one time, held it. Other time was a bit better. Ran him completely off, but you know, you learn as you go along in these races.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he could have defended much better. The backstretch looked like he almost got a nose on you there for a second. Did you get worried when you saw the nose get by?
I never saw his nose.
Oh, really?
I never saw it the whole time. I was waiting for them to all go flying by me, and just no one.
Yeah, yeah.
I was like, cool.
He got close there. He got onto the brakes. I think he backed out of it.
Yeah.
It looked like there was a lot of respectful racing, though. The classes, obviously, as you know, you've been a part of it. You've been on the national scene all year as well. It's been brutal, but it looked like we have a lot of respect so far in the split heats this weekend.
Yeah, a lot of respect. And for me this weekend, I'm just trying to get a solid weekend out. Had a couple rough ones like rounds 3 and 4, Homestead, and then the opening round at Orlando.
Yeah, well, we wish you the best of luck here. The pace looks good for a solid weekend. A heat race win bodes good for the main event grid. We'll let you get going, but good luck here this weekend,
Thanks.
Peyton.
Thank you.
All right, Peyton Phillips, our other KA100 Sr heat race winner, joining us as they battle again. Caden Wolf still your leader, but they're shuffling behind him. We've got, it looks like, Ethan Wolf to 3rd, Dolian back to 4th, Traeger still 2nd. 30 seconds to go here in the 206 heat race presented by Cruise Racing Development, Aaron. And it's developed now to a 6-driver party up front.
Yeah, not only is it a 6-driver party, it's an aggressive party too. They've been making passes nonstop. There has been nobody wanting to wait right now except for Braxton Traeger. He's really just been happy sitting in 2nd right now. He's been letting Caden Wolf push the way through there, but I have a feeling that Ethan Wolf is going to want to get up there and try to beat his brother by the end of this one.
Yeah, we'll see what the Wolf brothers can do here as Ethan gets closer to Traeger than he's been in a minute, and here he goes to the inside for 2nd. Has to send it deep, gives his brother a little love tap in the corner just to make sure he keeps going forward and he can get clear on Traeger, and he does. So Braxton Traeger back to 3rd, and the brothers, the Wolf brothers out front. Caden and Ethan Wolf lead the way in 206 Senior. The double sticks will come this time. It'll be 2 laps to go when they get back to the start-finish line. So a great battle. 6 drivers together here. The 7th place one a little bit too far back. I think this will be all you see up front. The Wolf brothers, followed by Braxton Traeger, who's under fire for 3rd from Tyler Stevens. He'll pull back in line. Then we go back to Jeff Dolian and Chuck Jensen.
You think Ethan's just going to let him win it, Caden win this, and just be like, it's all right, it was just a heat race. Do you think he's going for it?
I don't know, man. I will see if they work together. They've got another lap. It looks like they're happy to push for now. We'll bring them back here. Update on Sally Mott, who, again, went sideways early on. She was digging quite a bit for a few laps there. Ultimately pulled in here with 4 laps complete. Unfortunate for Sally, and we'll try and get a replay for those of you that missed out on that vicious hit, and then somehow the recovery to stay in the seat, stay on all four wheels, and keep digging. Meanwhile, digging away for the top two. Half a second, maybe 7/10 now back to third as they battle back behind them. This is exactly what Ethan and Caden were hoping for. This could make a brother versus brother final lap. Do they go for it? Do they battle? It's just a heat race. You've talked about it, Aaron, but sometimes you really just want to beat your brother.
Oh, if I was racing my sibling, I would be putting him in a barrier for qualifying, honestly. I would. I think there's even more drive to beat your sibling than there is anybody else on track, because you're always having to deal with, it's not just somebody you see at the racetrack. It's somebody you see every day. It's somebody that you know really well. So you're like, you got to tell yourself that you're better than them, at least in the racing part of it. On track, off track, sure, you guys got to be friends and everything. Everybody's friends at the racetrack. We're all having a good time. But on track, I would absolutely be, fighting tooth and nail to beat my sibling. Even if it was for last place, I'd still be, that's what I would focus on.
Well, right now, Ethan playing a good brother here. He's pushing down the back, not going to defend. They're going to stay single file, first and second, keep it amongst themselves. Again, we've seen a few brother rivalries. We've seen the Morgan brothers most recently on the national scene, that they seem to kind of sometimes get into it and bully each other more than they do the other guys on the racetrack, like you said. But this is at least a harmonious relationship with half a lap to go. Will it stay that way? We're waiting to find out. Ethan Wolf passed in this corner 2 laps prior for second. Doesn't pull the trigger that time. Close into the 180 behind him.
Tyler Stevens is catching up now too. And Braxton Traeger. They're getting there.
Not there yet though. 2 corners to go. Does he go by? Caden opens up. Ethan stays in line. Final corner. Will Wolf on Wolf action happen? It doesn't look like it will be. Oh, there he goes. Deep through.
Are we seeing a crossover?
Oh, too much.
It's a drag race.
Across the line. Caden Wolf by 58 thousandths of a second. Wow.
That was a pretty good move for the last corner right there. I think it's the first time we've seen that crossover actually work in the last turn today. I know that's a possibility, and we've seen it tried a couple times. We've seen Stanfield try to go around the outside of it. That's the first time I think we've actually seen it and get a full drag race down to the start-finish line for the win.
Yeah, that was a heck of a finish there, and hopefully we get to see a lot of the same.
A little more unhappiness coming out on the front straight right now. Somebody's 2 hands in the air.
Yeah, a little more frustration. So not all roses and daisies here all the way through the 206 senior field. We'll see what we can do to get a clip up there of the craziness that we just saw with Sally Mott. We'll obviously want to talk to her when we get a moment and make sure she's okay and get her viewpoint of that wild ride she took over coming out of turn number 3. Well, for the moment, the Honda Kit Karts are going to get sent onto the racetrack. We'll take a commercial break. When we come back, they'll be getting set to go green. Stick with us. 2 more races to come from NOLA.
Parolin USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Welcome back here live from NOLA Motorsports Park. The Bambinos, the Kid Karts, presented by Helix Electric, are on the racetrack here and learning how to do a proper pace lap. But luckily, we had plenty of time to run.
We got one in the barrier.
Oh, no. Let's see. Where at? Oh, we
over
got
here. Yeah, he's nosed into the.
Well, I think they've pulled him off the side over here, and a little unfortunate
Brody
conversation
Stoffel
being had right there.
Yeah.
Brody Stoffel was set to line up in the 5th position, and I think maybe we're gonna stop him here on the front straight or the short chute, and try to line them up for a little better start. So this is always what you got. I mean, you're dealing with kids just getting into kindergarten, out of pre-K, into 1st and 2nd grade, trying to race around a 1.1 mile racetrack here at speeds upwards of 30 miles an hour. So there's going to be a little bit of learning to come with it here, but nonetheless. The Kid Karts are set for their 8-minute heat race. I think they'll get maybe 3, 4, no, probably about 5 laps, I think.
A minute and a half over 8 laps. That'll be
plus
5 laps plus 2 more. So we'll get like
more.
6 or 7, depending on how long it takes.
Well, unfortunate here for Brody Stoffel as he's out of the go-kart. Okay, just with a little mechanical problem here.
It's a 4-wide start. Let's go for it.
Let's see.
Oh,
okay.
there we go.
They found the lanes.
Yep.
Race director John Over helping guide them. If they can stay in them, they'll be good. It looks like a pretty good start. Oh, there we go. A little bit antsy behind the leader. And we had a jump from behind. But nonetheless, we're green down to turn number 1 for the Kid Kart class.
Yeah, some of them, it's probably maybe not their first time doing a rolling start like this, but they don't do it very often, especially when you're maybe 1st or 2nd year at this. A lot of the times I know they'll do standing starts for Kid Karts, or they'll just let them out. My home track, they just let them out. They don't even time them, so they just send them out on track and they just do laps on a race day. So a lot of it can be pretty tricky, especially for a 5-year-old to ask him to go a specific speed or go at slow speed and stay in a specific spot and not pass anybody. There's a lot of instructions that go on with this that we don't think about to a 5-year-old. They're pretty complicated.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty complicated here. So the Kid Kart drivers at least have sorted themselves out to a degree here with half a lap in, a minute into the session. Andrew Anastasio, I believe, leads the way. Dutch Westbrook's faded back to 3rd. We got a new driver in the middle of them as we'll figure out who's who here when they get closer up onto us. But the number 8 car leads the way so far. Mr. Andrew Anastasio trying to lead the first lap here in the 8-minute heat plus, as you mentioned, 2 laps here. So they should get right around 5 laps or so in the heat race, plus 2 more when they get to the end of the timer and get the 2 to go signal. As here comes Anastasio out of the second to last corner. And you can see again the Kid Karts run a little bit shorter wheelbase, a little bit smaller chassis. Same set of tires that they'll run in the micro and the mini class. And then a 50cc Honda engine.
Looks like 2nd is the 99 of Kimo Ahmad. Made it up into 2nd. He seems to be holding his own there. Not losing a ton of time to the leaders. They're getting around out there. They're sticking together pretty well. Might have a little bit of a race on our hands between these top 3. Coming into the stadium hairpin, looks like we have still Andrew Anastasio ahead of Kimo Ahmad and Dutch Westbrook in that order. And staying in order, but they're really close together now. They're closing up pretty well. This is what we were saying before. Is even if they're slower in qualifying, because I know the 2 of them were Andrew Anastasio and Dutch Westbrook. Yeah, Dutch Westbrook were about 2 seconds clear of everybody else. But once you get them in that pack and you get kids following them, they're able to keep up pretty well. So we've got a okay little race showing up over here.
With 5 minutes to go. So a little 3-driver pack as Kimo Ahmad is able to close in just a little bit towards the lead. And they'll kind of, like you said, when they can follow each other, when they can do what the kid in front does, it makes things a little bit easier. So we've got a 3-car pack and almost a battle for 2nd coming down to turn number 1 as Dutch Westbrook has a look to the inside. And I think he'll get it done. Oh, no. Around the outside, hanging tough is the 99, but eventually Kimo Ahmad able to give in And so we keep on going here for Kid Kart. We've got a runner-up from the X30 Senior Heat race on the day here. Dante, you joining us, who like Paulie Massimino. A test weekend for you. As we talked back in Orlando, you've got yourself a nice full national season again in X30 racing. Obviously, you're happy to be back doing that. How's this weekend been shaping up for you?
Yeah, not too bad so far. You know, kind of figuring out how the track is working, how the track is in terms of grip level, and kind of feeling out how our kart is and kind of fine-tuning it for next weekend. But not so bad so far, getting a P2 finish, so looking good going into next week so far.
And, of course, this track's changed over the years. It got really rough all the way through to 2021 last year when we ran here. They've done a little bit of work to try and smooth out the bumps where they can. How has it been on the racetrack besides the curbing? Is it still relatively a rough ride or a little bit smoother from what you can remember?
For me, it still feels like it's still pretty rough, but it's not too bad. You know, nothing I can't handle, to be honest. So.
Yeah, so talking about what you can't handle, of course, you were top of the boards yesterday in practice. You had a lot of good pace there in that first heat race today. How do you feel like your progress is going? Are you guys trying a lot of stuff? Because Paulie said he's been experimenting. Are you guys experimenting more or just trying to find the happy medium and be fastest right now?
Right now we're kind of trying a few things, kind of just, you know, we're testing, so we're trying to figure out what works, what doesn't. So testing here and there, trying to figure out what can help us be better for next week.
Sweet. Well, of course, today's obviously a good day. It's a good gauge, hopefully, for next week if that momentum can continue. So, Dante, thanks for the time, buddy, and best of luck here this weekend.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, Dante, you again with Nash Motorsports on the EOS kart. Runner-up in the X30 Heat race, had the fastest lap for a good portion of it after he ran down Paulie Massimino and was digging forward. He'll line up once again towards the front of the pack for heat number 2 tomorrow. And like he said, and like Paulie said, these national guys just using this weekend to have some fun, get after it, and as well, get a lot of data, get a lot of testing, and a lot of knowledge out of it. As we see, we've had a change in the lead. Dutch Westbrook has gone by and taken over the top spot away from Andrew Anastasio.
Yeah, in that last lap, he went purple. He was a 131.4 versus 131.5. Seemed like he was really starting to find his rhythm going around the track, and managed to get a good run coming out of the turn 3, going into turn 4, and got the move done there. We'll see if Anastasio can keep up with him or not now.
Yeah, we'll see. Right now he's pulling away nicely here, so good recovery for Dutch Westbrook after a bit of a lackluster start, unfortunately, as the field kind of swarmed around him. But now you can see he's pulled away a little bit from Andrew. He's pulled a little bit away from Kimo Ahmad in third. Brennan Barsh still running in the 4th spot. He's up 3 positions, so the 82 has picked up a couple spots. He's about 13 seconds back from this lead group of 3 that we've got on your screen. We'll pick up some of the other field and show the spotlight on some of our other future stars of the sport. Here's that group 4th and 5th. Brennan Barsh and Victor Gus Wunderl, all right there with Theodore Mitchell as well. So 2 little packs of 3 drivers in each one. Barsh, Gus Wunderl, and Mitchell, 4th, 5th, and 6th as they come out of the corner here. So for Brennan, Victor, and Theodore, a good battle as well. And like you said, Aaron, having some guys to follow around the racetrack here always helps kind of stay closer to them in Kid Kart.
That's got to be a whole karting family, Gus Wunderl, isn't it? I've seen that name come up a few times.
We've had a couple of them here on the Barsh guys as well, and that's what you see a lot. You get to see the next generation of racers, and sometimes still racing while the current generation is out there battling in some of the classes up. And of course, then there's brothers and sisters, and as soon as the big brother does it, little brother, little sister wants to do the same thing as well.
Yeah. Well, we had at St. Petersburg, we had the father-daughter group that got caught up in their incident.
We did. We had legendary AMA Superbike rider Larry Pegram and his daughter getting after it and getting together a little bit in turn number 1. But ultimately, it's still dad fixing, so no matter what, it's dad's fault or daughter's fault, dad's got to go to work and work on the go-karts. But nonetheless, here we go. We've tightened up even more for the lead.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, we've got a great little battle going on here for these guys. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. All about a kart length away, and you know it takes a while for the kids to be willing to get this close to each other because they're always a little bit scared sometimes of making contact. But no fear right now. Dutch Westbrook, Andrew Anastasio, and Kimo Ahmad, who sends it around the outside there as Anastasio has fallen behind Kimo. So Anastasio in 3rd, trying to dig for 2nd. Across the line that time, we were 10 seconds under the gun, so we'll get 3 more laps around here in the Kid Kart class. The Honda Kid Karts presented by Helix Electric.
If I'm not mistaken, it looks like Dutch Westbrook is running a Captain America graphics kit on his kart.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that is too cool. Here comes Kimo, though. Look at Kimo to the inside of Dutch. That's for the lead down the back straightaway. Kimo Ahmad trying to take it. Westbrook hanging around the outside. And he'll hold on, and Captain America hangs on for the lead for the moment.
Yeah, who needs a factory graphics kit when you got your favorite superhero on there?
Yeah, well, he's driving like a superhero right now. Dutch Westbrook fending off the charges from behind as Chemo locks back in behind him. And the 3-car pack heads into the stadium hairpin once again here this time by. They'll get just 2 laps to go, and I don't think that'll make a difference. These kids are ready to go. Drop of the green, first lap, last lap. They're happy to get out there and ready to go after it, and full of energy as well. And, you know, we talk about it a lot on our broadcast, too. The coolest part for the kids' classes all the way up through junior, as you see a lot of them playing football, soccer, you know, wiffle ball. There's Nerf guns going around. They've got all kinds of games and tomfoolery they get into here at the racetrack, and they end up making some lifelong friendships by being around you know, like-minded individuals who have a similar passion. So I'm sure these 3, as hard as they're wanting to beat each other right now, about 5 minutes later, they'll forget about what happened on the racetrack and be playing somewhere around the pit area.
Yeah, that's what I always hear about is all the battles on track, and we're still friends off track no matter what happens. It's just about having a good time, enjoying the racing against each other. And, yeah, I mean, there's kids playing football, baseball, riding bikes, riding skateboards, riding scooters, shooting each other with Nerf guns, anything like that, anything you can do. It's just a good time, and that's what we're all really here for. So it's nice to see all the kids having a good time on and off track out here.
Well, here they go down the back straightaway towards turns 4 and 5. Still single file. Chemo not with a run that time on Dutch, so he stays back. In fact, he gave him a little more breathing room through the corner. And a little wiggle there for Dutch into the chicane, and as they fan out and then get back tighter together here with Andrew Anastasio just looking to try and find a way to pass as he's all over the rear bumper of the 99 machine. A lap and a half left here in the Honda Kid Kart class presented by Helix Electric.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they're getting a little tired right now. 8 minutes plus, well, it's been 10 minutes now. 10 minutes is a lot of time to be driving for a little 5, 6, 7-year-old kid like that. And this track is so big, it's got so many turns on it that they're probably going to be going to bed pretty early tonight.
Yeah, I think so here. It's a long racetrack. It's physical top to bottom from the kids to the masters and everything in between. And we're going to get to see the kids take one more lap around here as the white flag will wave this time by. One more lap to go for your Kid Kart class presented by Helix Electric. Andrew Anastasio not able to get by Chemo Ahmad. Chemo still working on Dutch Westbrook. Here comes Anastasio to the inside. But on the exit of the corner, kind of pinched the momentum off. And there they are weaving here. You can see Chemo, just as soon as Dutch moves up, he'll move up with him and just trying to follow right on the rear bumper of the 33.
Yeah, see if he looks like he's getting a good run right now. See how it plays out down the straightaway. See if he can get another move into 4.
Yeah, here
he's got a great run.
Big run down the backstretch. Lots of steam coming for Chemo. Does he pull out to the inside? He tried it before. Not close enough to try it this time, so Dutch will hang on. As right behind, Andrew looks on through as well. The top 3 all still single file in Kid Kart. Through the chicane. Chemo, big run through the middle to close the gap back up to Dutch. Little bobble on exit there. Andrew's got a run on him. Tries to look low, can't do it. Pulls back in and kind of waits on it, and Chemo Ahmad gets closer again to Dutch Westbrook with half a lap remaining.
Yeah, this is, even in the Kid Kart stuff, it can always be interesting just to see, you know, who's gonna do well. Obviously, Chemo Ahmad did not qualify up with Dutch and Andrew, so this is good for him to be out here and being able to keep up with these kids.
Well, he's close to them right now.
And
here they come.
He's gotten some good runs coming out of the corners. I don't know if he's
getting a lot of momentum here coming out of some of these sections. Here he goes to the final 2 corners. Out of that hairpin towards the last turn.
Oh, Anastasio got a good exit there. See if he can pull something.
Outside. Opens up wide.
Crossover?
Crossover. Nicely done by Andrew. They're going to drag race. Dutch Westbrook will win heat number 1. And I can hear the shouting across the line. Yeah. Dutch Westbrook wins in the Helix Electric Honda Kid Kart opening heat race. Chemo Ahmad second, Andrew Anastasio third. Brennan Barsh, Victor Gus Wundle, and Theodore Mitchell coming into the final corner. They've spread out a little ways. And Barsh in the 82 will hang on to finish in the 4th position as the other 2 end up right behind him, side by side almost across the line for 5th and 6th with Gus Wundle and Theodore Mitchell. And now it's just one class left. KA100 Jr. getting set to go green. They'll be set to take to the racetrack here right after this. Live from New Orleans, it's the Texas Sprint Racing Series winter warm-up.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AL/ML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket.
Well, welcome back here from NOLA Motorsports Park. As you can see, everybody having some interesting fasten choices and a lot of fun down on the grid. I think that's Alex Stanfield, Braden Robertson, some of the KA seniors were waving to the camera here, and there they are here at NOLA Motorsports Park. A lot of fun for everybody, as I'm not sure what's going on for the KA juniors, but we are joined in the booth here while we wait for the KA juniors to go green by Sally Mott, and we're going to pull up on the screen one of the wildest wrecks I think we have seen in a long time. And not only one of the wildest wrecks, one of the wildest recoveries. So first of all, pulling up on the screen, you could see right there, just everything seemed like it kind of came together. I have to imagine the eyes closed for a moment once you got airborne, Sally. Walk us through that, because you even came up here for a moment. You're like, I'm not even sure I know what happened.
So I was driving, and it was the start, so I was trying to get the best start possible, and I found myself.
I think we've lost maybe one from the main.
Oh! And then I guess someone closed in on me, or I mean, I don't even remember. It's crazy. And then I flipped, and my head was like all the way back, and I felt like I was gonna get like run over, like my head was gonna get run over, and then I saw spots everywhere, and then I landed, and then I was like, I just started crying. I was so like, what just happened? And then everyone was. They drove away, so I was just like, okay, I'm just gonna keep on driving now. I don't even know what happened. And then I saw my GoPro flew off.
Yeah.
I was like, well, I'm just gonna do the best I can now.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm sure that was a beating for you. How's the kart? I have to imagine it's at least a little bit mangled.
So the wheels, they're like shaved off. I think the axle is bent. When I was driving, I was like, whoop, whoop. So,
yeah.
I don't know. I was so shocked. I just kept driving.
Yeah.
People in the pits were like throwing signs at me, but I just kept going, and my dad was like, come in, and I was like, okay.
All right, park it at that point. Yeah, just come in and cut your losses, lick your wounds a little bit. You'd mentioned you're a little bit sore. Where are you kind of feeling a little bit right now?
Like my neck, it feels like my tongue is being like closed in, like by right here. I don't know, and the paramedic was like, oh, your back is gonna hurt later when the adrenaline wears off.
Yeah, so I have to imagine it'll feel a little bit tomorrow. Well, Sally, you are coming out the other side, but just I guess the adrenaline helping a little bit, having the wherewithal to keep your foot back on the gas and drive around for a few more laps before pulling in. Yeah. We want to wish you, obviously, hopefully some Advil, some Tylenol here tonight, and most of all, we'd love to see you back on the racetrack if you're able and ready, but if not here, it's good to see you okay.
I'm going to race.
All right.
I've been preparing for so long. This is going to happen.
Sweet. Well, best of luck here tomorrow then, Sally. We wish you some better luck here as your dad gets a kart ready, gets yourself ready, and we appreciate you talking with us. Glad you're okay.
Thank you.
All right, again, that's Sally Mott here in KA juniors on the racetrack. So they're going to be heading out here, and we'll take you to the starting lineup and get set to go racing once again for the final time today here in New Orleans. The Kart Chaser coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series opening weekend will pick up again tomorrow morning bright and early, I believe at 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. local time. We go green with heat number 2. And then we have a lunch break and then come back with the main events in the afternoon. 16 minutes for the main event, so we double the length that we run these heat races. But the KA juniors, they've been waiting a while. They qualified late this morning, and then they get set to go green here later on today. So 10:30 a.m. Eastern, 9:30 a.m. local time, we go green with heat number 2 tomorrow morning. So my mistake there off the graphic, but luckily at least I haven't set out for us. Now let's set out to go racing one more time today. KA junior in the lines. And green down to turn number 1.
Ernesto Rivera, Cooper Shipman on the front row. Looks like the inside row gets a good start again. Rivera's going to slot into P1. Can't tell if Shipman ended up in 2nd or 3rd out of that.
And we got quite a few out here earlier, at least turned around. One of them was Landon Skinner in the 820, or no, that's Davis Cunningham in the 825 that got turned over in turn 3. So Cunningham back going as the leaders head through the infield chicane.
Looks like Gafera got in a second over Shipman, so Shipman's down in third now with Max Taylor following right behind him. Rivera's got a little bit of a gap, probably a cart length over Gafera, and oh man, we got, how many carts is that in a pack? Those will close up pretty quick. I think we had, what, 17 carts within a second or so like that?
It was tight. It was a very tight group. Again, only about the top 8 were separated by less than 1/10 of a second when the checkered flag flew in qualifying. So Ernesto Rivera and Caleb Gafera, the RPG Cosmics, a mouthful as well. First and second. Right behind them, Cooper Shipman in the Iron Rock Tony Kart. All nose to, actually that's Oscar Iliff, I believe. Is that Iliff up into third? We'll find out here in a moment. No, that's Shipman. Then Max Taylor, Diego Guillo, Landon Skinner, Valentino Garbarino, Ivana Richards, Cameron Reed, and Reagan Seville. Big mover on the first lap. Landon Skinner up 5 spots in the 8:17 as Gafera goes to work to help with Ernesto and push him down to turn number 4. I think Rivera defended a little bit, but may not have to as his teammate seems happy right now to push him and try to build a bit of a margin.
Yeah, I would think at least these front two, being teammates, probably going to want to push and work together. I'm not sure Rivera really knows that Gafera's behind him. He might think that he's still got other competitors back there, but these top 5 don't want to fight too much because the 6th place on back is fighting really hard right now. And if they can build that gap and just keep it within them, that'd be good. Whether or not that happens or not, Max Taylor's making up time on Gafera as I'm speaking, so he might throw something in there and open up everything for the rest of the field.
Yeah, let's see. Max Taylor has been strong here to start this year. Not too long of a history in the sport. Only about 1.5 years, I believe, for Max Taylor behind the wheel. Maybe less. I could be wrong. I spoke with his father a little bit back at Orlando Kart Center. They've been over the moon here. Got hooked up with Ryan Raffa and the Full Tilt Racing Group. They've been traveling nationally here for the last little bit with Mike Doty Racing. And it's been a breakout 2022 for Max Taylor, being up front nearly everywhere he's gone in the 100cc classes and in the 125 junior classes as well. As they head down the backstretch again, Gafera still pushing on Ernesto, keeping the gap comfortable behind, and Taylor followed by Shipman and Guillo. Now, Ivana Richards went purple last time by. She's not in that group. She's in the second pack. Closed up to Landon Skinner, who's in no man's land in the 6th spot at the moment. Your leading group of 5, about a second up on the pack behind them, but they've kind of settled out for the moment, so if they start to battle for the lead sooner rather than later, we could find a few more drivers in the mix.
Yeah, we got, who did we say that was? Landon Skinner and Ivana Richards broke away a little bit. They're sitting kind of out in no man's land in the 6th and 7th, and it's not going to take much for them to get there, but even further back, you know, it's pretty evenly spaced all the way throughout. Gafera really playing a good team game here, trying to make sure that if he can, it's just going to be the 2 of them running for the front, but Max Taylor is sticking with them. Max Taylor just went purple actually, ran a 105.482 versus 105.6 for Gafera and Rivera.
Yeah, Taylor again gained a lot that lap. Now this lap, Gafera still hooked on the bumper of Ernesto Rivera, so Caleb not going to move by this time. I think that'll probably be the case for a lot of this, as we've got problems behind, or at least a little bit of an issue for Diego Guillo, because he's lost ground. Cooper Shipman lost ground. I don't know if they were fighting for 4th or what. It was Taylor. Little bobble there through turn number 9. He recovers it, though, nicely. Hops in the seat, gets the revs back up. He'll close in through the stadium hairpin here, but Cooper Shipman now on the verge of losing the toe. He needs a good final few corners here to close back up to Rivera's group of 3. And by staying single file here early on for the first 4.25 minutes of this heat race,
there goes
open the gap. Well, now they don't need to work together anymore. I think he's happy with just 3.
Yeah, well, Taylor was knocking on the back door of Gafera, so I think Gafera knows it's time to go. And Taylor gets by Rivera right there as well, going through the last turn. He's ready to chase down Caleb and maybe make it a 2-cart battle, or see if he can pull Caleb back a little bit, fight with him and bring him back into the field, and hope others fight with him too. So that's going to give 4th and 5th of Shipman and Guillo a little bit of chance to catch back up there. But I think they're a little bit too far back right now, and with the way that these front 3 have been running, it's going to be a 3-cart breakaway for the time being.
Well, here they go through the infield chicane. Gafera, Taylor, and Rivera. 1, 2, 3. Big airtime for Caleb Gafera that time over the curb. He got all 4 wheels in the air quite a bit as they go towards the stadium corner.
Yeah, Taylor's really getting into the back bumper of Gafera under the braking sometimes. Not in a bad way. He's not moving him out of the way or anything. He's just making sure he lets him know that he's there, and maybe trying to put Caleb under some pressure. Make sure he stays on top of everything. But Caleb gets a really good run out of that chicane. He always pulls about 2 cart lengths over Max just in that chicane alone, and Max just reels him back in other parts of the lap.
Yeah, Max Taylor still is well within that draft window, too. He'll get a big run down the back straightaway as Rivera now does the bumping into the braking zone. Knocks Taylor a little bit wide. No harm, no foul. 2.5 minutes to go. Cooper Shipman has now got company behind them as they're starting to battle for fourth. He's got Diego Guillo on the tail. Landon Skinner is there as well. 1.3 back from these guys who are fighting for the lead again as Max Taylor goes to the point. Brings Ernesto Rivera with him, and Gaffera drops to third.
That was a good move by Max Taylor, bringing Rivera with him, but Taylor getting a good clean run going into turn 4, clearing him by the braking zone, and it looks like they're actually pulling away from Gaffera a little bit as he gets back into his rhythm maybe.
Yeah, so now Gaffera falls back and
Rivera going in.
Ooh.
Little late there, a little tight. Yeah, he's not going to make that one stick.
Yeah, it was a deep on the brakes, but like you said, a little bit late to the party to get in cleanly, and he backed out of it wisely. So Taylor holds on, but now does he go? This time he does, and he gets clear and runs Taylor a little wide. He kind of breaks his momentum up and gets Gaffera through back to second.
Yeah, Max Taylor made 2 really good passes. Now he's just got to do it again. Back to where he was sitting in third. Kid's got a lot of pace right now, though. He ran fastest lap, and then Rivera had fastest lap, and they've just been fighting. He's been stuck right there the whole time. He can't really look at it.
Way wide was one driver there in that group. I believe that might have, well, I'm not sure who he had just go off the racetrack. Diego Guillo trying to make up some room, and I think that was Guillo getting knocked wide. He was battling with Cooper Shipman. Had just gotten by him at the line, and now Shipman has gotten clear. I don't know if Guillo tried to hang on the outside or he lost grip or what, but Diego Guillo now to the edge of the top 10. And Landon Skinner moves into the top 5, up another position. 6 spots gained to 5th for Landon Skinner.
It's a good couple runs, Guillo and Skinner picking up 5 spots each.
Well, it was good for Guillo there before going through the grass.
Braden Domingue up 11 spots to 16th with 6 laps into the race.
Yeah, we saw Braden unfortunately have a DNF in qualifying, so he's got to repeat this in Heat 2 just to get a decent starting spot for the main tomorrow as they come out of the final turn.
20 seconds to go. Going to get 2 to go next time by, and Max Taylor's still sticking with him. They haven't managed to pull any gap on him. He's just sticking right with him, keeping him honest.
So unfortunate for Cooper Shipman with the contact with Guillo. They were making up a lot of time right before that, and now they're back to square one. 1.3 to 1.5 seconds back from the leaders as the clock ticks to 0. We'll get the 2 to go this time by. 3-driver fight for the lead in the win in KA Junior, presented by 4T Concrete Pumping.
How long are they willing to wait before they start fighting? That's a big question, because as much as it looks like a 3-car breakaway, a couple moves and that loses you a second right there. I mean, they can make this a 7-car battle pretty quickly if they aren't if they're getting too aggressive.
Well, Caleb Gaffera has been patient so far. He's waiting there in second. Doesn't go by Rivera initially. Looks through the chicane. And he's been probably the most patient of the 3 when it comes to going to the lead. Max Taylor showing a little bit of restraint as well. He waits. He had a big run on Gaffera going into that second to last corner. And now we'll see, when does Ernesto start defending? Rivera sees the 2 to go signal. Gaffera does as well. I have a feeling we'll see Gaffera go down the inside if Rivera leaves it open on the backstretch this time.
Yeah, I can't imagine he'd be waiting too long on it. He knows if he doesn't go, Max is going to go and get himself in the second so he can make a pass for the win.
Yeah, but we haven't seen a lot of that, to be fair, where the 3rd place driver can pull out a line and second still ends up getting the toe.
Yeah, they do usually stall out with not having the slipstream anymore. But if he doesn't do it in 4, if he sends it over here in one of the hairpins or something like that, that might be an opportunity.
And we've seen in the 206 class where the defending doesn't pay off so much. The Kid Karts had a little bit of crossing over as well, but the KA seniors were able, at least Peyton Phillips and Nick Bruckner both, to defend on the final lap and not have to worry about the pack behind. So Gaffera, knowing that, I would think he'd want to get to the lead before the white flag. He might be happy to wait, thinking that Taylor will help him, but Rivera was able, he drops a tire. That'll get him a little sideways in this corner. He slows him down, and Taylor!
Taylor puts a bumper down on Gaffera.
Hello, Max Taylor gets in a little, I don't think Taylor really meant to get into him.
Caleb's got something.
Yeah, he might have picked up like a piece of tape. Looks like a piece of radiator tape on Caleb Gaffera.
Oh, yeah. I thought it was going to be a lot worse than that. Yeah, it looks like just a piece of tape or something.
It's like caught over by the chain guard and the right rear tire.
That's all right. That's not too bad then. Yeah, Max Taylor giving a nice introduction to Caleb Gaffera, saying, hey, how you doing? I'll take that spot from you.
I'd like to introduce myself here as Guevara, of course, on his sophomore junior season nationally, was super impressive in 2021.
Taylor gets a really good exit going into the stadium hairpin here. Let's see if he throws a move in.
Rivera able to close it. He does it nice. Into the right-hander. Now he's blocking good. Here comes, again, the top 3 on out. There you can see the white tape flapping off Guevara. Final time to the chicane here.
2 more corners, 2 more opportunities. See if he can take some.
Rivera knows he's there, blocks. Taylor gives a little love tap. Now goes to the outside lane. Guevara might be willing to stuff him back. He just kind of stays back and watches. Taylor puts the bumper to him, gets tripped up.
Guevara
might get him at the line. He won't.
No, didn't quite have the run, having to pinch the exit there.
Ernesto Rivera wins Heat 1 in 4T Concrete Pumping KA Junior. Next, Taylor's second. Unofficially, we'll see if the officials.
Well, I was gonna say, I think Caleb just ran a smart race. He knows that it's a heat race. He doesn't need to throw it in super late for a pass that doesn't do that. I think Max, it wasn't a bad move in my opinion. He didn't get into him too badly or anything. It was a really good race all around for the top 3 though. Really good job by all 3 of them.
Well, here we go. So that will take us to the top 10 one more time. 4T Concrete Pumping KA100 Jr. Ernesto Rivera, Max Taylor, Caleb Guevara, Oscar Iliff rebounds late with the fastest lap of the session by a couple tenths of a second at that. To 4th, Cooper Shipman 5th, Elio Meza 6th, Landon Skinner 7th, Diego Guillo 8th, Ivana Richards 9th, Valentino Garbarino ends up 10th after starting 4th. Brayden Domingue, we mentioned here, up 11 spots to 16th. And then a couple of drivers, unfortunately, losing out. Davis Cunningham getting turned on lap 1 down to 22nd. He rebounds a little bit. And Preston Pico, I think, was also involved on that early incident. So they've got some track cleanup to do. And that wraps up our day here right before 4 p.m. local time, 5 p.m. Eastern. We come back at 10:30 a.m. Eastern, 9:30 a.m. local time here from NOLA Motorsports Park for the final day of action of the Texas Sprint Racing Series Winter Warm-Up. My name's Andrew Clements alongside Aaron Hackmeister. For all of us on the Kart Chaser crew, we hope you stick with us and come back tomorrow. We'll have more free action for heat number 2. The last chance qualifier has been canceled for KA Senior, which means we go straight to main events. And if you want to watch that, you just got to log in on a non-iOS device, either a laptop or an Android, to youtube.com/kartchaser/join. Become a premium member, $9.99 a month. Gets you 2 to 3 race weekends where you can watch the main events live. And if you can't, that's all good. Stay tuned on social media. And, of course, we post the replays live for everybody to watch by early Tuesday, Wednesday of the following week. For now, though, that signs us out of New Orleans, Louisiana. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you guys next time.